Hello and welcome to Watch Dragon Gaming. My name is Kategasira, but all my friends call me Kat, and you can too. We're back to Umineko again today because, this is just my life now. My life is nothing but Asian media. Uh,
Yeah, apparently so.
yeah, like on Tuesdays I play fucking Elden Ring, and then I play Neo 2 in my off time, and then I'm reading fucking Korean comics and novels, and I'm playing this on Mondays and Thursdays. It's nothing but Asian media up in here right now.
Yeah. And we are doing a good on things not breaking. Have a,
Excellent.
have a little bit more drop frames than Monday, but not enough for me to be concerned.
Okay, that's good. We'll just have to keep an eye on it for a while then,
Yeah, it's about like
just to make sure.
2.4% or so.
Is it holding steady there,
Yeah,
or
but
is it climbing?
it's holding steady there. It basically flipped over once I started actually showing the game stuff.
Okay. So it's not too bad then. All right. So, actually, while we're here, can we get a fucking shell? Not shell. We're gonna shill for Cappy. That's what we're gonna do.
Yeah, yeah, we will shout out for Cappy. Um, let's see.
In my chat too. There we go.
Yeah, in fact, Cappy over on co-host at least is doing an art raffle.
I actually had not checked on Blue Sky in a while, so give me a second here.
Yeah, it's over on
See.
co-host is where
I'm,
they
I'm
are.
just wondering if they're also doing one here or not.
Yeah, let me see.
Doesn't look like it. Oh yes, they are. 3 days ago.
Yep.
YCH. I don't know what the fuck that stands for, but hey.
Your character here. So basically, you get the
Oh, in that
pose.
pose.
Yeah.
Okay, I gotcha. I don't have a single character that would actually willingly take that pose.
Yeah, that's fair.
uh,
Yeah, it's very much a pinup pose, so I get it.
yeah, and usually, even for when I do pinups, they're not like that. They're much more imposing kind of pinups.
Yeah.
Because I like doing pinups. I like doing pinups a lot, actually, but I don't do them in the cutesy, sexy poses. It's like one of those I don't know how to describe it aside from that meme where it's just I can't remember what the quote is, but it's the cock shame meme where the guy has his legs crossed but the woman has her legs wide open. That's the one that I do, is the with the legs wide open, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Not hiding anything, just here you go, here I am. I'm gonna
Mm-hmm.
flex on you, literally half the time.
Yep. Yeah.
But that's because I do pinups for thirsty lesbians that like muscular women. So that's what I do.
Which is also fair.
That's not to say that the lesbians don't like femme women. Obviously, they do. It's just
It's the type of lesbians you specifically bring about, basically.
yeah, most of the lesbians I know personally are into the muscle ladies. Of course, they also like the femme ladies, but you don't get as many muscle ladies.
Yeah,
In,
exactly.
AAA media,
Yeah, I think the one of the more recent ones was Urbosa from Legend of Zelda.
maybe I don't remember. I don't know any Zelda character names except for Zelda, Link, and Ganon. So
That's fair.
I wish I liked adventure games more. The action puzzle get type thing. So I just don't. I wish I did, but I don't. It's the same thing with fighting games. I wish I liked them, but I can't get into them. Which is weird because Neo is a fucking hybrid between Souls and fighting game, and I'm just yeah, give me this. This is what I want all the time for all my Souls likes. Uh, I love the complicated movesets in Neo 2. I mean,
Like,
Neo 1 had them too, but I don't really like Neo 1.
yeah, here's Urbosa to give you an idea.
I probably know the character by look. Oh yeah. No. Lay down. You little shit, stop headbutting my head. Not my headphones. Like my fucking chair. There we go. We'll figure it out eventually. So how you been since Monday?
I've been pretty good. Yeah, I'm definitely getting used to using the gender fluid, because that was today again, of course.
Okay, yeah. Is it like a twice weekly thing? Or is it once weekly?
Once weekly.
Alright.
Once weekly, captioner.
I think I'm going to very much enjoy the like greased up like a Greek wrestler at the Pancration jokes like once I get like estrogel and shit.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Like I gotta, right? I'm contractually obligated at this point.
Yeah.
Just oil me up, guys.
Yeah, I got I got Cappy with mentioning the fact that Caesar got penetrated by multiple men.
Yeah.
You know, a derivative of talking about Shinzo Abe getting his back blown out by a man.
Mm. Like the Shinzo Abe one will just like forever make me giggle.
Oh yeah, of course.
Like I think that's gonna make me giggle in like 10 years from now. Like it's really good.
Oh yeah, especially because most people agree shit got better once he was gone. Not perfect, but things actually started to make momentum.
Get a little bit of movement going on.
Yeah.
My cats have decided that stream time is Zoomy time.
Of course.
And there's nothing I can do about it either. Like I could spray them, but they're just gonna like run around outside the curtain instead, which is not gonna help any.
Yeah.
Because that's where all the stuff that will make noise when they run into it is.
Yeah, fair enough.
I'll tell you one thing though, I am suffering. I have been out of allergy meds for like a week now.
Oh, seriously? Oh, that sucks.
Yep. Which is why I'm clearing my throat more often on stream lately.
How much is it a bottle?
It's like like $10-15 a bottle, but it also lasts me. It would last a normal person a month, but because I got a double dose to get in the effect, it lasts me fucking 15 days.
Ah, jeez. Oh, okay, yeah,
It's
that
like $1 a day
it.
for my allergy meds. It's awful.
Yeah. Yeah, we definitely need to get you some of that, you know, subsidized healthcare.
It's like if I just didn't live in a place where the only trees I was like allergic to, I would be fine. Like when I lived in Texas, like I just only had issues like when in spring, right?
Yeah.
But
now
here,
you,
like it's all year round.
yeah, you live right next to the motherfucker, so it's like, what can you do?
For those of you wondering, I am allergic to pecan trees. Like I think it's the oil on the leaves or something like that. It's like the that surface oil that's on like everything really. Basically every living thing's got like a surface oil or grease or whatever.
Yep.
But pecan trees, I can touch pecans. I can touch like pecan wood. It's just the leaves. The way I figured this out, I didn't know before I moved here, but like the first week I was here, I was in my backyard, shirtless because of course I was. I was used to living in the woods where I could literally just walk around in whatever condition that I wanted at any time of the day, and no one would ever see me. So I still had that habit of like going outside with my shirt off. And I brushed up against the sapling, and I got blistery hives all across my chest, just underneath, like it's at the bust line, literally.
Oh,
If you know where that
jeez.
is on the body, and it went from like right like the pretty much like a 180 degrees across the front of my chest on the bust line, and to this day I still have really bad acne right there. It's
Oh,
getting better slowly, but it took like 2 months for those fucking blisters to heal.
oh yeah. I know how you feel in that I had that issue like a year ago or so with the bed bugs, and
Mm-hmm.
some of those regions are still healing.
All right, give me 1 second. I gotta like cough my lung up real quick.
Yep. Let's see here. So, without even being allowed to wait for dessert, we were chased out of the room.
It's actually even worse today, because I ate and like my stream title is entirely accurate. I ate over a pound of taco today,
Oh,
so I got that like vegetable oil in my throat still from like
fair.
frying the meat. I oof, not doing good over here.
I heard that in the end, our parents were unable to get grandfather to respond. Like, how sturdy is that door? At some point, you just crowbar the thing. Well, I hate to say it, but I feel like giving grandfather a high five right now. I mean, fair. You're not exactly being
Yeah, I mean, like no
gracious
one's
about
dead
this.
yet this loop, so it's not really that big of a deal for him to be locked in his room right now, or at
Sure,
least comparatively, at least.
sure, fair enough. He was probably pretty satisfied with how his strange letter had given his children a good shock, since they'd all been so infatuated with the inheritance problem while grandfather was still alive. I also felt like our despicable parents had gotten what they deserved in all of this confusion. But I
I
couldn't.
still like no matter what these people are saying, I still feel like you are supposed to have this sorted out while the person is still alive. Like this is what people mean when they say get your affairs in order. It's like to fix the fucking inheritance, like your
Yeah.
inheritance, your will, et cetera, et cetera. Like you're supposed to do that while the person is still alive.
Yep, it's true. Like, there's. Like, yes, it might be kind of gauche to do it without the person, but if the person's not being cooperative, what the fuck do you
Like,
do? Like, it's
like also refuses to write a will in the first place, like at all.
yeah, won't write a will. Oh, and just because I don't think anything's coming up, but just so we have it, there's the content warning.
Yes, do need that. Yeah, address. There we go. Yeah, I don't think anything is like immediately here. It's like no one's gonna die for a little bit, a couple seconds at least. Still,
Yeah, probably not. Let me see. I think I need to refresh the multi chat here so it'll actually work later.
I'd have fun.
But I couldn't really say that I was feeling
Yourself.
great. I felt all sulky. Apparently, grandfather hadn't seemed concerned with the whole thing, but he also hadn't denied anything about the letter either. When talking about the witch's letter, grandfather's name kept popping up. Grandfather knew that someone was stealing his name, and considering his character, he'd probably be mad with rage. But even though grandfather now knew the contents of that letter, he coldly ignored it. So, did that count as a silent yes? Well, kind of, sort of. Middle of the road sort of thing. My avatar is bouncing a little bit. Let me try and fix that. Oh, wrong window. There we go.
You lay on the fucking cable, you little asshole. Get out of here. Stop it.
Let's see. Is that doing anything for me? Yeah, I think that's at least kind of helping. All right. We will turn you back on and see how it goes. All right. If anything, I'll reload the avatar later. Anyway. Back to the game. Aunt Ava and Dad were trying to interpret the letter in their favor. They're clearly visible. Wouldn't have mattered so much if that was all, but the adults had now started focusing on Maria, who had received the letter. They kept pounding her with questions about who had given it to her. Maria repeated over and
Seriously
over.
Need to, like, just believe what the fuck she's saying. Please.
Right? Like, you just go, okay, looked like the lady in the portrait. Now we figure it out from here.
Yeah, if we see someone who looks like that, we can just go past them.
Yeah. Or try and figure out who that person is or something. But just hammering her with the question over and over isn't going to change her answer.
Fucking assholes.
You know, she's not lying. Yeah, just hammering her with questions over and over. The only reason Yuri actually managed to get anything out of them is they left the room too quick to start hammering her with questions long enough to, you know, make her upset. Okay. Oh. Well, I had refreshed it, but then it closed on me.
Well.
Okay, let's see. Okay. Oh, didn't read that. Whoops. Maria repeated over and over again that she had gotten it from Beatrice, but there was no way such a mysterious person could have sneaked onto the island. After all, this island's small, and there's no one living on it outside the Ushiromiya family household. It's not that small of an island for
They keep
19
they keep
people.
saying like all of these things about the island that how like no one could ever get onto this island without us knowing us. Like, and then they just say, but there's only like 10 people here normally, and they definitely can't cover a 10 kilometers circumference fucking island and check every egg. Like, for fuck's sake, people can so easily get onto this island without anyone else knowing.
Yeah, absolutely. Somebody could get in on the back, assuming that there's a beach on the back as well.
I would have to imagine so, right?
Yeah, there's got to be.
Like, it's possible for an island to only have, or to not even have any beaches at all, but also, most islands, if it's got one beach, it's got more than one.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's just like, okay, come on. You're, like, reasonably smart.
Debatable.
Reasonably. Well, sure, there's only one port, Bedwards, but you don't need a port to land.
Yeah, you can just get...
Yeah, like, if it's steep cliffs literally all the way around, then yeah, you've got a problem. But if there's a beach on the opposite side or something, which is what we're proposing...
And also, is someone at the harbor right now staring at it, making sure no one's getting on? Is it under guard at all times? Can you see it from the house?
Yeah. Like, you
Because
could,
like all you got to do is just get up there when no one's looking, and like no one's looking right now.
yeah, absolutely. Like, yeah, you could argue, oh, it's a panopticon situation where you don't know if somebody's looking or not. But someone gutsy enough can go, hey, I can just take a boat in the, like a small boat in the middle of the night, turn the engine down when I'm close to the island, and nobody will hear or see me.
Yeah, like that's what I would do. So I'd fucking like, yeah, have a motorboat and everything, but like, just to get close, and then once you get close, you just start paddling along and just drift in. You know,
Yeah.
the ideal circumstance would be to have someone else on the boat as well, so they could drive the boat away once you got off, because then there would be no evidence.
But yeah, even if not, you can just move it somewhere people won't see or something. Basically, like pull it along a rope or something.
Yeah.
Because if nobody's looking on the other parts of the island, which I can say pretty safely they're not, because everybody's told, hey, don't go into the woods. Maria kept repeating that she'd gotten it from Beatrice, no matter how many times she was asked. The adults seemed to think she
Also,
was trying
welcome
to
back,
trick
Ritz.
them, so they didn't
Hi.
hold back and questioned her until she broke out in tears. Girly! No, not girly. Don't, don't be mean to Maria. She's not a liar. She's not trying to trick you. When Maria was released, she sobbed, all worn out from crying. After our parents ordered us to go to the guest house and take Maria with us, they shut themselves up in the dining hall and started getting louder and louder as they discussed the inheritance.
Someone's got to like boot these guys in the head.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, it is so mean. Why you be mean to
Yeah,
the small girl?
Kinzo should like fucking pay someone to come in and just like throw boots at people whenever they just start talking. It's
Right?
like, no, shut up, shut up, don't say anything, shut up.
Yep.
You're not allowed to speak. Your speaking privileges have been revoked for now.
Yep. The only problem is I know Kinzo would do something like that, and it's like, okay, don't. No, you're not allowed to actually do something like that. Because Kinzo do be a dickhead like that.
Granted, it's his fucking fault, like directly, that these people are like this. So
Yeah. It's like, you know, get what you deserve, fucker. But,
I'm surprised no one's fucking killed this asshole by now. Honestly, like, how is he still alive to have the ceremony happen?
I guess they figure we'll wait it out, and that way I don't have to deal with the potential of getting caught for murder.
Eh, not even for like the money. I just mean like, if I had to go see the person who abused me for like however long, kids who
Mhm.
abused as kids
Yeah.
every year, all the time, and constantly ask this person for money, I would lose my shit.
Yeah, that's absolutely fair. I would not blame you one bit on that one.
Like, I can't even look at the person that hurt me when I was a kid without like being overcome with a murderous rage. So, like, much less like actually like fucking speak to the person. Like to beg them for money as well. No way, not happening.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
Granted, that's only like that's just my specific trauma response. It's like everyone has a slightly different one. So maybe like none of the people here have my particular flavor of trauma response. I don't know.
I mean, that's kind of fair, honestly. Seemed that because of that strange letter, Uncle Krause's chance of becoming the next head might have been reduced to a blank slate. In exchange for accepting him, my dad and the rest were trying to swindle Uncle Krause out of a lot of money, or something like that. Disgusted as we were, Jessica and I were happy to move over to the guest house. We didn't want to be under the same roof as those filthy adults, their heads so filled with thoughts about money. George pleaded on our parents' behalf, saying that he wanted us to understand them.
I can't tell if Battler is talking specifically about greed or if it's his privilege showing with the money thing.
Yeah, I think it's greed in that they're, like, duking it out. Like, it's one thing to have concerns about money. It's another to have this, like, yelling fight between all the siblings.
Yeah, that's true.
Granted, it could be Battler's privilege showing, but I think there's at least an argument to be made. Yeah, this is just, hey, they're yelling at each other over this, and I don't really want to be a part of that.
Honestly, if I were in one of these people's position, I'd just be like, give me 10%. I don't give a shit. You guys can fight over the remainder.
I mean, yeah, I could see that.
Because like 10% would probably float me for the rest of my fucking life, and also probably a few other people too. So that's all I need.
I mean, true. Absolutely true. I understood his reasoning. No matter how filthy this talk of money was, it wouldn't go away if you just closed your eyes to it. But even so, how could they sink so low as to overtly fight over the money of the dead? I mean, it's honestly Kinzo's fault. He's not, just settling this. Because he could settle this at any time.
Yeah, he would just write up a will that says, like, everyone gets 25%, fuck you.
Yeah.
That's it. But he won't. He refuses to. Outright. Like, in the first loop, he straight up had, like, a whole ass rant where he was talking about how he just wasn't going to do that.
Yeah. Which, I mean, his reasoning halfway makes sense in that he's expecting this all to, go for the ritual anyway. But they don't know that. So it's reasonable for them to, like, discuss this, like, hey, our eccentric asshole father isn't, talking about how to distribute this money.
Mm-hmm. Just so everyone knows, when I die, you all get a quarter. That's it. I mean, it's because I don't have much in the first place, so you all just get like 25 cents.
Yeah, that's fair.
Like, I got a change egg and it's full of like coins, so like you guys just get like whatever the fuck you can grab out of it.
Fair enough.
Don't spend it all in one place, etc., etc.
I do like that if you want to dick somebody over for money in a will, what you do is not give them nothing. You give them $1.
Yeah, it's like getting a fucking like a one of those religious pamphlets as a tip.
Well, more than that, and admittedly, you can also do this by just saying, to this person, I give nothing. But part of it is, if you do not mention them in the will at all, they can argue that you were not of sound mind when you wrote the will. And argue that oh, I should have gotten some amount. So the play there is
Sure,
to,
cat.
so the play there is to go, either I give you nothing or I give you $1.
I'm gonna spray you if you don't leave no room. I should have eaten like an hour before I did because I am still fucking struggling with this like pound of taco in my stomach.
Fair enough.
I'm having issues over here. Like I got them like I overate like a jackass vibes going hard.
Yeah, there. I've definitely done that before. Maria had cried herself dry and was hiding in her bed. She hadn't even twitched for a while, so she was probably sleeping.
マリアちゃんは一体誰にあの手紙をもらったんだろうね。
Who in the world gave that letter to Maria?
ジョージ兄さん、
George,
それはも
I'm
う
gonna
聞いちゃ
fucking
ダメだ
like
ぜ
I'm gonna come through the screen and strangle you, boy.
Yeah. George, you can't
You
ask
witnessed
that
like the
anymore.
argument there. You witnessed it. It was Beatrice. It was
マ
Beato.
リアがベアトリーチェにもらったって言うならそれでいいじゃねえかよ。
Isn't it fine to say that Maria got it from Beatrice and leave it at that? Like, I get the curiosity and that, did she get the letter from a 19th person, or was somebody of the 18 dressed up like Beatrice?
これ以上マリアを泣かせたくないしな。
After all, we don't want to make her cry any more than this. Even though we said that, we couldn't clear away a gloomy feeling.
この島には今18人しかいないんだよ。
There are only 18 people on this island now.
そこに
How do you
この
fucking
雨
know
の
that
中
though?
未知の19人目がマリアちゃんに手紙を託して今もどこかに隠れているというのは
The thought that somewhere in the rain, a 19th person gave Maria that letter and it's now hiding somewhere
正直現実的ではないね。
doesn't seem realistic at all. Dude,
Fucking strangle this boy.
we're gonna see later, but it could have been possible for a 19th person to be here. Absolutely. And it's like, this island is huge for just 20 people. There could be a whole lot more people that you don't know about. Yeah, they'd probably be roughing it out in the typhoon, but
Yeah, because it's not like at least as far as we know, there's no like hidden rooms or anything here.
yeah. Beatrice.
There's a couple of locked rooms that no one goes into, but like that's it.
Yeah, there's a couple of locked rooms. There's Kinzo's room, and then there's the room with the gold bar in it.
Then there's also the VIP room that Beatrice is supposed to go into, but like never actually shows up.
Yeah, and then there's the VIP room, but obviously, at least the servants know if that room's being used. And then,
Yeah.
and then there's the chapel.
Which there's only one key for.
Which there is only one key for.
おそらくあの肖像画のドレスをシャノンあたりにでも着てもらってうまくマリアと口裏を合わせたってことじゃねえのかな。
Alright, at least you're now thinking with portals.
Yeah, like at least you're like using your brain a little bit now, Jessica.
Most likely, somebody got Shannon or someone to put on the dress from that portrait and cleverly got Maria to go along with their story. Yeah, that's actually the assumption people should have come to from the beginning. Why?
Right? Like that was like my first thought back in the first loop when this happened. It's just like, come on.
Yeah, like...
I don't think Shannon could do that because like I don't think she's a very good actor, but like, Someone could.
Yeah.
Is the point.
Yeah, you go either with Shannon or one of the servants didn't actually switch over, and it's one of the other servants is a good actress.
もっともマリアの場合、あのドレスを見たらそれだけでベアトリーチェだと信じちまいそうだけどな。
Though in Maria's case, just seeing the dress would probably convince her
Alright,
that it really
Jessica.
was Beatrice.
You were on a roll there, but Maria may be young, but she is not stupid.
True enough.
And she's also fucking obsessed with Beatrice, so like,
Yeah.
I think she'd be able to tell the difference facially.
Yeah. Then again, Beatrice doesn't actually look like the portrait. She actually looks more mature.
It's true, but like, is that the same portrait as was done in the original art?
Yes, the portrait does always have a difference. From what I can tell.
Well, I was just gonna say that, like, if it was the same one as in the original, then like the sprites back then more closely matched it anyway. But secondly, we are also getting more simplified stuff in the sprites anyhow. So, granted, though, the portrait is also only semi-realistic. It's not like fully detailed or anything. Especially the face. Like, it always fucks me up in anime and manga and shit like that when the portraits, like these highly detailed, like portraits that people do in their work, are like highly detailed and realistic in every way except the face.
Yeah, that definitely fucks with me a bit, for sure.
Especially when like the clothes are just like super detailed and like you can like see the texturing on them and everything, and then it's like, oh yeah, just anime face.
Yep.
誰が渡したかなんてどうでもいい問題かもしれないな。大事なのは差出人だろ。
Maybe it doesn't really matter who handed her the letter. The important thing is who sent it.
There you go, Butler.
要はじいさまが黄金の魔女の名を語って一波乱を起こしたかったってことなんだぜ。
The point is that grandfather wanted to cause an uproar by assuming the name of the witch. Not exactly true, but, like, he is kind of the one who invited the witch into this nonsense.
Yeah, like 30 years ago.
True, but also, like, with the ritual itself kind of giving her some power.
Yeah. Kinzo's the one that just like got her involved in the first place, so.
Yep. So, I mean, he's not wrong in that Kinzo is absolutely willing to do everything the letter says.
まったく人騒がせなじじいだぜ。
Seriously, that old geezer's good at riling people up. It will be interesting to see Kinzo actually talk to somebody other than the servants or Beatrice, because he didn't really talk to Battler, he just told Battler to shut up.
He had a short conversation with Nazi in the first loop.
Oh yeah, that's right. Because he did say she's got the eagle in her heart.
Mm-hmm.
Granted, it's not necessarily out of character, but it kind of feels that way. Because otherwise, he's been a right bastard, especially the women.
Mm-hmm.
The most likely answer is that our occult-loving grandfather was playing around, handing the letter over to Maria, who shares the same hobby as he does, in such a dramatic way. Honestly, not the worst conclusion to come to, considering Battler doesn't know that Kinzo hates Maria.
Yeah. Although I wouldn't call this the most likely answer.
Yeah, like, the simplest answer is to go, yeah, it was Beatrice. The second simplest answer is to go, okay, Beatrice wrote the letter. And then had
We'll
somebody
let that
hand it
count.
over. But we failed to give any thought for what Maria would have to go through, making it a pretty shitty thing to do. Yeah, it kind of sucks that Beatrice has Maria go through that.
Yeah.
Because I can definitely tell you that neurodivergent kids of the kind of neurodivergence Maria has would get frustrated and start crying, absolutely. Oh, just a regular
I
kid
think
would get
most
frustrated.
kids would. Yeah. I was gonna say, like, I at 9, like, basically every kid would. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, that's fair. But also, it's just even that more overwhelming.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, at some point, any kid, except for like very specific individuals, would break. Seriously, messing around with Maria's pure heart.
手紙を渡したのが誰でもいいさ。
Doesn't matter who handed the letter over.
マリアがベアトリーチェにもらったって言うんだから。
Maria says she got it from Beatrice, so let's treat it that way.
同感だよ。そうしよ
I agree. Let's do
う。
that.
子供にとってのサンタクロースみたいな存在が、マリアちゃんにとってはベアトリーチェなんだろうね。
To Maria, Beatrice is kind of like what Santa Claus is to most kids. I'd take it a step further.
Yeah, she's kind of like a full-on saint almost.
Yeah, a saint or even, a deity.
Like a demigod or something, yeah. Which, I mean, like, she might as well fucking be.
Yeah, for what she can do when she's in a limited pool of people, she can do a lot.
She's even saying, like, this entire time that she's not even at full strength, too. So, like, the kind of shit she can pull off.
Uh-huh.
Like, she may as well fucking be a god.
Yeah. Because I know we're going to get some displays of witchy magic later.
いない19人目もサンタクロースも
Whether we're dealing with some non-existent 19th person or Santa Claus.
俺たちが認めてやればそれは少なくともマリアの中ではいるということになるわけだ。
As long as we all acknowledge them, they'll at least exist inside
な
Maria.
るほど。子供の夢を守るための嘘って大事だな。
I see. Guess it can be important to lie to a child to protect their dreams.
You just straight up don't have any reason to not believe that it's Beatrice, though. Battler is the problem here.
Yeah,
This is the issue
like-
that I have with you right now. You just don't have any
Yeah.
reason to, like, disbelieve her.
Yeah, like there's literally no reason to go, that's not Beatrice, other than going, nobody else can arrive by the point. But even then, like, that's not good enough, really.
Yeah, that's just straight up not good enough. Were you watching the entire time? Do you actually trust the servants completely like that? Like, what if the 19th person was brought onto the island before the rest of the Yushiramiyas got there? And only, like, the head servants were, like, told. Like, come on. Like, the 19th person doesn't even have to be there without literally anyone knowing. They just have to get there without the rest of the Ushiramiyas knowing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like, Kinzo and Genji can fucking know all they like, but, like... It's the siblings and like everyone else that like can't know. And that is easily done.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, there's way easier ways to do that.
Oh, どうしたんだよ、ジェシカ。
What's up, Jessica?
まだ腹を立ててるのかよ。
Are you still angry? Jessica had her hand on her chin, although there was something that she couldn't understand. I called out to her as she came to her senses.
ああ、ごめん。いやさ、マリアが会ったのは、本当にベアトリーチェだったってことがあるんじゃないかな。
Sorry.
Finally.
Well, actually, I was wondering if Maria might have actually met Beatrice.
そりゃどういう意味だよ。この島に19人目の人間がいるって言いたいのか？
What do you mean by that? Are you saying there's a 19th person on this island?
マリアちゃんの言うことを心から信じたなら、そういう答えに行き着くだろうね。
If you truly take Maria's words to heart, then you would arrive at that answer.
いや、そういうのじゃなくて、昔からこの島には私たちの知らない誰かが住んでるんじゃないかって話はあったんだよな。
No, that's not what I mean.
I'm glad they're finally like considering this as well. Like maybe someone is just living on the fucking island out in the woods that no one ever goes check. Like, come on.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see.
住んでるってどこに？
Living, you say? Where?
森の中にさ。
In the forest. The adults were gathered in the dining hall, spending a very long time continuing the discussion that had been started by Beatrice's letter. Krauss strongly claimed that the letter was a simple prank, but he couldn't overturn the claim that Kinzo's failure to deny the letter was answer enough. Yeah, again, if Kinzo wanted to, and, like, had no knowledge of the letter prior, he would have denied it. Like, there's no two ways about it. Judging by Kinzo's character, if he knew that a letter had been written in his name, he would be mad with rage. Yeah, exactly. Since all of the siblings knew that, Krauss had no choice but to withdraw his claim. And, like, somebody had to send the letter, and it's none of the siblings.
Whoever the fuck did it also has the fucking head's ring, so.
Yeah. Because no matter what you say, the whole point of a sigil like that is to make it near impossible to replicate. Without even having to summarize it, the contents of the letter were simple. The person who could solve the witch's epitaph would receive the headship and assets. This did a lot of damage to Krauss, who had been sure that he would receive the headship. Get dunked on.
Lol, nerd. Get fucked.
and was better news than the rest of them, who had already given up, could have hoped for. However, there were some points that worried them. The person who solved the epitaph was not limited to a member of the Ushiro family. Taken literally, anyone, no matter how doubtful their origin, might receive the headship. Yeah? I mean, why do you care? It really only matters if you get the headship.
Yeah, right? Like, why do you care who gets it if it's not you? It doesn't matter at that point.
And furthermore, this meant that there was a chance that all of the Ushiro family's assets would be stolen by some unknown person.
It's not stealing. God damn it. This is part of the like will, I guess, of Ushiro Kinzo.
Yeah.
This is just like what you're supposed to do. Whoever wins the riddle, wins the contest, is the rightful heir.
Yeah. But I guess they've been indoctrinated in birthright bullshit since they were children.
Yeah, they absolutely have, because that's Kinzo.
So of course they feel like it's a theft, even though it really isn't. In that sense, it was definitely not a situation where even the other siblings could afford to lower their guard. Had this letter come from an assassin sent by Kinzo calling themselves Beatrice? Or was this the scheme of some unknown person trying to steal the Ushiro family's wealth? I think you can agree that it's definitely Kinzo is involved.
Yeah, because like some unknown person scheming this. Like, okay, yeah, how'd they get the fucking ring then? And secondly, Kinzo would say something if he didn't know about the letter beforehand.
Yeah, he would go catch them, you fools.
Yeah, like you already admitted that in this scene, like 3 sentences ago. This is not complicated.
Yeah. They still didn't know the truth, but they could say one thing for certain. Maria had received this problematic letter today on this island. In other words, someone planning something to do with that letter was on this island today. Had it been set up by Kinzo, one of the other 4 siblings? Or maybe some unknown person?
I'm gonna beat all of these people in the skull with a boot. It's just like you can be reasonably sure that this is either Kinzo or someone acting on Kinzo's orders or on his behalf because they have the fucking ring.
Yep. But I guess they're trying to figure out who played the role of Beatrice, I guess.
Which, as Battler already said, doesn't fucking matter.
Yeah,
What matters is that the letter is legitimate.
Yep. No matter how much they suspected each other, they couldn't reach a conclusion. After getting tired of bickering with each other, they finally reached the extremely obvious conclusion that doubting each other was just a waste of time. We've made no progress. We've just been spinning our wheels.
そうね。兄さんが気づいてくれるだけで、これ以上を浪費しなくて済むわ。
That's right, and the mere fact that you realized it means we won't have to waste any more time.
手紙の差出人がお父様と確定したわけではありませんよ。会話の成り立たないあなたに主人が呆れ果てただけです。
I'm gonna strangle you with your own fucking tie. It is not certain that father sent the letter. My husband is merely exasperated by your inability to hold a conversation.
No, not to he.
Strangle you with your own fucking brooch.
Kinzo is definitely approving of this, at least.
Yeah, like, this was already admitted earlier. You guys already knew this.
帰らないのはどっちよ。 私が何か言うたびにあなたは怒鳴ってばかり。
Who's unable to hold a conversation? You keep yelling at me every time I say something. Well, that's because you're mocking her constantly, but...
Yeah, hey, but maybe you think maybe that's because you're a fucking asshole?
そんな無様で後ろ宮家にふさわしいと本気でお思いなのかしら。
You truly think that such shameful behavior is fitting for a member of the Ushiromiya family?
予算か、エヴァ。
Would you give it a rest, Ava?
夏井さんも。
Honestly, like knowing what we know about how Ava behaves outside of off Rokenjima, it makes so much more sense why Hideyoshi keeps like interrupting her and going, "Stop, woman!"
Yeah, because he knows this isn't her. This is her just falling into basically the coping mechanism she has to deal with this family.
Mm-hmm.
You too, Natsuhi.
一度終わった話やで。
That topic's finished for now.
一度ここで頭を冷やさない？冷たいものでも持ってきてもらいましょうよ。
Shall we cool our heads off for now? Let's have some cool drinks brought over.
そうね。頭を冷やした方が賢明そう。
That sounds good. It would probably be wiser if we cooled our heads.
あなたもそろそろ一服したくなってきたんじゃない？
Don't you want to take a short break too, dear?
姉貴の機嫌が悪そうだからな。一服の方は遠慮するぜ。
Ava looks like she's in a bad mood, so I'll pass on that break.
だが冷たい方は賛成だ。
I agree about the cool drinks.
ローザ、誰かに水を持ってこさせてくれ。
Rosa, have someone bring some water.
水差しいことね。
A whole pitcher. Yeah, that's fair.
You can give the order yourself, Rudolph. Your legs are functional. You can get up and go to the door and like tell
わかったわ。
the servant outside to do the
Yeah,
thing.
though
You-
in this
you can
case,
do that.
in this case, he might realize that Rosa's looking for an excuse to get out of the room for a bit.
That's true. Like before now, we haven't seen Rudolph actually like give her an order like this. So that I think that's actually the case where he sees that she's looking for a break. So she's just gonna get to go outside for a couple minutes.
Yeah, go out, talk to one of the servants about water, take a couple extra minutes, and then come back.
Yeah.
It's kind of fucked up. He's probably the nicest of the four siblings.
And we already saw earlier in the thing, like what was it, the last loop, where he wasn't actually all that nice growing up either.
Yeah. Yeah, because it was Rosa. He was mean to Rosa when they were kids, for sure. Yes, understood. Rosa headed over to the extension telephone in the corner of the room and called the servant room. Oh, no. Fuck me, then.
We'll see what she does after this.
She then passed on what Rudolph had told her to the person on the other end. The vicious bickering up until now vanished as though it had been a lie. That silence continued until Goda finished setting the table and retreated from the room.
他に何かご入り用のものはございますでしょうか？
Is there anything else that you require?
ありません。もう下がりなさい。
No, please leave us.
はい。それでは失礼いたします。
Yes, then if you will excuse me.
何かございましたらいつでもお呼びください。
If you need anything, call me at any time. After listening to the sound of Goda's footsteps disappear off into the distance, everyone took a deep breath at the same time to break the tension.
本当にすごい雨ね。19人目の魔女は今頃バラ庭園の東屋で雨宿りでもしているのかしら。
Sure is raining hard. I wonder if this 19th person is taking shelter in the Rose Garden Arbor about now.
どうかしらね。雨はしのげるかもしれないけど、少し肩を冷
Okay,
や
she
し
did
そう
not get
ね。
her break. Yep, fuck you, Rudolph.
Yeah, no, fuck you, Rudolph. You could have walked to the telephone yourself. I mean, I guess, like, sometimes you just want to get up and move, but I feel like Rosa could have done that anyway. At least stretch her legs a little. Without having to do what Rudolph said.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder, they might be able to escape the rain there, but it would be quite cold.
謎の19人目の来訪者か。ちょいと推理小説っぽくて面白い話やな。
Mysterious 19th person is a visitor. Sounds pretty interesting, just like a mystery novel.
I wonder if
の話は18人の中の
Umineko
誰か
and
が語って
the
る
other
だけで、
series of When They
実際
Cry
には存在せんとすることが決まっとるんや。
were started as a response to how mystery novels were being written in Japan at the time.
Yeah, probably. At least to some
Because
extent.
it's like, as a writer and artist and so on and so forth myself, I do that actually. Like, I do write things in response to, like, the things that are popular and that I read and that I find. Like, I find tropes and ideas and everything that I just go, oh yeah, let me do my own version of this. So I just wonder if, like, this sprang fully formed from Ryukishi's mind just because, or if there was a prompting in, like, how the mystery novels and everything were done in Japan at the time.
Yeah, and, like, there's also the extent of how often mystery novels have been translated. Because you will see Arsène Lupin and Sherlock Holmes show up in Japanese works.
Mm-hmm.
Hell, one of the most popular shows going on when Ryukishi was probably thinking about some of these things, at least for Higurashi, was Lupin the Third, which is about that kind of mystery cat and mouse chase. At least, you know, from the perspective of Arsène Lupin.
It's like, I wonder this mainly because, like, mystery novels are being constantly referenced.
Oh yeah,
in this.
absolutely. Like, I feel like this has to be, at the very least, a talk about mystery novels in general.
Yeah, like an underlying theme of it. It's just like, fuck you, my mystery novel's better, sort of deal.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's the exact, like, sentiment, but
Yeah, maybe not that sentiment exactly, but very much a, okay, let's kind of dig down on these, and should we actually expect these tropes?
like Beatrice's part of this is, like, heavily criticizing closed rooms in general.
Yeah, because always with closed room, there is a trick to it. It's never just a closed room. Because in some way, it has been interacted with.
Yeah.
'Cause-
And that's, of course, required in a mundane world where there's no magic. You have to interact with it somehow. Even with a magic world, like, she's still breaking the closed room. It's just that no one else can do that like she can.
Yeah, exactly. Like, she breaks the closed room, just magic. She has the stakes go through the keyhole and shit like that.
Fucking teleports into the room to stab people, like, you know. So if I remember correctly, the stakes in the sisters, they didn't need to actually break the door open. They just, like, walked through the door.
She started to phase through the door on the second loop, yeah.
Yeah, that was when George and Shannon were in Nazi's room.
Yeah, George, Shannon, and
was
Goda.
Goda?
Yeah.
Yeah, Goda.
Yeah, Goda was holding the door shut, and then she just started to phase in.
She just reached through and went, "Hey, buddy," and then fucking stabbed his ass.
Yep. And for the first loop, in the Tea Party section, Beatrice showed the stake could just go through the keyhole.
So yeah, like there's no such thing as an actual closed room. There's always a trick to it, even in magic stuff. Like it's like the magic stuff, like the trick is the magic. So
yeah, exactly. Normally, in that kind of story, it's a safe bet that the person doesn't exist. That one of us, 18, would be faking it.
私は源氏たちが怪しいと睨んでいます。
come on,
やはり
Nazi.
どんな難癖をつけてでも片翼のわしの使用人たちは全て解雇した方が良かったんです。
I suspect Genji and the others, just as I thought. It would have been better if we had dismissed all of the servants of the one winged eagle. There we go. No matter what excuses we had to make.
Well, at that point, you are saying that Kinzo was doing this. Because if you're only suspecting those servants, it's because the difference between those servants and the other servants is that they all listen to Kinzo directly. And so cannot be dismissed by you.
まあそういうな。長く勤めてくれた恩もある。
Come now, don't say that. We must be grateful for their long years of service.
もちろん気は許せんがね。
Of course, we can't let our guard down.
兄さんもお父様の仕業かどうかはともかく、あの手紙をマリアちゃんに渡したのは使用人の誰かだろうという点では同意するのね。
Sure you agree too, brother. But whether or not Father was behind this, the person who handed Maria the letter was a servant. I mean, technically, because Beatrice is calling herself somebody in the employ of Kinzo.
Technically, yeah.
So, kind of.
Kind of, sort of, yeah.
And I would say that only the servants really had a opportunity to do it. If we're looking at the mundane explanation.
Yeah, the servants are the only ones who actually have them. But even in the case of like in a mundane thing, like there could still just easily be a 19th person over there. Just, like,
Oh, yeah,
hanging out in
absolutely.
the woods. It's really not hard. I don't know why they're so like insistent on the idea that there can't possibly ever be a 19th person. You know, are you sure? Because I'm pretty sure I could hide in a 10-kilometer circumference forest for decades. And I could do that personally, me specifically. It would not be difficult. Like when I was able-bodied, I wouldn't even like need regular deliveries of food either. I could mostly just hunt and like have a little garden. It'd be fine.
Indeed.
Making fucking like snare traps over the game trails. Like,
In any event, we were all being friendly in our big happy circle until dinner, weren't we?
兄弟全員にアリバイがあ
fucking
る。
we come out of those woods like dressed in fucking like rabbit fur socks, man.
Yeah. All the siblings have alibis.
マリアに手紙を渡せたのは使用人の誰かだけ。
Only a servant would have handed Maria that letter. Because, yeah, it sure as fuck wasn't Kinzo.
Although it would be very funny to have like an animation of some sort, like just a scene where Kinzo just like sneaks out of his fucking study to go like hand someone a fucking letter and sneak back in.
Oh, absolutely. That would be fantastic. Just fucking play the Pink Panther music.
Yeah, exactly. Some shit like that. Some Metal Gear Solid ass shit.
Mm-hmm. Because of course.
でも使用人の人たちもみんなベッドメイクとかで忙しくてバラ庭園のマリアのところへ行く余裕なんかなかったって言ってたし。
That is the fantastical art we know is lying, Rosa.
Yeah. I was gonna say, like, you just gotta take them at their word, huh?
I mean, kudos to you for not automatically wanting to accuse them.
Yeah, like, I would take them at their word because presumably I would have known these people for years at this point. I would be able to tell when they were lying because I would know what they look like when they're lying.
Yeah, and the only one you wouldn't have known for quite some time would be Goda, and we know Goda didn't hand her the letter either.
Yeah, I think Maria would be able to tell if it was Godo versus, like, you know, someone dressed up as Beatrice. Like, the man's like 6 foot tall. Definitely doesn't have the kind of build that you would wear a dress in and look like Beatrice.
Yeah, like, basically, out of the characters we have, it would have to be either Jessica, Shannon, or Cannon.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, I don't think Jessica would.
I don't think she would, but she's got the build for it, I think.
Maybe.
At least enough to pull off a dress like that.
I don't think anyone pulls off a dress like that, but that's just like my personal opinion.
I mean, sure, but
I hate those ruffled fucking puff sleeves. I hate them so much.
I've never had an opportunity to wear them.
Like, I've never worn them myself, but, like, I just hate how they look. No one's gonna pull those off in my eyes, ever. It's not gonna happen.
I mean, fair, but I just mean she could wear a dress like that and have that figure.
Yeah, I mean, she could do that.
But all of the servants said they were too busy with the bed making. Have any spare time during which they could go to Maria in the Rose Garden.
おいおい、じゃあ何だってんだよ。まさか森の魔女ベアトリーチェ様がお越しになって本当にマリアちゃんに手紙を渡したって言い出
No
すのか
one said that, like, the person in the woods was a witch. I mean, they probably are out there fucking mumbling in the mud and rock language and all that shit. Like, I know I fucking would be. But no one actually said that yet, Rudolph.
Hey, what are you trying to say then? You aren't saying that the Witch of the Forest, Lady Beatrice, came over and actually handed Maria that letter, are you?
ローザ、昔は信じててすごい怖がってたものね。
Rosa, you used to believe in that so much. It really frightened you, right?
あんたまさかいい年してまだ信じてるの？
Don't tell me you still believe at this age
森の魔女。
in the Witch of the Forest. Meanwhile, you are talking to your magic younger self.
Yeah, right? Like, Ava, come on.
Be a little nicer.
You got a magic witch in your brain right now. Come on. If she did exist, I'd love for her to appear. But no matter how much I wished she didn't appear before me even once. She didn't save me from my crisis. Probably because she thought it was funnier to watch you spiral.
まさか。で
Which
も
honestly,
18人全員が自分は違うと言っている以上、本当に19人目がいるのかもって思っただけなの。
Of course not. I just thought that since all 18 of us said we didn't do it, there might really be a 19th person. Which, yeah, fair. This island is not as tiny as you folks are trying to make it out to be.
yeah, like 10 kilometers in circumference. Just to say, 10 kilometers in circumference. That's a big fucking island for 20 people.
謎の乗船者なんぞわしらは姿も見とらん。
That
Hideyoshi, no one said they came with you on that boat.
Yeah,
Fucker. God damn it.
that can't be. In the first place, we were the only ones who came in on that boat. We didn't see any mysterious stranger riding with us.
まさかこの荒海を泳いで渡ってきたっちゅうんか？
You don't think they could have swam across this rough sea, right?
ちょいと考えられへんな。
Can't really imagine it.
理屈ではそうね。この隔絶された島に招かれていない客が一人隠れているというのは 常識的に考えがたいんだけれど。
Logically, that's true. It is difficult to imagine that there's a single hidden and uninvited guest on this isolated island.
でもどうもその可能性を捨てきれない人たちがいるみ
You
たい
little
ね。
bastard.
However, it looks like some of us still can't abandon the possibility completely, right? Hideyoshi had laughed it off, saying there couldn't be a 19th person, but Kiri had sensitively picked up on the delicate atmosphere among the four siblings. In a normal situation, there shouldn't have been any uninvited guests on this small, isolated island. How would they have come here, and from where, and where were they hiding? Why hadn't they appeared openly, even though they had sent a letter in their name? Nothing could explain that. But not only had the four siblings not joined in on Hideyoshi's laughing, they also seemed unable to completely deny in their hearts the possibility of a 19th person.
Yeah, okay, this is 8 square kilometers of space on this fucking island. That's a lot of goddamn space to, like, hide in.
Yep. Kiri, please don't misunderstand. It's not as though we believe in anything like that fairy tale-like legend of the witch.
またお父様を侮辱する話ですか？
Is this another topic to
それを口にする
insult
こと自
father?
体がお父様への裏切りです。
Simply speaking, it was such a thing as betrayal against him.
まあね。でもあのお父様ですもの。
I wonder, however, this is father we're talking about.
悪いわ本当に。ねえ。
It could be possible, right?
私は何も知らないわ。
I don't know anything. I think you know something.
なんやなんや。何を見学になっとるんや。
What's this? What's this? Why has everyone gotten so gloomy?
どういうことや。
What are you talking about?
つまり魔女伝説は笑い話でもなんでもなく事実だっちゅうんか。
In short, the legend of the witch isn't a joke but a fact?
そんな。
That's ridiculous.
もちろんほうきにまたがって空を飛ぶ魔女なんて誰も信じちゃいないさ。
Of course, nobody believes in some witch riding a broom and flying in the sky.
I'll show you a fucking witch riding a broom.
あの肖像画の女
But the woman in that
ベア
portrait,
トリーチェは本当にこの島に存在したかもしれない。
Beatrice, might really have existed on this island.
秀吉さん、魔女とかの話じゃなくて、もっとシンプルな話みたいよ。
Hideyoshi, it looks like we aren't talking about a witch, but something a little simpler.
つまりこういうことね。
So it must be something like this.
ベアトリーチェという名の愛人をお父さんがこの島のどこかに
So,
隠れ住まわせていたの
Hideyoshi,
ではないか
answer
と
me this.
みんなは疑っている。
You've been married to Ava for at least 23 years. Since George is 23, and, like, you know, you guys are, like, new nobility. I don't think you're going to be having kids out of wedlock, etc., etc. So, you've been married to Ava for at least 23 years, and you haven't heard this story yet?
He did say that Ava doesn't like to talk about the past.
That's true, but, like, you've been here every year for 23 years, too. He didn't even have to hear it from Ava.
True enough.
He could have heard the story from Kinzo himself 20 fucking years ago, right? Like,
Possibly, though. Probably not this version of the story.
probably not. I'm just saying, like, it's like at some point you would think, in knowing this family for 23 years, you would hear about this very important thing. And, like, questions like, do people actually believe in the witch, or what's going on here? And then someone would explain it to you, like they're doing right now. You would
Yeah.
think before the 23 years that would happen.
True enough, yeah. Everyone suspected father had a mistress named Beatrice secretly living somewhere on this island.
そういうことかしら。
Is that it?
お父様は自己を厳しく律する模範的な方です。
Big
Let's
doubt.
see. Please. You don't need to defend the man's honor. He doesn't have any in the first place.
Yeah, seriously.
Father was always exemplary at keeping strictly to the rules.
そのような汚らわしい
His
存在
rules
を島に連
specifically,
れ込む
not
など
anyone else's.
到底考えられません。
It is completely inconceivable that he would bring something so filthy onto this island. Okay, so just like a quick side note. Mistresses and like concubines and shit like that, consorts, etc., like not marriage partners, but like lovers for like nobles, was not uncommon.
It was exceedingly
And
common.
in fact, in a lot of places, the consorts actually had a place in the courts of the people that they were consort to.
Yeah,
Right?
I forget.
Like,
I forget
right
which.
in front of the wives or the husbands or whoever.
Yeah, which I forget which king it was, but I feel like there was at least one king who was considered weird for not having consorts.
Yeah, I've heard of this before, but like, my point is here is it's not filthy to have a lover if you're a noble, because nobles have arranged marriages. They don't care if you want to go fuck someone else for love. They just don't want you to have kids out of wedlock. That's it. That's all it is.
Yep.
That's the only thing that they have a problem with.
Yeah. Then again, Natsuhi does have modern, rich Japanese sensibilities, which I don't know what those were like in the 80s.
Yeah, I don't know. She's also like 50-something years old.
Yeah.
So I don't know what was going on there in Japan in like the 1940s when she'd be like, you know, coming of age.
Yep, for sure. And they'll emphasize later that she was kind of sheltered.
My buddy. Handsome boy. Why are you cleaning my arm?
Natsuhi snapped at them immediately, but it looked like the four siblings, including Kraus, didn't agree. Yeah, sorry to break it to you.
Again, you don't need to defend the man's honor. He doesn't have any to begin with.
On the contrary, they appear to think Kinzo wouldn't even have hesitated to do something like that. From the beginning, it had been whispered that Kinzo had built a mansion on this island specifically because of the existence of an entrancing mistress.
親父を尊敬してる夏日さんには悪いが、だいぶ昔からそういう噂はあったんだよな。
I'm sorry, Natsuhi. I know how much you respect Dad, but that rumor's been around for a long time.
親父は自分一人でこの六軒島の設備すべてを作り上げた。
All the buildings on Brokenjima were built by Dad on his own. Now, does this mean that he told the builders to do it? Or are you saying this man fucking did a barn raising?
That would be hilarious if he did.
It would. Granted,
Like fucking 30, like 40-year-old Kinzo just like hoofing it around with fucking timber on his shoulders.
mm-hmm. I mean, man's built, you know, if he's built like Battler or Rudolph, where he was built like a hit brick house, which I think Genji did kind of say that Battler resembled a younger Kinzo,
Mm-hmm.
then I could kind of see it. Like, he would need help from someone like Genji, but they could do some shit.
It would also take years to build a fucking house on your own, though, so...
That's also true.
It takes like a professional fucking like crew, like 6 months, so...
Yeah. But, yeah, I suppose if he had it all built with his sole supervision, that's different. Because the builders wouldn't know to go, hey, why are there 2 mansions? Or whatever. Or why is there this house here not connected by any sort of road? They would have just built what they were told to build, received their generous amount of money, including probably hush money, and just fuck off.
Yeah, like go fucking retire for a while, you know? It's like, go have some fun.
Yeah.
屋敷の中には親父しかわからない仕掛けや 隠し部屋なんかがあるんじゃないかって初めから疑われてたし。
People have always guessed that he had some contraption or secret room set up in this mansion that only he knew
俺
about.
たちの知らない秘密の屋敷がこの島のどこかに隠されてるんじゃないかともずっと囁かれてた。
And it's always been whispered that hidden somewhere on this island there's a secret mansion none of us know about.
そうね。地図上は小さな島かもしれないけれど、後宮家だけが住むには
Thank you.
広大すぎる島だわ。
Holy shit.
Yes, they've acknowledged it.
Finally. God damn.
I see, this island might look small on a map, but it's quite large for just the Ushiramiya family to live on.
そして未開の森のどこかに愛人を住まわせるための隠し屋敷を作ったかもしれないと、そう思われてたのね。
Some people have suspected that he built a secret mansion somewhere in the uncivilized forest for his mistress to live in.
ずいぶんスケールの大きな話ね。
That would be quite a large-scale scheme.
最初はそれはこの屋敷の中じゃないかと言われてた。秘密の地下とかがあったりして、そこに豪華な隠し部屋があり、あの肖像画の魔女が隠れ住んでるんじゃないかとかな。
In the beginning, people thought it might be somewhere inside this mansion, that there might be a hidden basement with a fabulous hidden room where the witch in that portrait was secretly hiding.
親父の書斎の凝ったオートロックの仕掛けとかを見てると、
After seeing that intricate auto lock on Dad's study, it isn't too hard to imagine, right? Yeah, that's fair. Like, absolutely you could do a bookcase door or whatever.
何しろ莫大な黄金をどこか秘密の場所に秘密の仕掛けで隠したと吹聴する親父殿だ。
After all, Father did spread the rumor that a large amount of gold was hidden somewhere by some mechanism.
この屋敷とてまだ我々の知らぬ隠し部屋があったとしても驚くには足りんね。
Wouldn't be surprised if there existed some hidden room inside this very mansion that none of us know about yet.
お母様は存命中。よくお父様の不在をついて屋敷内をしらみつぶしに探し
Yeah,
回ってた
again,
わ
just
ね。
like to repeat what I said earlier. This is 7.95 square kilometers of space on this fucking island. And only like a little bit is taken up by the fucking mansion. There's a lot of space.
Yep. When Mother was alive, she would often scour the entire mansion searching for Father when he wasn't anywhere to be found.
ルドルフが言ったことをお母様も疑ってたのよ。
Mother also suspected what Rudolph just
ど
said.
こかに秘密の扉や階段があって、その中に金髪の愛人が隠れていると信じていたわ。
She believed there was a hidden door or stairway somewhere that his blonde-haired mistress was hidden behind it. Wasn't hard to believe that, but there was some. It's hard to believe, but there are some actual examples in other countries of people cheating with someone over a period of several decades by making them live in a hidden attic room.
Fuck.
Yeah.
I was swearing at my knee popping.
Ow.
I don't even know if like me swearing made it to my stream, but like I just like swearing at my breath over here. Apparently the Discord picked it up.
Yep. Furthermore, Kinzo had a mansion this extravagant. It's possible to suspect the existence of a hidden room.
六軒島の魔女伝説って私の聞いてた話では子供たちが未開の森に入り込まないようにって言って作った怖がらせるためのおとぎ話だったんだけど
From what I've heard, the legend of the Rokenjima witch was just a fairy tale made up to scare children away from the uncivilized forest.
なんだかそれだけじゃないって気がしてきたわ
That is starting to sound like there's a little more to the story.
まあ何しろ後宮の屋敷以外に何もない寂しい島だからな。俺やローザがガキの頃はそりゃ雷雨の夜に森から聞こえてくる木々のざわめきに怯えたもんさ。
Well, as you know, this is a lonely island without anything but the Ushiromiya family mansion on it. When Rose and I were little brats on stormy nights, we got so scared by the sound of trees rustling in the direction of the forest.
Okay, so, quick question. Do we know if Beatrice was bound to this island at the same time that she made the deal with Kinzo for the gold?
I don't think so. I don't think we know.
That was 30 years ago when she was bound to the island.
Uh-huh.
That means the Ushiromiya family still had enough money for Kinzo to build the fucking mansion here before that. Because what Rudolph is saying is, like, when he was a kid, like a brat, so, like 15 years or younger. And he's like 46 or some shit.
Yeah.
Let's see. What's your age, buddy? It doesn't say. But, I mean, I'm sure it says on the wiki, but I don't actually want to open up the page. I was hoping that it would just show on the search.
Yeah, but anyway, he's Kinzo's third child.
Yeah, and, like, I know Rosa is in her late 30s, and then Ava is like 49 or 52 or something like that.
She's 50 exactly. Ava's 50.
Okay, so 50.
Yeah, and Rudolph is closer in age to Ava than he is to Rosa.
Okay, so he's probably like 47 or something like that. So, like, if he was scared on this island as a child, then this mansion's been here for at least 40 years. So if Kinzo made the deal and bound Beatrice at the same time, then the Ushiromiya family still had at least a little bit of money left.
Yeah. But probably we'd have to guess then that these were two separate events. The first, he got the gold, then he built the businesses back up and bought the island.
And then bound her afterwards, yeah.
Yeah.
That's my assumption as well, because otherwise how would there be a fucking legend of the witch in the forest, like, before she was even here?
Yeah, exactly. We had this crazy delusion that something weird might be looking out at us from between those trees. It's only natural for a brat to think of stuff like that. But when Rosa and I complained about it, some people figured it was something more than a brat's imagination. Isn't that right?
私や兄さんはこの島に隠れ住んでいる愛人が人目を忍んで出歩いていたのを偶然あんたたちが目撃したのではないかと考えていたわ。
Yeah, Kraus and I thought you might have coincidentally spotted Father's mistress, living in secrecy on the island as she went out for a walk when no one was looking.
もちろん、お母様もね。
Of course, Mother felt the same.
古い使用人たちの中にも深夜の屋敷内に肖像画の魔女が徘徊しているというような怪談が語られて。
Okay, so the smaller portrait must have existed beforehand or something.
Yeah, there's probably been a few portraits around, but like this bigger one was just commissioned recently, like as a copy or something, I'm sure.
Yeah, because I imagine that Kinzo's actual wife would have had a fucking aneurysm at, like, the bigger portrait being made. Even among the older servants, you often heard that ghost story about how the witch of the portrait wanders the mansion at midnight.
私はそれを表向き怪談として笑い捨てていたが、内心は秘密の愛人の存在を十分に疑っていたよ。
Outwardly, I laughed it off as just a ghost story, but on the inside, I suspected very much that it hinted at the existence of a hidden mistress.
となると、この島に19人目の何者かがいるかもしれないってのは、全くバカバカしい話でもないっちゅうことなんか。
In that case, you're saying that the existence of a 19th person might not be completely ridiculous? Yes,
Do we know
Hideyoshi.
how long ago Kinzo's wife died?
No.
Okay. Sad.
いや、むしろどこかにいるかもしれないわけか。
It's been more than 2 years, that's all we can really say. At least for right now. We'll probably get a better timeline a bit later. In that case, you're saying that the existence of a 19th person might not be completely ridiculous. That they might actually be somewhere around here?
よくルドルフさんの言う悪魔の証明というやつになったわね。
Sounds like one of those devil's proofs that Rudolph's always talking about.
19人目がいることは証明可能だけれど、19人目が存在しないことは証明不能。
Might be possible to prove that there is a 19th person, but it's impossible to prove that a 19th person doesn't exist.
私たちはベアトリーチェという名の人物が島のどこかに潜んでいることを前提に議論を進めるべき。
Should we continue this discussion under the assumption that there is a person named Beatrice hiding somewhere on this island?
危機管理の基本としては正しいな。いるわけがないと思うよりは、いるかもしれないと用心する方が。
That's a good plan from the perspective of risk management.
Oh my god, I've been waiting so long for this. I've been waiting 3 months for them to, like, catch up to me. Please.
It's probably much more prudent to say she might exist rather than saying she couldn't exist.
そうやな。すまん。ちょいと不用心が過ぎたわ。
I see. Sorry, I was a bit careless.
ローザさん、さっきは笑ってすまんかったな。
Rosa, sorry for laughing just now.
別に気にしてないです。
It's fine. I don't mind. Yoshi apologized deeply for taking the worst case scenario lightly, despite calling himself the
Thank you
president
for the
of the
raid.
company.
Welcome on in, everyone. It's one of my old friends. Just made it.
Welcome in, folks.
Yeah, I've never actually asked, but I've always been curious. What is Redensky? Is it like one of your previous screen names or something? Let's see for a second. Is my chat broken? No, it's not. What's going on? Well, we can see reading at least for now. I thought it was a scene in there for a second.
Yeah. Silence fell again, preparing for the existence of a 19th person, with being in effect acknowledging the presence of some unknown person hidden on this island. Since this person might be planning something shady, it's only natural that the conversation would turn in an ominous direction.
親父殿はかつて不意に所在を知らせずに姿を消すことがあった。
In the past, Father would sometimes suddenly disappear without telling anyone where he went.
何しろ静寂を好むお人だからな。
After all, he is a man who values silence.
わざと所在を知らせず、どこかの書庫に閉じこもっているなどということは、別に不思議なことではなかったよ。
Wouldn't have been out of the ordinary for him to shut himself up in some library room after purposefully not telling anyone where he was going.
しかし、魔女伝説が愛人説にすり替わり、やがてそれは、こっそり愛人のもとへ通っているのではないかと囁かれるようになった。
However, when the witch theory was slowly refined into the theory about his mistress, people eventually whispered that he was secretly going back and forth to see her.
末期のお袋は疑心暗鬼の塊だったからな。突然大騒ぎして使用人たちに緊急事態だから今すぐ親父を探せなんて騒ぎ始めることがあったっけ。
Mom was totally paranoid in her last years. She'd sometimes suddenly start making a fuss, asking the servants to start looking for Dad immediately because of some urgent situation. So, honestly, she probably died, like, 30 or so years ago. Like, before, Rudolph
I
became
kind of
of
want to look it
age.
up, but I don't want spoilers.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I think we're gonna have to wait on this. Because, like, even I don't know the answer to this.
Yeah, unless someone in chat knows, like, because I don't think as much spoilers to say like how long ago this woman died without
晩年のお
context.
母様はそんなことばかりだったから、未だにその怖い雰囲気が拭えないわ。
Yes, that did happen sometimes. Mother was always doing things like that in her later years. And that frightening atmosphere still hasn't gone away.
今だから言える。かわいそうな人だったわ。
I can say it for certain now, she was a person to be pitied.
それでその大々的な家探しの結果、何か見つかったか？
And what happened with those large-scale searches of the house? Did they find anything?
いいえ、隠し部屋はおろか、一度たりともお父様が発見されたことはないわ。そしていつも、それからだいぶ時間が経ってからひょっこりと、どこからか姿を現すの。
No, father wasn't caught foolishly in a hidden room even once. Always after a long time had passed, he would suddenly show up somewhere.
どこかの書庫で昼寝していたとか、風に誘われて浜辺を散歩していたとか、なんとか言ってね。
Then he'd say that he'd taken a nap in some library room, or that the wind had summoned him to take a walk on the beach. Yeah, and
like it's Kinzo, so like doubt, but also at the same time, okay, fair enough.
Yeah, and looking at the drop cranes, it's about like 1.6% still, so I think
Okay, yeah, so that's good. Holding steady and not having any more issues. No more scuffed week.
Yeah, no more scuff leak. And in fact, I can see just from Captioner. Yeah, so yeah, Captioner's doing good.
It hasn't died for me yet. Of course, I just fucking jinxed it by saying that, but...
Yeah. Yeah, like, just when I looked over at it, it decided to freeze up on me. But I think that's just, like, my screen freezing and not the stream freezing.
Yeah, it could be. So it seems fine on my end. Very occasionally buffering, but...
Yeah, that's exactly it. I just needed to refresh it. It was just not happy with the fact that I suddenly took a look at it.
It's got stage fright.
Yeah.
でも、それらの場所はいずれも使用人たちが必ず探している場所。
But it was always some place where the servants had already looked.
お父様がどこに行っていたのかはいつもわからなかった。
We never knew where father had gone.
当時からお父様はオカルトに傾倒していることが有名だったから。
Even at that time, grandfather was famous for his occult inclinations.
一部の使用人たちは蝶にでも化けてバラ庭園を待っていたのだろうなんて嘘吹いていた。
So some of the servants exaggerated, saying that he might have turned into butterflies and danced around the rose garden.
She definitely did not say grandfather there.
Yeah.
That's just like an issue with like I don't like probably the person who made the mod, maybe.
Yeah, either the person that made the mod or something, but yeah. Yeah, did not have.
Because she definitely said the word for father, not grandfather. So.
Yeah.
つまり、お父さんは誰も知らないどこかへ姿を消すことが頻繁にあったのね。
So in short, father frequently disappeared and no one knew where he went.
ああ、どんなに屋敷中を探しても見つからないんだから、親父は屋敷の外へ行っているのだろうという見解になった。
Yeah, since we couldn't find him, no matter how much we looked inside the mansion, we got more and more sure that Dad might have been somewhere outside.
だが、 屋敷の外ったって、それとなると残るのは広大な森だ。
But the area outside the mansion isn't large at all, which leaves only the forest. Because, yeah, even the guest house wasn't around during that time.
Yeah, the guest house was only built a couple of years ago, right?
Yeah. Yeah, like, at some point less than 6 years ago.
それで森の魔女伝説と融合してできた仮説はこうだった。
And if you tie that in with the legend of the witch, you get a theory like this.
親父は実は森のどこかに隠し屋敷を作っていて、
Father actually built a hidden mansion somewhere in the forest.
そこにベアトリーチェという名の愛人を住まわせていて、時折通っているんじゃないかってわけだ。
Side of which, a mistress by the name of Beatrice lived, and he sometimes went to see her.
私も当時は若くてね、親父殿の浮気の現場を抑えてやろうと意気込み、表へ出る親父の後をつけようとしたことがある。
I was also young at the time. I was so eager to find where Father was having his affair that at one time I followed him when he went outside. Okay, so Krause was a young lad at the time. So yeah, their mom.
So this is definitely like a long time ago. Like,
yeah, his
40 years probably.
Yeah, their mom has been dead for a while, which means she was either older than Kinzo, which I kind of doubt, or she had some sort of illness. Would be the two most likely, anyway.
もちろん失敗したよ。親父は表へ出るとき異様に人目を嫌い、誰かに見られてないか警戒していた。
Of course, it was a failure. Every time Father went out, he was oddly intent on avoiding places where he might be seen. Was extremely careful to prevent anyone from spotting
それ
him.
こそ異常なくらいにね。
He was extraordinarily earnest in his attempts to do so.
だから逆に確信したよ。
But that actually made me sure.
家人に知られてはならぬ理由で出かけているに違いないとね。
He must have been going out for some reason that the members of his family couldn't know about.
そら愛人のところへ出かけるんや。
And that'd be going to meet his mistress.
人目も忍ぶやろな。
Probably trying to avoid being seen. You're seeing Hideyoshi nod and say yes, yes, as though this was quite obvious. Ava let out a little sullen.
まあとにかく西洋かぶれのお父様が自分の夢をまるでスケッチブックに描くみたいに実現したのがこの島なのよ。
Well, anyway, this island was like a sketchbook in which Father, with his Western obsession, could draw out all of his dreams.
すべてがお父様の思い通りの島。
Everything about this island was exactly how Father wanted it.
愛人を住まわせる隠し屋敷があっても何の不思議もない。
Wouldn't be odd at all if there was a hidden mansion somewhere for his mistress to live in. Ava's words spoke for what all of the siblings had come to think. For a while, the room returned to silence again, and everyone listened to the sound of the wind and rain. You know, at some point, it feels like all the siblings should have just grabbed walkie-talkies and just scour the place and look for the supposed mansion.
Like, or hired people to do it. Something.
Yeah, or just, literally hire surveyors. Like, that's a actual job people do.
Just like survey this island so we know what's on it.
Yeah. And they could have
Like,
done
we
this
own
for
it, but we
years.
haven't actually touched the fucking forest at all. So, like, come on, get over here.
Yeah. And they would have found anything within days. Was there a hidden mansion on this island, and had Kinzo's mistress been living there and hiding for a long, long time? Everyone thought they were being too suspicious, and they hesitated for a long time without speaking. But everyone shared a common opinion. Kiri, who had been listening the whole time with her eyes closed, spoke to no one in particular.
そのお父様の愛人の噂はいつ頃から？
How long has this rumor about father's mistress been around?
この島に引っ越してきた当初からだから。
Okay.
あれこれ30年くらい前だな。
As soon as we moved to this island about 30 years ago.
What are you talking about, Rudolph? You were nearly an adult then! I don't know if there's just like a translation issue or like Ryukishi didn't think about the numbers very much.
何しろ隠し屋敷の工事なんて俺たちが島に来ちまったら無理だろう。
Yeah, unless he's younger than I think he is. As soon as we moved to this island. After all, it probably would have been impossible for him to have a hidden mansion built while we were here. That part's true. You would kind of go, hey, why are the builders going that way?
Yeah, you'd fucking notice.
機材の出入りがあるもんな。
Lay down, Ember.
People and materials would have to be going in and out.
すぐにバレちまうさ。
It would have been exposed quickly.
だから可能だとしたら。
So, if it was possible, it happened before we moved here.
多分俺たちがまだ小田原に住んでいた頃にこの屋敷の工事と一緒に済ましていたんだろう。
It probably could have been built along with its mansion when we were still living in Odawara.
お父様は家族生活と愛人との生活の2つを両立させようと最初から想定していたと考えるのが妥当なんでしょうね。
Since father had to set up a double life with his family and his mistress, it's probably reasonable to assume that he had it all planned from the beginning.
多
Lay
分
down, Ember.
愛人との関係は小田原時代にまで遡るでしょうし。
And his relationship with that mistress probably went back to the days when we lived in Odawara.
だろう。親父殿が言うように、後ろ宮家復興の軍資金となった莫大な黄金が彼女によってもたらされたとするなら。
Probably, if, as father says, she is the source of the vast amount of gold he used to gain the funds that resurrected the Ushiromiya family.
小田原時代にはもう信仰があったと見るべきだろう。
We could probably conclude that they had a close relationship since Odawara.
莫大な黄金を貸し付けられるだけの信頼関係だ。
A relationship trusting enough for her to lend him a vast quantity of gold.
どれほどの古い縁か想像もつかん
I
ね。
can't even imagine how old that relationship must have been.
おそらくお父様が事業で成功する上で何か貴重な助言をしてくれたのでしょう。
Natsuhi, please.
Natsuhi! Perhaps father gave her some kind of valuable advice for succeeding in business.
それに恩を感じ、その人物が黄金を与えてくれたというような言い方をしたと考えるのが自然です。
But the amount of gold that we're talking about here is way more than that.
Yeah.
I'd like to pay someone some amount of gold or, cash or whatever the fuck for helping you out, but
Yeah, like...
the amount of gold we're talking about is truly absurd.
Yeah, like... Kinzo could have been a modern Mansa Musa.
That's how much fucking gold he's got. Like, it's absurd. Ridiculous. It's natural to think that out of a sense of gratitude for that, this person gave father the gold.
そうと考えれば、その後も信仰があったのは当然でしょう。
If you think about it that way, it's obvious that they would have had a close relationship after that.
それはおそらく愛人というただれた関係ではなく、後ろ宮家の危機を救った恩人としてに違いありません。
As they say where I'm from, porque no los dos.
Yeah.
Rather than a festering relationship with a mistress, it was probably a relationship of gratitude to the person who saved the Ushiromiya family from its crisis.
夏希さんの言うのも一理あるかもわからんな。
I don't know if what Natsuhi's saying has a ring of truth to it or not.
だが仮にそうでも隠し屋敷を作って住まわせるってのはちょいと行き過ぎた話やろな。
But even in that case, isn't building a hidden mansion and having her live in it going a bit too far?
Yeah, but Hideyoshi, you don't actually know if there's a real fucking hidden mansion or not. You're just assuming there is.
Doesn't that mean they felt something a bit more than gratitude?
まあ全ては憶測だ。第一、その隠し屋敷は誰も見つけたことがね。
Well, this is all just speculation. In the first place, no one's ever found that hidden mansion.
兄貴はこの島をリゾート開発する気なんだろ。
Or else, you were planning on expanding this island into a resort, right?
その際にひょっこり見つかるかもしれねえぜ。
As you were doing that, you didn't manage to stumble on it by chance, did you?
案外そこに黄金もあったりするかも。
Maybe you even bumped into some gold there too.
お前は六軒島を宝島か何かだとでも思っているのかね。
Do you think Rokenjima is Treasure Island or something?
Yeah, kinda. The gold's here somewhere.
Little bit, yeah.
It's the kind of amount of gold that would like ruin the global gold economy if you sold it all at once.
Yep.
So like, yeah, a little bit.
とぼけないでよ。兄さんがリゾート開発と称して島の全域調査を計上しようとしてたのを知ってるのよ。
Don't play dumb. We know that although you say you're opening a resort, you have really been planning to investigate the entire island, right? I mean, you should do that anyway, considering Kinzo's not doing it.
Yeah, like again, it's 8 square kilometers. There could be a lot of shit here. You need to survey it. Please.
Judging by all that trouble and confusion we were talking about earlier, you haven't been very successful, have you?
なんだか知らんが誤解だな。
I don't know what you're talking about, but it's a misunderstanding.
島の調査はリゾート化の第一段階として極めて当然のことだ。
Isn't it perfectly natural that investigating this island would be the first step in turning it into a resort? I mean, yeah, you would be looking at the resources you have available.
And like where the most appropriate place to like build the resort is, right? Like,
yeah. Because you would presumably still be living in the mansion itself.
it means you would definitely want like a path that doesn't lead to the mansion. Like you don't want the path that leads to the resort to go by your mansion, you know?
Yeah. House tried to play dumb, but it was plainly obvious to his siblings who knew him so well. House was definitely sure of the existence of a hidden mansion. Under the pretense of opening a resort, he had been closely investigating the island, searching for a clue to the location of the hidden gold. Couldn't tell whether that conviction was just him overthinking things, whether it was based on some physical proof. Still, Kraus was
got a
all
gold
this guy
bar.
was sure. That was enough proof for the other siblings to be sure too.
How much did those fucking gold ingots weigh again? I think it was like 10 kilos.
Something like that, yeah.
It's a lot of goddamn gold.
It was a lot of gold. A story about
I'd honestly
witch
be
living
very
in a
tempted to
forest.
just like cut it up like a piece of cake.
Absolutely.
So, like pure gold is actually quite soft, and you can just like sort of cut it.
Mm-hmm.
Not easily, mind you, but you can just like get like a wedge, basically, just slice it up.
Yep. Admittedly, like, you would be better with, like, a table saw or something, but...
Oh, yeah.
The story about a witch living in a forest is obviously a fairy tale.
森の中に誰も知らない屋敷があって金髪の姉ちゃんがひっそり隠れ住んどるっちゅうのも十分おとぎ話やな。
But the story about some blonde-haired girl living secretly in a mansion no one knows about in the middle of the forest isn't much better. But it is possible.
Hideyoshi, like, this person wouldn't be a girl to you. She'd be, like, old enough to be your mother.
Yeah.
そうね。シチュエーションだけだったらまるで童話か何かみたいね。 ローザ、そういうの好きでしょ。
That's right. That really would be just like a fairy tale.
Avo, shut the fuck up.
You like those, don't you, Rosa? well...
The fuck's that got anything to do with anything? Come on.
When the mansion was built on this island, Father was at the height of his prosperity. With his money, he could probably obtain anything, make any of his wild imaginings real. A mansion in the forest where a witch quietly waits. Sounds like the kind of situation Father would like.
That's because he definitely fucking would.
Doesn't it? Like something from the occult or a fairy tale. Feels like Dad's kind of hobby. This island, on which the Ushiro family had lived for 30 years now, a hidden mansion that no one knew about had been quietly built to house a witch, about whom nothing was known except that what could be guessed from a portrait. Even this hastily thrown together theory might not be completely delusional, considering all of Kinzo's strange habits and his vast wealth.
お父さんがそういう夢を思い描いて隠し屋敷を建てることは不可能じゃないかもしれない。
Might not have been impossible for Father to build a hidden mansion to satisfy his dreams.
でも現実的な話。
However, let's be realistic.
その隠し屋敷に愛する女性を不自由なく何十年にもわたって住まわせることなんて可能なのかしら。
Would it be possible to house his beloved woman in that hidden mansion for decades without it becoming inconvenient?
さあ、愛さえあれば可能なんじゃない？
Well, if there was love, it could have been doable, right?
愛する女性が健やかに過ごせるような設備を
Think of the facilities needed to let its beloved woman live healthily.
それもお父さんなりのね。
And in a way that would satisfy Father.
それはたとえ規模が小さかったとしても趣向を凝らした快適な邸宅に違いない。
For example, even if it was on a small scale, it would have to be an intricate and pleasant residence.
そしてそれを維持するには電気、ガス、水道。
And you would probably need to have electricity, gas, and running water maintained.
あるいは身の回りの世話に人間も必要かもしれない。
As well as some people to see to her needs.
食事の世話だって大変でしょうね。
Even cooking would be quite
She has
difficult.
demons for that. She got a whole bunch of demons for that. She don't need people.
日用品。
She would need clothes and makeup, the daily necessities.
女の身の回りは簡単じゃないわ。
The needs of a woman aren't simple.
Fuck off with that misogyny!
Yep.
それだけのものを家人にも使用人にも悟らせずに維持することって
I'm trying to fucking
可
like
能なのかしら。
stretch and wake my body back up. Hey, Kiri, stop it massaging.
Yeah. Would it be possible to maintain all of that without any of the family or the servants noticing? When you say it that way, it sure sounds like a weak point in our theory. But that isn't enough to get rid of my feeling that Dad might have been able to do it anyway. After all, it's Dad we're talking about.
そうね、あのお父様だものね。
That's right, it's our father.
お父様はやり遂げることは何があってもやり遂げます。
If father wanted to succeed in an endeavor, he would succeed no matter what.
常人には難しいから無理だろうという理由は、お父様に関してだけは当てはまらないでしょう。
Saying that something would be difficult for a normal person and therefore impossible doesn't apply when it comes to father.
Indeed, you should never underestimate Father. Father's madness can't be understood by normal people. I wouldn't put it past that, Kinzo. As long as you stick to this phrase, A considerable amount of credibility can dwell in any absurd story. However, that didn't cause the importance of what Kiri had said to waver. This was different from stealthily raising a kitten in a cardboard box and keeping it a secret from your parents. Taking care of a person in secret over a period of 30 years would be an incalculably massive task.
Didn't we learn in the last loop that people thought that Beatrice was dead? It has been for a while.
Yes.
I don't remember, like, who we learned that from.
Genji said that.
Okay, so, like, these chuckle fucks probably haven't heard that story yet.
Exactly, because it was something he said under kind of distress. We're trying to resolve the situation.
Mm-hmm.
After all, Father's legend of the golem started before he gained possession of Rokenjima. That'd mean his relationship with his mistress was over 30 years long. How old would that make her? In the worst case, he could be as old as us, or older, right?
In the worst case? Hideyoshi! Hold on. Just like reverse that for a second, because if their relationship lasted more than 30 years, and it's in the worst case that they're their age, that means she was like fucking 18.
Yeah.
That's the worst case, Hideyoshi. What are you talking about, buddy?
Yeah. I think probably it was a word not like worst, but in the... I'm trying to think of a good English word for this, but like on the side of how old she would be now. On the older side, she would be at least as old as us, if not older.
I should hope so.
Yeah.
Because that's...
Yeah, I don't think he thinks that
considering Kinzo at this time was like fucking in his 40s, maybe 50s even. I don't know exactly, but like definitely in that area. Ugh.
Yeah, so I don't think Hideyoshi is saying it'd be worse for him to have a lover as old as him now. Just, it is the case with someone older. Like, she would not look like the portrait, is what I think he's getting at.
I hope so. I hope that's what he's getting at.
Yeah, by that age, the body starts to break down. I don't care what the mansion's like. I wouldn't use the word agreeable to describe living in a place where people's eyes can't reach, almost like she was under house arrest. Yeah, at least for most people.
A little bit about like how it's probably been for Beatrice this whole time.
Yeah.
そうね。お父様が語るベアトリーチェについての話が正しいなら、その縁は当時は魅惑的な若い女性だったかもしれないけど、今は私たちと同格のタフな食えない女と考えるのが妥当でしょうね。
That's right. If what Father told us about Beatrice is true, then that relationship has lasted for over 30 years. She might have been a charming young woman at the time, but it probably makes sense to assume she's an old bag like us now.
手紙の内容からも、それは容易に想像できるわ。
I can easily imagine that, given the contents of that letter.
お前が言うか。
You should talk. Krauss laughed as if none of this applied to him. Of course, Ava was offended, but she didn't strike back.
よせよ、兄貴。そして俺たちの想像が本当なら、親父の遺産問題に彼女は胸を張って参加したいはずなんだ。
Witted Krauss. So, if everything were thinking's true, then she should be joining in on Dad's inheritance problem with her head held high.
何しろ、お袋と違い、相思相愛だった可能性が高い。
After all, there's a good chance their love was mutual, unlike with Mom.
本人には愛人の自覚と同時に正妻としての誇りもあるかもしれない。
Even if she knows she's his mistress, she might also be proud to be his true wife.
それはお母様への侮辱にあたりますよ。
That is an insult to mother. Yeah, like,
すまん。
it was kind of aimed that way, I'm sure.
親父とお袋が親戚の長老たちによる政略結婚だったことは誰もが知ってる。
Yeah, sorry. However, everyone knows that it was a political marriage decided on by the elders among his relatives.
だからこそ、親父に愛人がいてもおかしくないと確信できるわけだがな。
Because of that, it definitely wouldn't be strange for Dad to have a mistress. The family sank after the Great Kanto earthquake. Father was set up as Ushiromiya family head against his will. However, in the beginning, the elder relatives treated Kinzo like a dummy and influenced him powerfully, almost like he was a puppet. He wasn't permitted to decide
1923, by the
anything.
way. The Great Kanto earthquake in 1923. So Kinzo is probably like 79 to 84. Somewhere in there right now.
Yeah. He wasn't permitted to decide anything by himself, not even his marriage partner. Ever since he met that golden witch Beatrice in those distant days, Kinzo's legend of the gold was quickly embellished into something dramatic. In other words, it could mean Kinzo really did find a woman he loved. She also knew the whole story, and if they weren't marriage partners, it wouldn't have been odd for her to consider herself his true wife inside her heart. And now the person registered as his true wife was already dead.
となると、財産権どころか、家督争いにも食い込む気満々ってことになるで。
Which means she might feel confident staking her claim not just for the rights to his assets, but regarding the battle over the headship, too.
なるほどな。この手紙の趣旨が少しだけ見えてきたよ。
I see. I'm starting to see the purpose of this letter.
碑文の謎を解く者に家督を。
The headship goes to the one who solves the riddle of the epitaph.
そういう意味か。
Is that what it means?
It said as much. Damn it.
I think he's...
その序列はお父様の血を直接引かない以上子供に劣る。
I think he's implying what Ava's filling in now is that by the family ranking system, she would be inferior even to the children. Let me actually read the whole thing. Even if that mistress was added to the family ranking system, she isn't a direct relative of father, so she'd be inferior even to the children.
つまり序列はローザより一つ下ね。
In other words, she'd be one step below Rosa in rank.
とても家督争いに加われるようなレベルじゃないわ。
That wouldn't be a good position to enter the battle for the headship from.
The fuck are you talking about, Ava? She would be below Maria, not Rosa in rank.
Yeah. But either way, Krause's point in his mutterings there is this just all a setup for her to come with the gold, having known already where it is, and say, haha, mine, I get the headship?
Could be, but I think that letter had said something about that.
Well, yeah, the letter says whoever finds the gold gets the headship, but Krause's opinion is it's rigged.
No, I mean that like Beatrice can't do that because she already fucking knows where it is.
Nope, the letter doesn't say anything like that. It does say
No,
that...
I remember her saying, like, actually her saying that at some point, though.
Yeah, absolutely. Like,
Where she just sort of like hit him with a shrug. It's just like, well, I already know where it is.
Yeah.
It's just, the riddle's for you guys, not me.
Yeah, she said that at some point. Probably.
Okay, that's probably what I was thinking of then.
But yeah, the letter itself just says that she wins if they don't find the gold in time. But Krause's opinion might be, oh, he's there with the gold, and she's going to say she found the gold, so she wins anyway.
Yeah, but it gave her win condition, though. Like, the implication of her having the win condition of no one else finding it means that she can't turn in the gold as proof of her own victory, because that's not her win condition.
Yeah, but these people are all right bastards, so they think someone would pull something like that.
I guess.
そういうことか。魔女の碑文を解けば、序列に関係なく家督が告げる。
I see, so that's it. If someone can solve the witch's riddle, they'll get the headship regardless of rank.
全く可能性のないベアトリーチェにとって、最も有利な条件ってわけだ。
In other words, it's the most advantageous condition Beatrice could possibly get, since she's got no chance otherwise. The revival of the Ushiremiya family was made possible by the gold Beatrice had bestowed. That was quite a distinguishing service she had provided. She had built that wealth together with Kenzo, so it was natural that she would think of herself as the one who should inherit it. Would also be natural for her to despise the thought of giving it up to the children of the wife Kenzo never loved.
ずうずうしいにも程があります。仮に愛人が実在したとしても、当主継承権を争うなど、身の程をわきまえぬ暴挙です。
Yeah, she's kind of swallowed this whole situation rather than raging against it.
Like I need like a rolled up newspaper, and every time she says something about someone being impudent or something like that, just swat her with it real quick, just right in the back of the head. Like give her a good little thwack.
Yeah. But yeah, she's kind of accepted this lot rather than raging against it.
Ugh. How could you be so impudent? Impudent? Impudent. Sorry, just fucking put the wrong letter in there, apparently. Thanks, tongue. Even if such a mistress actually exists, joining in on the battle for the rights to the head's inheritance would be a reckless action far above her place.
なんという身の程知らず。
What disregard for her own position. Bitch!
Natsuki turned red, her fist quivering. He had also
Classist shit.
She had also come into the Ushirimiya register due to complicated circumstances. Those who knew that understood more or less why she was so angry for the sake of Kinzo's dead wife.
まあ、その暴挙のおかげで、私たちにも公平にチャンスがあるわけなんだけど、ねえ。
Well, thanks to that reckless action of hers, we all have an even chance now, right?
それにお父様はこの暴挙を黙認されている。
Father has even given it his silent approval.
後ろ宮家を継ぐのは愛人ベアトリーチェか、愛はなくとも血を受け継ぐ私たちか。
Will the person who succeeded the Ushirimiya family be his mistress, Beatrice, or one of us, the relatives he doesn't love?
それを争わせて確かめたいというのでしょうね。
Maybe he wants to make us struggle over that to see who's worthy. Zeva giggled roguishly. Krause shrugged his shoulders and looked away.
でもその条件を向こうが出してきたということは、向こうは十分な勝算があるということじゃないのかしら。
However, since she's the one who brought this rule to light in the first place, maybe that means it gives her a significant advantage.
それもそうや。
That's right. In the first place, if Beatrice meant that letter literally, then she's Father's alchemist.
つまり黄金の管理者や。
In other words, she's the manager of his gold.
その隠し場所を知っていても何の不思議もないやないか。
Wouldn't be strange at all if she knew where it was hidden, would it?
こらひどい話やで。答えを知っている謎々を出してきたも同じや。
That's how most people give riddles, Hideyoshi.
Yeah, like you can't give a riddle not knowing the answer. That's not how riddles work.
Isn't that harsh? It's like she's giving us a riddle she knows the answer to.
これでシャーシャーと現れて、これが答えや。家督はいただきやで、なんて言われたら。
She'll probably show up rudely, say, hey, here's the answer, I'll take the headship now,
わしらすべてかっぱらわれちまうわ。
and snatch everything away from us.
そうね。謎々の出題者は常に正解を知っているものよ。
Okay. So, Hideyoshi probably said something less silly.
I hope so. Please gods, I hope so.
That's right, the person who brings up a riddle always knows the
こ
answer.
れは私たちから全てを奪うために作られた罠の可能性が高いわ。
There's a good chance that this is all a trap to steal everything from us.
そこまで考えると、そもそも彼女が本当に黄金を持っているかどうかは怪しいと思わんかね。
Think about it like that, don't you start to doubt whether she really had any gold in the first
な
place?
ぜ我々にその存在を
Browse, you fucking smug shitbag.
You know she has the gold, you bastard.
Yeah.
Whether she really had the gold in the first place, why would she tell us about it?
黙って着服すればよいもの。
All she had to do was keep quiet and embezzle it.
確かにおかしな話だな。
Really is strange. That certainly was the case. The epitaph showed the way to the hidden gold. Why would she challenge them to try and solve it? They actually did solve it. Wouldn't the gold all be stolen from her? Could it be that this person was trying to stir the siblings up so they'd solve the epitaph and then plan to steal it away at the last second? It was an extremely logical possibility.
いいえ、チェス盤をひっくり返して考えれば、黄金を実際に持っている可能性は低くないかも
Thank
し
you,
れない。
Carrie. I still don't like your fucking chessboard thinking ass shit because it's ridiculous, but also, thank you.
No, if you spin the chessboard around, there might be a pretty good chance that they actually do have the gold.
どうしてそんなことが断言できるのよ。
Why are you so certain?
待て姉貴。キリエ、続きを話してくれ。
Wait, Ava. Kiri, please keep talking.
どうしてそう思うんだ。
Why do you think that?
だって私たちは魔女の碑文なんていう謎々の答えを教えられたくらいで、
After all, do they really think we'll let go of the Ushiromiya family headship
本気で後ろ宮家の家督を明け渡す気？
just because someone tells us the answer to the riddle in the witch's epitaph?
謎々の答えに感服して降参を？
That we'll be so impressed by their answer that we'll just give up?
そらまあ、それもそうやな。謎々の答えを教えられたくらいで、わしらがあっさり降参して。
Well, that's true. No way they're so naive that they assumed we'd just give up after being told the answer to a riddle.
家督をはいどうぞと渡すかっちゅうたら、そら甘い話やな。
That we just say, here you go, and hand it over.
当然です。後ろ宮家の家督をそんな程度のことで譲ることがあるわけがない。
It literally is Nazi. You. I'm gonna lose my fucking.
Yeah, there's a lot of internalized misogyny, internalized classism.
It's like literally all anyone has to do by the rules of this family to pass the headship to someone else is give them the fucking ring. That's it. That's all they have to do. So only the head is supposed to have that ring ever. This is like sign a contract that says, hey, I like sign like a legal document that says like me person name whoever gave this other person name the ring. Done. And then put both your signatures on it and then hand the ring over. Boom, there you go. It is literally that easy.
Yep.
Anyway, the headship of the Ushiromiya family is not something that can be handed over so easily. Fucking thump you
そう
with a
いうこと
spoon.
よ。いくらベアトリーチェが一方的にこんなゲームを提案しても、そして見事その答えを示してみせたとしても、
That's it exactly. No matter how Beatrice might one-sidedly propose a game like this, even if she were to spectacularly show us the answer,
私たちは家督を素直に譲るわけもない。
there's no way we'd obediently hand over the headship.
つまり、私たちがこのゲームに対等な条件で挑まなくてはならないという強制力がない限り。
In other words, unless she has a compelling force in the form of of challenging us to a game with equal conditions for us
こ
all,
のゲームは成立しないのよ。
this won't truly count as a game.
そうだな。負けた時、家督を譲ることに強制力を持たせなきゃ。
You're right, unless the losers have no choice but to give up on the headship, because of a compelling force, this won't really count as a game.
その強制力というのはどういう意味だね。
And what might this compelling force be?
我々を鎖で縛って家督を譲るよう脅迫でもしようというのか。
Would they bind us in chains and threaten us into handing over the headship? I mean, given how distinctly into BDSM Beatrice is, like, yeah, probably.
Fucking maybe, yeah. Could be.
なるほどね。わかったわ。私たちが喜んで家督を放棄したくなるようにすればいいわけね。
I see. I get it. They just have to do something to make us want to give up the headship willingly.
なるほど。
Yes,
like,
I
the
see.
part that they're missing here is that Beatrice already has the ring. And they already have proof of it, too. Like, the
letter
is
itself,
written
yeah.
in someone else's hand, not Kinzo's. It's not Kinzo's handwriting, so you would assume that it's Beatrice's handwriting. And then it was sealed after the letter was put in. So either Kinzo, like, explicitly knows that this is going on and, like, put the seal on the letter himself, or he gave her the ring already. So either way, you can take this as being the will of the person that it relates to this. And also, Beatrice already has the ring. And therefore is currently the head of the family.
Yeah, basically. Like, legally speaking, things would have to be worked out with lawyers, is what I think they're saying.
This is true. I'm just saying, they're just missing that part when they're talking about how, what Beatrice might do here, like what the purpose of the riddle is. Like they're saying, what if she's trying to trick us to steal the gold and all that stuff? And it's just like, no, she already knows what the gold is, and she already has the fucking ring. She could just take the gold right now if she wanted to. She doesn't need to trick you with anything. Like, what are you talking about? What are you thinking? What is going on in your brain? Please let me inside so I can see the shitty out of alignment gears clanking along.
They just have to do something to make us want to give up the headship willingly. Yes, I see.
ならば確かに、ベアトリーチェは10トンの黄金を持っていなければならない。
To do that, Beatrice would have to own 10 tons of gold.
そうか。わしにもわかったで。つまり、取引っちゅうわけやな。
I see, I get it too. In other words, it's a trade. I mean, yeah, if we were talking conventionally, either kill you all, which would be difficult to cover up killing all of you, or just give you some gold and tell you to fuck off.
Yeah, I mean, Beatrice definitely wouldn't do that, but, you know.
Yeah, but talking mundane, plus they don't know what her temperament is like, so...
Yeah, it's like, none of them know exactly, what this woman is like, and even in mundane circumstances, she definitely would not give you any of the gold.
Yeah.
Just because that's just, the kind of person she is.
Yeah, for sure, but just
She just tell you to swan dive, you lost, get fucked, nerd.
Yeah. But thinking conventionally, the easiest route, not using lawyers, would just be, here's gold, fuck off.
Yeah, here you go. Here's fucking 10 bars of gold. They each weigh 10 kilograms. Here you go. Have fun.
Yeah. Have fun, get on a ferry, and get your ass out of here.
Never come back.
And honestly, I think everybody other than Kraus and Natsuhi would just go, yeah, okay.
It's just like, alright, fair enough. Shit, I ain't gotta come back here anymore? Fuck yeah, sign me up.
Yeah. if that's it, like, I literally just needed this amount of money to make my businesses work. Sucks that I can't continue to get more money, but I'll make it work.
I think they'd still have some left over because like 100 kilograms of gold is a lot of money.
Oh yeah, absolutely, they would still have money left over.
どういう意味ですか？取引？
What do you mean? A trade?
何を？
Trade what? Nazi, please.
後ろ宮家の家督と隠しを
I know. Okay, so like I know why the characters ask dumb questions like this and are seemingly so like slow that they can't comprehend like the conversation that they're engaged in right now.
Mhm.
And it's so that like the reader has someone to ask the questions to and then get the response from other people because they're forced to those
Yeah.
other characters are forced to like explain the situation and everything. But I'm also just like, that's fucking cowardice. Why are you doing that? If like someone can't understand what you're writing, then either you need to dumb it down in the first place or that's not the target audience.
Yeah, though this is after Ryukishi got to the understanding, okay, yeah, some of my audience ain't getting this.
God damn it.
Because there will be a character introduced who is going to help us solve this mystery. Yoshimiya family headship for the hidden gold. Plus, it makes sense for Natsuhi to say this, because she raises the headship above, like, simple monetary gain. She shouldn't, but it's the only way she can justify what she's done to her life, to herself.
Well, I mean, okay,
And
so
what has been done to her life.
the headship literally is more than just money. It is also influence and power and like all the familial connections and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
So like in a strictly materialistic sense or like a functional sense, it is more than money, but also it's sort of worthless aside from that.
Yeah.
Like I would not, no matter how much money came with it, I would not want to be the Ushiromiya family head. I just wouldn't want to do that.
Yeah, no.
Because like dealing with these people would like every year or every day or however often that I'd have to deal with them would just like drive me up a fucking wall.
Yeah, you'd walk out of like a 4-year stint of that looking like a US president after their 2 terms.
Yeah. Like, and that's why they look like that after their 2 terms, too, is because that's exactly the kind of thing that I'm talking about. Like,
Yeah.
you have to deal with that kind of shit.
Yeah, they deal with the stress and shit, and everybody who took the job seriously looks like absolute dog shit when they leave.
Yeah. It's like, maybe they recover a little bit a couple years later, but, like, they're not getting that youth back.
Yeah, no, they will gray a little bit earlier.
Like, I remember, like, Obama getting to office with, like, a full head of, like, pitch black hair, and then by the time he got out of his second term, like, he was almost completely white.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
and it's just like, I don't want to go through that myself, personally. That
Yeah.
sounds like too much, buddy.
Yeah, that's and you've already got stress-based injuries.
Yeah, right? Like, I already got them troubles. Like, my fucking blood pressure and, like, stress pains would increase drastically. I might even have, like, an aneurysm or something. Not worth it.
Yeah, no thank you.
Which actually, I did, I read a study, like, I don't know, like a week or 2 ago. That it's actually quite recent. It was either in 2022 or 2023 that it was published. But we finally discovered the exact mechanism by which like, stress grays hair.
Oh, okay.
It's damage to the cells from stress chemicals.
Okay, that would make sense.
Especially ones released during the fight or flight response.
Yeah.
So the severe shock and trauma can turn your hair gray.
Yep. Which it has.
Just like
anecdotally, it definitely has to people.
Yeah, it's just really rare for that to be like very obvious and like rather that it to be very obvious that was the cause, right?
Yeah,
Because like for the most part, people can just like there's no like like fucking battle log for your body, you know? Like you can't just like hit the enter key in your brain somewhere and pull up the battle log to see what the effects are on you, you know? So it's sort of difficult to tell most of the time, or at least to pin it down. But we finally got it. We finally figured it out.
Yeah, basically you would just have to get very young people without a history of early graying in their family. And go,
and then
we're
here you go,
sure.
have some trauma. Which is not very ethical.
Yeah.
Let's say.
But I guess
And
what I meant was find somebody who had trauma at a young age and grayed early, but did not have early graying as a history in their family, and you'd have to study them as a potential person.
Yeah, and like the whole reason I found this was because I was looking up like the exact details on like how likely it is or how severe like graying from stress can be, or at least from like extreme stress in a very small amount of time, you know, like shock sort of stress. And because of this, I sort of like found out that I can very easily just have like a 33-year-old knight with full head of gray hair.
There you go.
Because like the fight or flight response is gonna happen every fucking battle, you know? Like it's kind of what happens.
それで後ろ宮家の家督を買収するつもりなのよ。
The Ushiromiya family headship for the hidden gold. Beatrice surely plans to tell us the location of the 10 tons of gold, and use that as a bribe to gain the Ushiromiya family headship.
バカバカしい。
Ridiculous. No, it's not. It's not ridiculous at all.
栄光ある後ろ宮家の家督をお金でやり取りしようというのですか？
Like the amount of money that is would allow you to like make your own Ushiromiya family. But so much money, Natsuki. Like I wish I like noted down the numbers on how much money that is, but it's
a lot.
Truly absurd amount of money, like instant billionaire kind of amount of money.
Yep.
In fact, let me look it up in like in modern terms how much like is this a standard imperial ton or is it a metric ton? I'm just gonna assume it's an imperial ton.
Okay.
Because it's 1984 or 86 or whatever, so I'm just gonna assume it's an imperial ton. Okay, so let's see. Gold price per pound. £1 of gold right now, today, is worth almost $30,000. So you just like you take that real quick, and you multiply it by hold on, I gotta clear my calculator. So like let's do 28,000 just to make it a little even. You multiply that by 20,000 itself. That is $560 million in today's money, which is absurd, but gold is also cheaper now than it was 4 years ago when this is going down. So, you know, back then in world right now, it would be worth a hell of a lot more than what I just said.
Yeah, it's about
a lot of money.
Yeah, it's about I believe they figured it out to 20 billion yen in 1986 yen.
Yeah. Let's see. Shut up. Worth of the Japanese yen in the last 40 years. Ember, would you stop, buddy? yen exchange rate. That's not what I need. I could do the math on this one. I've done it before. I did it on like the second stream or whatever, but I just don't.
Yeah.
Uh.
Yeah, that's fair. We can.
This is like August 1984, right?
Let me see. 1 second. October 4th, 1986.
86. Okay. Yeah. It's 154 yen to a dollar at that time. So, let's see. So it was 20 billion, right?
Yep, 20 billion yen.
Fucking 9 zeros. 5, 4. It's $129 million in 1986 money. So, USD in 1986 to now. Then multiply that by 2.81 again, and that's $364 million, 935,000, roughly.
Yep.
So it's an absurd amount of money. It would make you like instantly extraordinarily wealthy. Like that's more money than a lot of like large companies make every year. And you could just like sit on that with that in your bank account for the rest of your life, and you would earn so much money on the interest alone. Like, oh my god. They want to trade the headship of the glorious. Oh god. Sorry. Of the glorious Ushiromiya family for money. It's not a religion, Natsuhi. You're rich, not the Pope. For fuck's sake. That's blasphemy. Blasphemy against the Ushiromiya family. Again, you're a rich family, not the fucking church.
Please listen without getting mad. About how much wealth does this glorious Ushiromiya family have right now? Are we really that affluent?
裕福の定義とは財産で決まるのではありません。
Yes, it is. The definition of affluence is not dependent on property.
心の持ちようで決まります。
Lady! Engage with the conversation.
Yeah.
Stop dodging shit. Oh my god. It is about heart. I'm gonna thump you with a spoon. Our financial situation has nothing to...
Kraus interrupted Natsuhi as she started to go on and on emotionally. In this situation, the more she went on like that, the worse it would actually sound.
私はともかくお前たちの状況は芳しくないと聞いているよ。
Me aside, I hear your current financial situations are quite unfavorable.
Kraus, that's not the fucking point.
兄さんの財政状況だって相当に芳しくないと聞いているわよ。次々担保に入れて新しい博打の掛け金にして。
Oh, really? I've heard that your financial situation's really bad too, offering up more and more as collateral for new money to gamble with.
負けを認めないために
I'm starting to see
次
how
々
they've
新し
made
い博打に
absolutely
手を
zero
出し
fucking
て
progress on like actually figuring out how to divvy up the inheritance at this
Yeah.
point. Because these motherfuckers can't actually engage in a conversation for
Yeah.
anything.
Repeatedly dabbling in new gambles, unable to accept your
内
losses.
情の話をしたらこの中で兄さんほど火の車の人間は存在しないわ。
If we count what's going on behind the scenes, you're in even bigger financial straits than the rest of us.
どれだけ損失を出してんのよ兄さんは。才能ないのよ。
How much money have you lost, Kraus? You have no talent.
誰の才能がないというのですか。
Nazi, please stop. Don't rise to the barbs. Who are you saying has no talent? Obviously your fucking husband.
火の車とは。
And what do you mean financial straits?
Natsuhi became indignant once more, but Kraus raised his hand again and interrupted her.
多少の誤解があるようだ。ビジネスは経過で判断できるものではない。
Seems you are making a small mistake. Business is not something that can be judged based on current progress alone.
私のような長期的視野でのビジネスともなると、
For someone with a long-term outlook on business such as myself,
時に短い単位期間では、一見大きな損失を出しているようにも見えるものだ。
it may sometimes appear at a glance that I have suffered significant short-term losses.
兄貴、裏は取れてんだぜ。今は見栄を張ってる場合じゃない。
Kraus, we've been collecting evidence. Your position right now isn't one to be proud of.
つまりキリエはこう言いたいのさ。
So this is what Kiri's trying to
俺た
say.
ちは全員が全員金に困ってる。
Every one of us has got money trouble.
そしてベアトリーチェは10トンの黄金を持っている。
And Beatrice has 10 tons of gold.
ベアトリーチェは自分だけがありかを知る10トンの黄金で私たちに家督を売らせるつもりなのよ。
As the only person who knows the location of the 10 tons of gold, Beatrice is planning on using it to force us to sell the headship.
10トンの黄金の価値はどのくらい？
About how much is 10 tons of gold worth?
ざっと見積もって20億？
I thought it was 20 billion.
Yeah, George said 20. I wish we could replay the fucking
Flip, yeah.
the voice line back.
200億ね。
Okay, there,
Yeah,
there we go.
Okay.
At a rough estimate, let's say 2 billion yen? No, 20 billion yen.
これだけを積まれたら私たちは歓喜して彼女を次期当主に認めるわ
With。that much piled up, we'd be ecstatic to accept her as successor.
See, this is why I keep saying that Kiri's chessboard thinking is inherently flawed and just ridiculous to start. Because it's assuming that everyone involved is making perfectly logical decisions at all points in time. But no one actually does that. Literally no one. We all, at least occasionally, make decisions based on what we desire, not what we need or it would be most beneficial at any point in time. Because if we always made decisions based on what would be most beneficial at any point in time, no one would ever have eating disorders, for example.
Yep.
People would just be able to control their diet perfectly all the time, right? No one would ever get addicted to anything. No one would ever make mistakes. The only time you would ever make a mistake is when you have improper information. But her thinking also assumes that everyone involved also has perfect information. That's why it's called chessboard thinking. And this has been explained already in the story itself, is that it assumes chessboard-like conditions, as in everyone involved sees the entire board all at once and has all of the information necessary to make the perfect rational decision, and that there's only the one goal, which is to win against your opponent. But that is not the case. Beatrice is doing this for fun. And even if she was doing it to get some huge benefit out of it, they're ignoring half the fucking letter and half the thing here.
Yeah. Beatrice is doing this to be revived. She doesn't actually care about the gold.
Yeah, it's already her gold in the first place. It's always been hers.
Yeah, and
Like, it was
literally,
just loaned to him.
yeah, literally, if she could get her full power, she could probably just make more gold. She doesn't even need that exact gold.
I think she said that during the tea party last time, actually. It's like she was saying something about like, oh, the gold doesn't matter to me. I could just make as much as I want as long as like if the thing that I want is to finish the ceremony.
Yeah.
But the ceremony can also be ended by someone solving the riddle. And they get this great, cool fucking reward of 10 tons of gold. Pure gold at that. Like, genuinely pure gold. For doing so, and they're just refusing to actually engage with the letter as it's written, and instead they're constantly looking for all of these hidden motivations and shit when they don't actually know the person or their goals.
Yep. The scene returned to silence. In fact, the rain and wind felt even noisier now. Probably the sound of the windstorm racing through the insides of their minds.
So, like, my big problem with their behavior here is not that they're assuming that there's all kinds of hidden intentions in this, but rather that they're assuming all of this when they don't know the person at all.
Yeah.
They have zero information on who this person is, what their temperament is, and what their goals are. Absolutely none. In most mystery stuff or most political intrigue stuff or what have you, you have a track record or a history of actions or like more information on the person than this. They didn't even know this person was actually real until today.
Yeah.
So like they're making all sorts of like assumptions about things when they really fucking shouldn't be.
Yeah, and it's basically telling on themselves.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of
which of course is the point.
Yeah.
I'm sure. Like Ryukishi did this on purpose, I'm sure, but it's just, you know, it's annoying to watch these jackasses run around and like scream at each other like this because of it. You know, the dramatic irony where like the disconnect between the audience and the characters.
This isn't funny to think we'd give up the headship to some woman of doubtful origins. Just because she had a little money stored up.
アホ抜かせ。もともとお前に家督なんぞいかんやないか。わしらは何も失わずに金だけをもらえる話やで。
Don't be stupid. The headship wasn't even yours in the first place, right? We've got nothing to lose and money to gain.
Wrong thing to say to her, Hideyoshi.
I'll have to calculate our profit and loss, but it's something worth listening to. They knew that Kraus had eaten up much of the Ushiromiya family's assets. So it was dregs that remained of that inheritance versus the cost of being accepted as the head that Beatrice would pay. It was a shame, but honestly, the former was less enticing than the latter. That would probably wouldn't end up as 4 equal portions. Since Kraus would be giving up his position of successor, his portion would have to be larger. Makes me feel kinda jealous, you know?
Like, this is gonna sound like an insult towards Ryukishi at first until I like explain the whole thing. But like, these fuckers make me want to write like more political intrigue to be like, hey, this is how you do it, bitch. But like, I know Ryukishi is doing this on purpose because these people aren't competent.
Yeah,
that's the point.
Yeah,
it's just like
they're meant to be
so
insufferable.
Incompetent. Yeah. They're so incompetent that it makes me want to do it myself.
Mm-hmm.
So like, Ryukishi did a real damn good job on these idiots. I just hate them. The amount of money isn't the problem, right?
不甲斐ない弟たちはお金で後宮家の栄光を売り払うつもりなのですよ。
Oh, Natsuki, please. Why are you like this? It's not like you have an actual noble title. It's just a fucking family name. Come on.
Well, she did give up her family for this, and
I know it's just it's not an actual family name. It's not an actual family house. Rather, it's not an actual noble title or anything like that. You don't have any legal rights above anything else. There's no actual glory.
That words.
She has that engraved on her heart. Don't you understand? No, I get it. It's just like, I don't see the use in valuing it in the first place. But like, this is either I can't. Half the time I can't tell if it's like just a me personally or my neurodivergence thing. But like, I just don't understand.
It's basic. Like it really is. She's has to convince herself that being part of the Ushiromiya family is worth something, or she just gave up her youth and her entire family for something that isn't worth it.
Which, like, I guess she's in denial there. It's just like,
yeah, it's
I know that there's also real people who like act like this about their families and shit like that too, though, which is the problem here. Like, this isn't just like her being in denial. It's like this entire concept is a real thing that people who aren't in denial about like giving some shit up for something that's worthless also feel. And I just don't get it. I don't understand.
I mean, yeah, there's absolutely people who think that way.
I don't know. I think that might be a little bit of column A, a little column B on that one.
Yeah,
personality and neurodivergence.
Yeah, that can be either, really.
Like, neurodivergence predisposes me to not care about this sort of thing, and then like my actual life and personality have like cemented that.
Yeah, exactly. So it's
maybe I'd feel differently if I grew up rich or something. I don't know.
Yeah, but I think it really is just like, for Natsuhi specifically, she's just in deep, deep denial that her life isn't fucked up.
Your cowardly younger sisters. Yeah, sure, all of them are trans now. Fuck it. Yeah. Rudolph is trans now.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it would be Rudolph who was trans now.
Your cowardly younger siblings are trying to sell the glory of the Ushiromiya family for money, don't you see? What fucking dignity? You didn't have anything. Look at that smug fucking face. That's not a face that says dignity. This is a face that's like full of itself. Why aren't you displaying your dignity as the oldest son? I got a really heavy spoon right here. I'm gonna fuck you with it, lady.
Natsuhi, stay quiet for a while.
Like with a fucking a husband like this, no wonder you're fucking freaked out all the time, lady.
Yeah, a little bit.
For those of you who don't know, anata means dear. It's the pronoun that you use for your spouse. Which it's not actually like very common.
This is a dizzying proposal. We were each planning on getting 250 million yen out of Kraus. If the witch treats us with 10% of those 10 tons, that's 2 billion. Yeah, that means she's treating us with 10 times our original goal.
That's 8 times your original goal.
That alone would be...
That's 8 times.
That alone would be more than enough for us. It's not like I've got any attachment to the Ushiromiya name, which, yeah, no fucking shocker. I'd be happy to sell it off. Yeah, no shocker with a father like you had.
Yeah, genuinely.
10トンすべてを提供してくれるかは、なるほど。私たちにとって魅力的な話になるわね。
Even if 10 tons is a slightly optimistic figure, yes, it'd still be a fascinating prospect for us.
私たちは
Everyone in this room is going to be dead in 24 hours, so it doesn't really matter, honestly, but, you know.
Yeah, true enough. We were trying to form an alliance among the siblings to kick this outsider called Beatrice out.
しかし、 彼女の目論みがこうならば、私たち兄弟の団結はバラバラにされるわ。
But if this is her plan, it'll tear apart the unity between us.
If she wanted you to
断言できる。
be angry at each other, she would have put in the was it the third pentacle of Mars
Yeah.
on the back of the letter.
True enough, true enough. But if this is her plan, it'll tear apart the unity between us. Yeah, by this point, we can state it clearly.
ベアトリーチェの手紙の目的は、私たちの結束をかき乱すことなのよ。
The goal of
Literally the
Beatrice's letter
opposite.
was to disturb our alliance.
Like genuinely, literally the opposite. At the end of the first loop, she was so pissed that like no one actually fucking like touched the rill at all.
The three younger
You're just
siblings.
sitting there going like, "Why? Why didn't you touch it? Come on!" The entire time.
Yeah, if the three younger siblings who never had anything to do with the inheritance were paid enough money to satisfy them, they would happily accept Beatrice as the next head. A moat had been dug all around Kraus. In that case, the negotiations would be one-on-one between her and Kraus. He tried to look strong, but Kraus's financial and situation was extremely weak. He might bluff in front of his siblings, but on the inside he was considering entering negotiations depending on the sum of money involved. In order to bury his losses, Kraus had taken advantage of the fact that Kinzo had shut himself up in his room and embezzled Kinzo's personal assets. Therefore, when Kinzo died and the inheritance was distributed, Kraus's situation would probably be investigated. But if he gave up his seat as the head to Beatrice, he would also receive rights to the assets, and as a result, the distribution of the inheritance to the siblings would not occur. In other words, Kraus's embezzlement might not have to be made known to the other siblings. Of course, the siblings were frightened of Kinzo, but it was doubtful whether they still actually respected him as a father. They really shouldn't. By this time, they had their own families, their own wealth, and their own lives. They were paid enough money in exchange for Rokenjima, the wreckage of Kinzo's dreams. There was a significant likelihood that they'd relinquish the Ushiramiya family name.
What would their new family name be, though? So what would they do about that?
Fuck it. Just take their spouse's name, I guess.
Go surnameless. That would be kind of funny too.
Yeah,
especially in Japan.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Can I get another cash nerd link, by the way? It just
Yeah.
died on me.
That held up for a while.
Yeah. But like going like without a family name in Japan, that would definitely cause a stir.
That would be very difficult. At least difficult for everyone else, maybe not for you. In other words, Beatrice's victory was already guaranteed in this game. Not as the winner of Beatrice's game, but as the winner of Kinzo's game. Kinzo once ordered that the epitaph be put on display, and until today no one had solved it. So Beatrice solved it. In other words, this is less of a game and more like Beatrice's declaration of victory. However, Kiri still thought there might be a catch. If this was a declaration of victory, Beatrice would only had to display the gold openly and state her intent to buy the inheritance. And yet she had gone to all of this trouble telling the siblings to try and solve the epitaph. How did she set up this new game where she agreed to hand over all of the gold and the inheritance to the epitaph solver? Yuri tried spinning the chessboard around several times. She searched for the sort of ideal strategy Beatrice might be after, something that could lead to this kind of thinking.
Right there. Let's scroll back up to that real quick. That's what it says right there. Ideal strategy. That's the problem. Like interactions with other people are not a chess game. They can't be a solved game. There's no ideal strategy at any point ever. Even if you know a specific person really well, there's no ideal strategy with dealing with them in every situation. Like her thinking is flawed. I don't know why she's considered really competent.
Yeah.
Maybe it's because Rudolph is a fucking idiot.
Yeah, and she could just also be very competent in what she does in her select circumstance, but this is outside of everybody's wheelhouse.
Yeah, that's true. That's fair. Like, I would try to solve the riddle on my own here, but I don't have all the information about Rook and Jima and the family that the family does, so like it'd be completely pointless for me to even try.
Yeah, exactly. Like
just to prove how incompetent these idiots are, I would try to do that, but I just don't have the access to the same information they do. So
yeah, you would have had to have started like 2 years ago when the epitaph was put up.
Like, I could probably solve that fucking riddle if I knew everything that they knew, but I don't. And I can't until we get to the point in the story where it reveals all these things, and by then it'll also be revealing the answer to the fucking riddle, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah. In the end, she reached a single conclusion.
おごりなのかしら。
Could it be arrogance? Hey, at least you're thinking of an emotion.
Yeah, there is that. That little bit of crack there.
Yeah, a little bit. And I mean, yeah, Beatrice is also arrogant, so there is that.
Is it arrogance if it's, like, earned?
Kind of?
Like, can a god be arrogant?
Yeah, I mean, I guess if you assume that a human can't ever win, I suppose.
Like,
okay, there we go.
Baron Castell. Yeah, okay, yeah, they're better. And Baron Castell actually explicitly said that, like, she actively chooses not to do the ideal thing because it'll be more fun if she doesn't.
Mm-hmm. Could it be arrogant? Or maybe she's playing?
何の話?
What are you talking about?
魔女は碑文を解いてみろと私たちに挑戦状を送ったわ。
The witch sent us a letter of challenge, forcing us to try and solve the
どう
epitaph.
せ解けないだろうと高をくくってるでしょうけどね。
She might be taking us lightly, thinking we can never solve it.
でも
Actually,
何
no.
万分の1かの確率で私たちが解いてしまう可能性もあ
Like,
る
the whole point of having that in there in the first place was to make it more fun for her by, like, actually giving you a real chance.
Plus, having...
If you actually bother to try, like, there being a chance of her losing
is what
helps her have fun.
Yeah, I mean, first off, it keeps her from being bored, but it also gives some power to the ritual.
Or at least part of the ritual anyway, like fucking Kinzo's part.
Yeah, Kinzo's part. And, like, even she kind of runs off of a brisk system. It's just not quite as gambling as Kinzo. But even Bern Castell mentioned that Beatrice likes her gambles.
Which that's probably the only reason Kinzo managed to bind her in the first place is like because she likes the gambles and he likes the gambles, so she was like, okay, I'll agree to a game, and then she lost.
Yep, probably. We'll have to see. However, at the very least, there ought to be an extremely small chance that we do solve it.
何しろここにはお父さんの血を引く子供が4人もいるのよ。
After all, we have here 4 father's children by blood, right?
出題者の血縁者が4人も揃い、財産を奪われまいと死に物狂いで知恵を出し合ったなら。
The questioner called together 4 blood relatives who, if they tried frantically to work together and avoid having those assets stolen from them,
偶然にも謎が解けてしまうこともあるかもしれない。
might come across the answer of the riddle by chance. The reason the witch had a superior position in negotiations compared to the siblings is it only she knew the location of the hidden gold. But if that hiding place was exposed by someone other than her, the witch's advantage would crumble.
つまり、魔女の手紙に書かれている挑発文は、ベアトリーチェにとってリスクにしかならないのよ。
In short, Beatrice gains nothing but risk by writing this witch's letter of challenge.
確かに、兄弟の連帯を分断するという効果はあったけれど、
Of course, it might have had the effect of splitting apart the siblings' alliance.
それを狙うためだけに、わずかとはいえこのようなリスクを
But if that was her only goal, why would she take this risk, however slight it might be?
私は不用心だと思う。
That seems reckless to me.
でもね、 ある種の感情を念頭に置いたとき、このリスクは理解可能になるのよ。
But if we keep in mind a certain type of emotion, that risk becomes comprehensible.
それがおごりだというの？
And you're saying it's arrogance.
ええ、そうよ。圧倒的な優位に立つと、人はおごるわ。
Yes, that's right. When people have an overwhelming advantage, they tend to get arrogant.
すると敗者に対し、その優位性をひけらかすために、微小なリスクをわざと背負うことがある。
And when they do, they want to show off that advantage to the loser, so they sometimes take on small
適
risks.
度なリスクは、勝利の喜びを引き立たせるスパイスだもの。
Moderate amount of risk adds a little spice to the joy of victory.
リスクなき勝利ほど退屈なものはない。
It'd be boring to win without any risk.
わかるわ。私もそういうの好きだもの。
I understand. I like that kind of thing too.
よくわかるわ。
Yeah, I understand it well.
ベアトリーチェの手紙の真意をもっともらしくいろいろと解釈してみたけれど、実はこれが真実かもしれない。
I thought of a few plausible explanations for the true motive behind Beatrice's letter, but I think this really might be the truth.
あの手紙の裏に潜む感情は
The emotion hidden behind that letter
お
was
ごりなのよ。
arrogance.
おごり。
難解な碑文がお前たちに解けるものかと、私たちを見下して威張り散らしたいのよ。
She's trying to throw her weight around, looking down on us as if there's no way we could figure out such a difficult epitaph.
案外ひょっとすると、碑文はお父さんじゃなく、彼女が作ったのかもしれないわね。
Might even be possible, if surprising, that the epitaph wasn't written by father but by her.
上等じゃないの。碑文の謎が解けるかですって。
Sounds great. Solved the riddle of the epitaph, she says.
もしも解いたなら、私を当主にしてくれるのね。
If only I solved it, I would be made the head, right?
解いてやる。
I'll solve it.
魔女の挑戦を受けてやるわ。
I'll accept the witch's challenge.
他の間抜けな兄弟たちに解けるものか。
As if those other idiot siblings could solve it.
私一人が解いて、私こそが後ろ宮家を引き継ぐにふさわしいということを証明してやるわ。
I'll solve it by myself, and then I'll prove that I'm the one who's fit to succeed the Ushiromiya family.
その挑戦、私が
I'll take that challenge. I will.
謎を解いてやる。
Solve the riddle.
Finally, scene in. Holy shit, that scene was long.
Very long, yes.
I think we've been in that same scene this entire time.
Yep. Not the entire time, because there was a little bit with the cousins at the start.
No, yeah, you're right. Yeah. But like for like 2 fucking hours. Oh my god.
なるほどな。魔女じゃなく、ベアトリーチェという名の愛人が島に存在していたわけか。
I see, so she's not a witch, but a mistress named Beatrice who lived on the island.
つまり、人間は18人以上いる。
So there can be more than 18 people.
ということは、
You're so fucking
18
stupid.
人全員に不可能だから魔法犯罪であるという図式は崩せるわけだ。
Which means I can defeat the line of reasoning that says any crime impossible for all 18 people must involve magic.
You could have before too. You just like refuse to acknowledge that idea.
Yep. And actually, do you want to take a little bit of a break?
I'd be fine with that, but I don't have the music set up yet.
That's fine.
I don't have any ideas, so.
Yeah. We can just take a couple of minutes here.
Let's see. Actually, you know what? Scroll up real quick. There we go. Okay.
Excuse me. Alright, we're back.
Yep, we're back. Let me pull the white screen down. You know that sort of tired that you get whenever you you play a game too long, or you're reading the same book for a little bit too long, and you just sort of like get this sort of like lethargic tired. Not quite actual tired, but like we're sleepy or anything, but just sort of like lethargic as hell.
Yeah.
That's what I've been at, like for the last 3.5 hours. Maybe 4, actually, now that I think about it. And I can't seem to wake my body back up, and I keep trying to like get up and stretch and like move around a little bit to wake my body back up. But it's not working, and all it's doing is making my legs hurt. And it's upsetting.
Yeah, fair.
Someone give me robo legs, so I don't have to worry about this anymore. Please.
That's a big scoop.
Show you a big scoop.
失礼いたします。マトラ様、紅茶とクッキーはいかがですか？
Sorry, I went to go speak and my throat was all bleh. Anyway. Pardon me, Lord Battler, would you like some black tea and cookies?
Fuck yeah, I would.
I mean, like, you know what? Fuck it, why not? I'm already sitting here having a fucking argument with a damn witch and a demon. You know what? Yeah, I'll take them.
Yeah, I want to see if you actually are good at baking or if you're just talking shit. Beto's butler, who called himself Renove, appeared out of nowhere. A plate set on a silver tray that he held was filled with delicious-looking, steaming black tea and cookies. Yeah, if you put it right in front of me, I'm gonna want it.
Yeah, right? Like, you can't put cookies in front of me and, like, expect me to not eat them.
Yeah. I really don't like this guy's smile. For some reason, it doesn't look like a smile used to warmly greet a guest. Feels like he's mocking me somehow. I don't know if he really takes me for an idiot, or if it's just a joke or something, but it's really irritating me. I would just take it, my man. But anyway, I don't need any. I'm busy now. Leave me alone.
Battler, please, just take the fucking tea.
Oh my.
Oh my. That's me, not
yeah,
you.
Yep,
Stop it.
Yep.
Oh my, such a shame. The cookies were so delicious too.
人間ごときにはもったいないくらいに素敵に焼き上がった。それは素敵なクッキーなのに。
Baked, not cooked. Baked for cookies. And cooked so wonderfully they would be wasted on a mere human.
気が向いたら食ってやるぜ。その辺に置いて、とっととうせな。
I'll eat some when I feel like it, to set it down somewhere and get out of here.
Look, I know he's a demon, but that doesn't mean you get to be rude to the staff, alright?
Yeah, come on, Battler. You always said be nice to staff.
Stop it, cat. Don't you fucking dare. I'm gonna karate chop you right in the damn head. Yourself. Don't make me get the spoon. I'll thump you. Will that be acceptable? I shall do so.
冷めてからお召し上がりになって、焼きたてを召し上がらなかったことを存分に後悔
Fucking get his ass. You may eat them when they get cold and stale, and then regret to the fullest that you did not eat them while they were fresh.
いちいちうるさいや。まあ、耳元で気色悪くケラケラ笑うベアトのやつよりゃ、数段マシだがよ。
I hope we get a cackle right after this.
Yeah, A, yes, that. But B, that makes me think that she's just constantly cackling in his ear, just like off camera where we can't hear it. Because they're busy having a conversation, so they can't just like overlay her laughing behind everything he says.
Yeah. Either that or like she's just cackling behind him as they're watching stuff like the siblings talking shit out.
I would not be surprised. I would too.
You really are annoying. Well, you're a lot better than that Beto, who keeps
You know
doing
that,
that creepy cackle right next to my ear.
That fucking gif of the dude who's like, he reaches over, grabs a thing of popcorn, and then just like slowly settles down into a deep recline on the sofa and starts eating the popcorn.
Yep.
That'd be me if I was Banta right now.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like, I would absolutely love to be a witch in this situation, just watching these two go at it.
Shut up, Ember.
お嬢様の笑い声は時折実に品があります。
Yes, that is quite true. There are times when my lady's laughter becomes quite undignified.
それを聞くたびに、なぜ私ほどの高貴な悪魔が
Every time I hear it, I find it painful to comprehend.
あのようなものを主にしなければならないのか。
Why such a noble demon as myself must serve such a master? Because she's stronger than you, fucker, that's why.
Yep. Or she gave you a pretty damn good deal, one or the other.
変なやつだな。そんなに嫌なら使えなきゃいいだろうが。
Man, you're weird. You don't like it, then couldn't you just not work for her?
It's not how it works for demons, Battler.
Yeah, first off, A, that doesn't work for demons. B, that doesn't actually work for a lot of humans. Because, yeah, sure, maybe you don't work for that individual bastard. You're going to work for a bastard.
Back in the 1980s, like, you could sort of just fucking quit and go get a different job half the time. It doesn't work now, but like 40 years ago, you had a decent chance.
True, but at that point you're also playing the Russian roulette of, am I working for a front for the Yakuza?
It's true.
Because a lot of businesses were just fronts for the Yakuza. Some of them still exist, but it was definitely much more of a minefield in 1980s Japan.
それでもなおお使いするのが家具の喜びなのでございますよ。
And yet to continue serving is furniture's joy.
それでなくては家具は務まりません。
If we do not serve, we would hardly be furniture.
I really do wonder what the furniture thing is ultimately about from, like, Beto's and, like...
I think, judging by the scenes that we got very early on with Shannon and her, and Cannon and all that, I think the furniture thing is just her taking Kinzo's word for it to mock him.
Okay, that's fair.
Because remember, her reaction when, I think it was Cannon said that he was furniture. It might have been Shannon, but I don't remember. Because this was like fucking 8 streams ago. Probably more. Was just like a straight up, like, immediate laugh. And then just like, oh, okay, yeah, I see what he's doing now. That's kind of fascinating.
Yep. Okay, there. I had to take a second just because I had gotten a text, but everything's okay. If someone didn't know I was streaming right now.
それはさておき、ゲームの方はいかがでございますか?
Sorry, I blew my nose.
Ah, gotcha. It's like...
Setting that aside, how has the game been proceeding?
先ほど、
Yeah, I just had myself muted at the exact wrong
と
time.
言われ、お喜びになられていたようですが。
Just now, you seem to have found some useful information that quite pleased you.
さてさて、
There was some information that he had yesterday,
が思いついたよ。
and he just never thought about it. Because, like, it's really fucking easy to hide a person on the damn island when the island's as big as it is. Alright? There could be fucking like 100 people on the island and you never goddamn know. Well now, I wonder what your shallow wit has conjured up. Fucking beat his ass, Renove.
As Renove. Or would it be Renove?
No, because the way that they're saying it is slightly different than how we're pronouncing it, but it does have the "they" on the end.
Okay. Renove mocked me and giggled. He followed my earlier words literally and placed the black tea and cookies in a random spot nearby.
おかった。19人目の存在に自信を深めたからでございましょう。
In any case, it appears you are now more confident in the existence of a 19th person, yes?
よろしければ、ぜひご考説をお聞かせ願いますか?
Would you be gracious enough to allow me to hear your opinion?
ああ、いいぜ。
Yeah, sure.
どうせベアトの前で改めて言うしな。
I'm just gonna say it again in front of Beto anyway.
隠す必要もないさ。
No reason to hide it.
いいか、この島に隠し屋敷があって、愛人を住まわせていたらしいんだ。
Basically, it looks like there's a hidden mansion somewhere on this island, and that grandfather had his mistress living there.
となりゃ、俺を苦しめてきた18人なのか19人なのかって疑問は簡単に決着する。
So the question that's been torturing me about whether there are 18 or 19 people can be easily resolved.
マトラ様は魔女を否定するくせに。
Thank you, Renove. That is the point, yes. You don't need to be so hung up on whether or not there are 18 or 19 people on the island, because there could be 100 for all you know. The idea that you somehow know exactly, with absolute confidence, exactly how many people are on the island at any given time is so far beyond, like, reasonable that I have no words for it. Like, the sheer goddamn arrogance of being, like, having that such a self-assured opinion on that is just ridiculous. It's... You don't even know if there are any fucking caves on the island that people could be hiding in. Maybe there's a whole ass underground fucking, like, commune there out in the fucking woods somewhere. You don't know. It's possible, and the whole thing here is not what you can prove with your words, but what you can prove might be possible with your words. Battler, it is so easy to win in this circumstance that I'm surprised that you are thus far have managed to drive yourself into so many fucking corners. You're an absolute idiot. Red text, you are incompetent. God damn it.
Only Captioner could take that and do red text.
Oh, that would be nice. Oh, God. I would love that so much. Sorry for the whole fucking, like, huge paragraph, everyone, that I just did, but, you know, it's... I know the characters are stupid on purpose. It's just like, I just don't like them.
Yeah. You like them as characters, you don't like them as people.
Exactly, yeah. Like, this is one of those things where you're like, if you read this and, like, a book, the entire time you'd be sitting there yelling at the book, like, what are you doing? Why are you like this? What is wrong with you? I'm not mad at the author, I'm mad at the characters, which is the point, which is like a sign of like a good writer is when they can do that.
Yeah.
Because a lot of the time when a character does something dumb, it's like it's out of character and then you get angry at the author, right? But all of this is in character for them, they're just stupid.
Yep.
You have driven yourself into a corner because of the dead end that you yourself have created. I'm so glad that someone pointed this the fuck out. Like, please. Even though you deny the witch, Lord Battler, you hold a double standard and refuse to accept that the culprit is one of the 18. That's not the corner dead end, whatever that I was talking about, Renove, because it's... I don't think any of the 18 actually did it either. It's just that, like, it's just super fucking possible for there just to be, like, a whole like, wild forest gremlins just, like, running around on the island. You would never know.
Jeez, now I'm just imagining, like, outside, somehow, it is the forest, the video game.
Yeah, it fucking could be. Like, you never know. I mean, like, you'd probably fucking be able to tell when the fucking plane crashed, but assuming that the plane didn't crash, like, just some dude just, like, somehow got fucking magically put on the the damn island. Like, it could be. You don't know. The island's too fucking big for you to know that because you haven't actually fucking surveyed the damn thing, you damn idiots.
Yep.
Like, how do you live here for 30 years and not survey your own property? Are you kidding me?
Yeah, like, even assuming that 2 years ago, Kinzo, started holding himself up. Kraus, you should have gotten actually good people to survey the place when you had the maximum amount of money you could use.
Yeah, you should have had like 3 dozen people come out and survey the island over the course of like 3 months. Like, mapped the entire fucking thing.
Yeah.
Not just for like to find the gold, but also to know what other stuff is on the island. Because you don't know, there could be a fucking marble mine somewhere. Or a marble quarry, rather. Or a granite quarry or something, and that shit's valuable as fuck.
Yep, especially in Japan, which actually does not have a lot of mineable terrain.
Like a quarry or an iron mine somewhere, something. Like, that would be so valuable in Japan.
Yep.
Like, you should have done this as soon as you had the chance. I know Kinzo didn't because he didn't give a shit. And, like, he just didn't care what was on the island. Because he was off, like, doing other things. Making his business elsewhere and, like, pining after Beatrice.
Yeah, though...
But, like, as soon as Kraus got, like, any power here, he should have done that, like, immediately.
Yeah, though, assuming he actually did make the second mansion, honestly, he probably did have the fucking island surveyed.
If he did make the second mansion, yeah, absolutely, he did have it surveyed. Or at least that area, anyway.
Yeah, absolutely that area, but I would imagine he did the whole thing and just didn't tell anybody.
Yeah, that's also possible. It's just like, you should know what's on your island. Like, if you live here, you should know what's there.
Yeah, absolutely.
You think I don't know what's on the property that I live on? No, I absolutely know everything that's on here. Like, I know all the shit that's here. I didn't dig, like, the fucking 30 feet underground to see if there was oil underneath me. But I do at least know, like, what I've got in my backyard, like, what plants are there, and, like, where everything is. Like, at the very least, that you should know that shit. Fuck.
魔女を否定する最も簡単な方法は、18人全員のアリバイはそう簡単には揃わない。
Easiest way to deny the witch would be to suspect one of the 18. It isn't easy to gather alibis for every one of them.
常に一人くらいはアリバイの脆い人間が生まれる。
You always find at least one person with a fragile alibi.
The problem, though, is that, like, if you don't want to suspect the witch, and you don't want to, like, if you don't want to accept the witch, but you also don't want to suspect the 18, you don't need alibis for the 18, because all 18 end up dead at every loop. He knows this explicitly.
Except for the final 5.
No, they end up dead too. Remember, at least in the first loop, they were explicitly said to have their bodies were found with, like, missing parts. Or except for Battler. Battler was never found, but that's probably because, like,
actually,
his
no,
ass got teleported somewhere and beaten up.
The other children the 5 went missing. Only Maria's jaw was found.
No, because I explicitly remember that George was eaten by, like, hellhounds or something like that.
Oh yeah,
they
like,
found his bows that were all chewed the fuck up, and, like, the others were, like, had similar problems with their bodies.
Oh yeah, like,
it was just that Battler was explicitly called out as, like, no one ever found his body.
Okay, yeah.
Or that was in the first loop. In the second loop, it didn't actually break down, like, what happened to the survivors. So I don't know. Maybe they all died. Maybe they didn't. No, but they did the first time at least. So I'm just until we get an epilogue that says they didn't die and they survived somehow, I'm just gonna assume that they're dying in every loop.
Probably continue
Or
to
at least
deny the
go
witch
missing.
forever if I just use that person as a scapegoat.
しかし、それは断固拒否する。ああ、ダメだぜ。全然ダメだ。
However, I refuse to do that. It's useless. It's all useless.
18人はみんな、俺にとって親たちや親戚たちやいとこたち。
Every one of those 18 people is either a parent, a relative, or a cousin to me.
そして、真面目だったり面白かったりする、頼もしい使用人の人たちだ。
And those reliable servants who are sometimes serious and sometimes fun to be with.
俺はその人たちの誰を生贄にすることも許せない。
I won't let myself use any of them as scapegoats.
かつて俺はその決意があやふやだった。だからその心の弱さをベアトに疲れたんだ。
In the past, my resolve wavered. That's how Beto hit me where my heart was weak.
Battler, that was like 12 hours ago.
And made me show...
I don't know if that counts as in the past.
And
like, I know that's literally in the past, but like that's like 12 hours ago. I don't think I would refer to that as in the past.
That's how
except for as a joke.
Yeah, that's how Beto hit me where my heart was weak and made me show where the sun don't shine.
Ugh, fuck's sake.
But yeah, I agree. That's a little too soon to be considered the past.
Yeah, like, it's literally in the past, but also it's just sort of like... I don't know. Fucking Battler.
の弱点を認め、なかなかできることではありません。
Accepting and understanding one's own weaknesses. It is not something that can often be accomplished.
バトラ様は19人目が存在する説を槍にする。
Lord Battler, you use this theory about a 19th person as a spear.
槍というよりは盾でしょうかな。
Or should I say, a shield? As they say where I am from, porque no los dos.
ゲームでの無策と違い、戦い方に
In any
自信
event.
を持たれるのは劇的飛躍と申せましょう。
In contrast to how unprepared you were in previous games, the fact that you now have a compass bearing on how to fight is a dramatic leap forward, let us say.
これでバトラ様は敬愛する18人を疑わずに。
With this, you can suspect a 19th person and pursue your theory that the culprit is a human.
存分に19人目を疑い、人間犯人説を追求できるわけでございます。
Without having to doubt any of the 18 you love and respect.
そういう。
It would also have to be like a different person of the 18 killing them each time.
Yeah, absolutely. It would have to be different people each time. Given how they keep dying in different orders and different loops, and there's no consistency.
Exactly, yeah. Like, the only consistency so far has been that Battler has survived to the end. Battler and Maria.
Yeah, Battler and Maria survive till the end.
Let's see. Who were the 5 survivors at the end of the last loop? It was Battler, Maria, Kinzo. Who the fuck else?
Battler, Maria, Kinzo.
It's 2 more.
Oh, Genji and Rosa.
Okay, yeah. I don't remember where Genji was the entire fucking time.
He hung out in the kitchen.
Oh yeah, that's right. Because like the other servants separated from him and then like got themselves killed.
Yep. And then they came to get him, he told them what happened, or he found their dead bodies, told them what happened, whatever. And then when
I'm remembering now.
Yeah, and then when it all wrapped up, he took Battler to Kinzo's room.
First gameのカノン君が殺されたボイラー室とか他にも。
That's it exactly. Like in the first game, when Cannon was killed in the boiler room, there were plenty of tricks I could have mentioned without hesitation, as long as a 19th person existed. In the very first game, Cannon was killed in the boiler room. One might think he was attacked by Kumasawa, who had gone down into the boiler room with him. Maybe that someone who had prepared to be who had appeared to be dead earlier, was actually faking it and ambushed him. Either way, it was a move that forced me to suspect one of the 18. However, by simply proposing that a 19th person existed, there was no longer any need to suspect one of the 18 for that murder in the boiler room.
つまり18人の誰にも無理だから行くという図式だけは否定することができるわけさ。
In short, I can at least deny the line of reasoning saying that if something is impossible for every one of the 18, therefore the culprit is a witch.
There are still so many different angles of attack for Beato here.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Using this argument, it's easy to explain, for example, the problematic case that had already occurred in this game. Who gave Maria the letter? Even if all 18 people have alibis, could easily explain everything by saying that a 19th person must have visited her and given her the letter.
ふむふむ。とても良い一手だと思いますよ。
I'd say that's quite a good move.
私だったらどう切り返しましょうか。
Now, how would I strike back against it?
たとえバトラ様が理解されたとしても、未だに弱点は健在。
You still have plenty of weak points, even if you are aware of them.
18人攻めは有効な手でしょうね。
Maybe the 18-person attack would be an effective move.
バトラ様の守りがどの程度か確かめる意味でも、改めてそこをつくのも面白いかもしれません。
Judge the strength of your defense. It may be amusing to contest that point again. Again?
ならど
Again.
う来る？悪魔の執事。
Then how will you do it, Demon Butler?
バトラ様が刺された19人目の駒を迎え撃つのが妥当でございましょう。
I believe it would be appropriate to ambush the piece representing this 19th person that you mentioned.
バトラ様は19人目にお会いしておりませんね。
Lord Battler, you have never met this 19th person, yes?
I mean, technically, if you count Beto's avatar, but we'll say that that person doesn't exist right now.
Yeah.
19人目が存在する証拠をお願いできますかな？
Okay. So this goes back into what I was saying earlier, where what Battler is trying to do is maintain the possibility that it is not a witch and that it's not one of the 18 people that he knows, which is very easy to do. It's all you gotta do is just like come up with a slew of excuses, right?
Yep.
That's all you gotta do. You just gotta like talk shit forever, more or less. And like the more you do it, the easier it gets.
Yeah.
And the way that Beato, or not necessarily Beato, but like at least Renove, is attacking this possibility, his line of reasoning, is by asking him to forget the part of possibility in his mission statement. That's what they're trying to do, or at least he's trying to do.
Yeah.
I can't tell if Beato is trying to do that too. I don't know for sure. She might be, but at the very least, Renove is.
Yeah, and it's at least a plan of attack she would consider.
Yeah. But, like, the appropriate response to this, what Renove is saying here, would you please show some proof that this 19th person exists, is I don't have to. I don't need to prove, like, I don't need to prove one way or the other what's going on here. I just need to prove that there's the possibility. Yep. And as long as there's the possibility, I'm golden. So you can eat shit.
Yeah.
That's the appropriate response here.
Yeah, come on, fucker. Use the red text then.
Yeah, tell me that there's only 18 people on the island. Do it.
Amazing. もちろん。その差し手で来るだろうことは読んでいる。
How naive. Of course I knew you'd probably try that move.
それは受け手をお願いいたします。
My. Please respond to it. He literally doesn't have to.
I mean, yeah, but he also should say, I don't have to, as his move, basically.
It's true.
And this is really good for Renove because he teaches rhetoric. That's like literally one of his jobs.
Yeah, I was gonna say that a minute ago. Like he's actually giving advice and teaching this sort of thing to Battler, and that's literally part of the spirit. What it's supposed to do is teach rhetoric and like logic and stuff.
魔女だの悪魔だの。お前らにこれほどふさわしい一手はないぜ。
Witches and demons and the like. There's no more fitting move for you guys to use. It's one of those
悪魔の証明さ。
devil's proofs.
Art, rhetoric, languages, and gives good and loyal servants
Yep.
in favor of friends and foes. Just to repeat that for everyone.
Yep, which is also why he's the head servant, despite having a name that suggests that the others should be higher ranked, but they also might just be named after those demons, not the actual demons.
Mm-hmm. Because there is no fucking way a Marquis would like refer to a king or a prince of hell the way that he refers to the sisters.
Yeah.
So there's no fucking way. It would not happen. Like they do it in private, not anywhere near where they could hear it.
Oh yeah, absolutely not. When you try to make some claim to humans like us, we always counterattack by telling you to show some proof. That's a human move. I'm fighting with a witch. I'm taking part in the battle with someone who isn't human. Some moves exist that can only be used in a game against a witch. There are cheat moves. That's what this devil proof is. Because it's impossible to prove. Let's assume that there's a hidden mansion on Rokonjima separate from the Ushiromiya family mansion, and that a woman named Beatrice lives there. In order to prove this, one must find this mansion and actually bring Beatrice out of it. That's called actual proof in the human world. However, if we follow the rules of the Devil's Proof, you can't deny that she exists even if there's no proof that she does. Because it's impossible to prove that something doesn't exist. That's right, I'm finally able to turn the tables using this Devil's Proof, which tormented me so much before.
Fucking took you long enough.
Those guys were always trying to force me to accept the existence of the witch with it. After all, it was physically impossible for me to show any proof that witches don't exist and deny Beto's claims. That's why I kept getting hit with the reckless argument that witches do exist. I was unable to counterattack. That's why I'll spin the chessboard around right now. Can't disprove the existence of witches, then that means if suggest that the 19th human exists, you can't deny that either. In other words, because this problematic and mysterious mistress is craftily hiding herself, it'd be perfectly natural if you never found her no matter how hard you looked. So you can't say that your inability to find this 19th person proves that she doesn't exist. I mean, you could survey the island, but you can't do that during the storm, so...
Yeah, also not by yourselves, because you're not trained surveyors.
Yeah. Therefore, it's impossible to deny the 19th person's existence. Beto used the Devil's Proof to make denying her own existence impossible. This time it's become my weapon. If we can get away with this argument, then forget just a 19th person. This island could be full of people we don't know about. And even if there were 10 or 100 of them, she still couldn't deny that they existed. In the last game, and the one before that, among the murder scenes that showed up, were several that were extremely intricate and must have taken a lot of effort to set up. Really hard to imagine a single culprit setting up all of those. However, if not just a 19th person, but 10 or 100 people were hidden somewhere, that wouldn't be any problem at all. They all split up to work, they could handle any job in a short period of time. Of course, doubts will naturally rise as to whether a large group of people like that could sneak around the mansion without being noticed. But those are all settled by the Devil's Proof. You can't deny that even 100 people were there just because they weren't seen or noticed. even though I'm saying it myself, it's such a stupid argument that it makes me want to throw up.
The only reason that argument is stupid is because you went to a logical extreme with the battler. 10 people is fine, 100 is not.
Yeah. However, because it's such a dirty move, it's a perfect one to use against a witch. Well, this is just my imagination. What if about 100 suspicious men wearing goat masks were hiding in those shadows? Something like that's worse than laughable, almost like they're cockroaches. You see one, it means there's 100 more hiding somewhere.
まあ、へりくつまみれの暴論だとは思うぜ。相手が人間だったなら、寝言を言うなと怒鳴られるところだろうよ。
Well, I do think it's a ridiculous argument that's horribly twisted. If my opponent were human, I'm sure they'd yell at me like I was out of my mind.
だが、俺の相手は魔女だ。そして、俺たちがやってるのはそういう勝負なんだろう。
But my opponent is a witch, and after all, that's the kind of competition we're having, isn't it?
どんな暴論であろうとも、人間で説明をつけ、魔女を否定する。
I'll use any kind of reckless argument to explain it using humans and deny the witch.
とにかく、この一手で俺は、二度と親しい18人のみんなを疑わなくて済む。
Anyway, with this move, I won't have to doubt any of the 18 who are close to me again.
俺は二度と、前回の失敗は繰り返さない。
I won't suffer a defeat like last time again. At least you won't have your ass out, I hope.
Yeah, I don't want another man ass. On stream, at least.
なるほど。前回の失敗を学ばれているのですね。
I see. You have learned from your previous defeats.
良いことですよ。
That is good.
さすがに、3度もゲームを重ねると、容量が良くなるものです。
It is no surprise that you've become so devious now that you're in your third game.
まずは自陣の守りを固める。
You first strengthen your own defense.
実に堅実な処方です。
That is truly a solid first step.
なかなかの妙手と思いますよ。
Quite a spectacular move, I would say.
And yeah, he's just acting as a teacher at this point.
And in this scenario, I would say he's actually definitely 100% correct, where like what you want to do if you were in Battler's position here is strengthen your defense as much as you possibly can. Have a response for everything ready. Because this is the contest here is not for a limited amount of time. You're supposed to do this for eternity. And you can't maintain it for eternity if you focus on the attack. You need to have the absolute, literal, perfect defense. No holes or chinks in the armor whatsoever, and then you can finally start going on the offense.
Yeah, exactly. Like, this is basically the reverse of the Dormammu situation from Doctor Strange.
Yeah, it's also like it's like you are being the boss in a Dark Souls game, and Beatrice is the player. She only has to beat you once. You have to beat her every time.
Yeah.
Your defense has to be impeccable.
Yeah, exactly. If she can break your will, you're done for.
It's not literally just the once, but like all she has to do is break your will the once, right? Like it just fuck you up.
Yeah, basically break your will long enough to actually get the ritual completed.
Which, you know, is like fucking a couple of hours. So not a lot of time to pull yourself back together afterwards.
Yep, you basically got out of it because she specifically did not want the game to end. And fucked with Rosa.
Yeah.
Basically to goad you into regaining your composure.
Yeah, like the reason why, like, if going with the Dark Souls scenario here, the reason why, like, this fight is still going on is because Beato fucking threw at the end.
Yep.
got Battler to one-hit territory, and then was just like, all right, I'm done, and just hit a homeward bone to get out.
Yep.
To reset the fight. That's it. It's literally it.
まあ19人目の人物を仮定したとしても
God,
マ
I
ス
miss
ターキー
homeward
の本
bones,
数
dude.
などのように
Like in Elden Ring, I wish there were homeward bones so I
ク
could
リア
like
できないトリックも残って
go into a boss fight and reset it, you know? So I just like to keep my fucking runes, if nothing else.
Yeah, I forgot. There really are no homeward bones.
Yeah, it's because you can teleport anywhere you want as long as you're not in combat, right?
Yeah, exactly. So it's
But that's the problem. As long as you're not in combat, and like you can use homeward bones in combat in any other game, or like Bull Hunter's Marks or whatever.
Yeah, I was looking it up, and there's only one item that can be used in this way. And even then, it's not
Yeah,
a
it's,
reproducible item. It's the Pure Blood Knight's Ring, or
Yeah.
medal, I mean.
Emblem. Yeah, you would just teleport to fucking the Mogan Palace with it.
Yeah.
That's what I used it for all the time, yeah. Just still don't have it on the character that I'm playing on stream, sadly.
Yep.
Although I can just like go teleport and grab it. There's no problem with that. I already did the fights that I need to. I just need to go like pick up the. I just go need to like dip the cloth bit, whatever the fuck it is, in blood.
There you go. Well, even if I do assume there's a 19th person, there's still a few tricks left that I can't resolve. Like the actual number of master keys, no matter how many humans I add.
しかしとりあえずの初手としては悪くないはずだ
Still, it isn't bad as a first step for the time being.
バトラ様の切り札19人目の人物という大駒
Lord Battler, your trump card is the important piece called the 19th person. With this role being filled by Renove here to like coach Battler to having a better game with Beato, I understand why Ryukishi chose Renove specifically.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a very good choice.
証拠はあるのかとの私の言ってにバトラ様は悪魔の証明で反撃
You countered my proof of asking where the proof was by using the devil's proof. Or you countered my move. There we go, sorry. Misread the
バトラ
law.
様のおられないところで勝手に手を進めてしまうのは申し訳ないのですが
A good skirmish, although I must apologize for making a move by myself when my lady isn't here.
私も少し面白くなってきてしまったところです
I find that I too am growing slightly interested.
お嬢様に代わりさらに一手進めさせていただきましょうか
I think you need to ask Beato for permission on that one, not
yeah,
Battler.
not Battler, yeah.
But, fair enough. I wonder if you will allow me to make yet another move on my lady's behalf.
来いよ魔女だろうと悪魔だろうと相手に不足はね
Let's have it. I've got no shortage of opponents, be they witches or demons.
Battler, you are not the Doomslayer.
No.
バトラ様の刺された一手これは私ども悪魔のお箱でございますが他にも私どもにはいくつもの手がございます
This move you presented called the Devil's Proof is a specialty of us demons, but there are also various other moves available to us.
ヘンペルのカラスという一手はご存知ですかな
I recognize that, but I don't. I'm like 98% sure that's a reference to something, and I just don't. I can't call it to mind. Do you know of a move called Hempel's Raven? Shut up, cat. Hempel's Raven.
Yeah, it's literally a paradox. He'll explain it, though.
I thought so.
ヘンペルのカラス何の話だ
Hempel's Raven? What are you talking about? Just an that enraging laugh, heard so many times, started echoing. The room was filled with dazzling golden butterflies, and in the center of that whirlwind, the Golden Witch appeared.
これはお嬢様。おはようございます。
It isn't my lady. Good morning.
わらわのいないところで何やら面白そうなことをしていると思えば。
I thought you might be doing something interesting while I was away.
ヘンペルのカラスか。
Hempel's raven, was it?
なんとも笑える懐かしい一手よ。
You did laugh, Beto. You did laugh at it. Such a familiar old move, I could almost laugh.
よもやバトラに披露する日が来ようとはな。
To think the day has come when I get to show it off to Battler.
それは悪魔の証明に並ぶ古典的一手だ。
It's a classic move to use against the devil's proof.
ロノウェイ、それはわらわが指す一手ぞ。
Chronove, I will make this move.
わらわの楽しみを減らしてくれるな。
Do not get in the way of my fun.
A little possessive, are you there, Beatrice?
I mean, it is her game.
Fair.
How annoying would it be if, like, you were in the middle of a chess game with someone and someone else was making moves on your behalf?
I mean, absolutely fair.
出やがったな、ゲラゲラ魔女め。
So you've finally shown up, you flying witch.
相変わらず下品に笑いやがって。
I see you're laughing like a freak just as usual.
こいつもお前のこと。笑い方に品がねえって陰口言ってたぜ。
This guy was talking behind your back just now, telling me how undignified you look when you do that.
Battler. Snitches get stitches.
Yeah, don't throw Renove under the bus. He's been helping you.
Snitches get stitches, buddy. Don't be a narc.
Right?
それは心外な。本当か？
How rude. Is that true?
そうもない。心より尊敬申し上げているお嬢様に。
Nonsense. Why would I speak such gossip about my lady?
この私めがどうしてそのような陰口を申せましょうか。
Whom I regard with such sincere respect.
よくもシャーシャーと言えるもんだな。
He is a demon.
Yeah, like literally a demon.
Can't believe you'd say something so
お
shameless.
前とは仲良くなれそうにないぜ。
Doesn't look like we'll be getting along well together. Battler, you literally were the one who soured that.
Yeah, genuinely. You tattled, you little bitch.
まあよい。話を戻そう。
Well, that is fine. Let us return to the point at hand.
ヘンペルのカラスは実証を待遇的に行ってみせる。
Hempel's raven is used to show actual proof using the contrapositive.
つまりこういう手だ。
In other words, it is a move like this.
カラスが黒いことを証明するにはどうすればいい？
What must you do to prove that ravens are black?
は？何の話だ？
Huh? What are you talking about?
カラスが黒いことを証明って。
Prove that ravens are black.
As soon as she said that, I was like, oh yeah, I understand exactly what's going on here. Alright.
カラスを捕まえてきて。色が黒いことを確認すりゃいいだけの話だろ。
Wouldn't you just have to catch a raven and check to see if it's black?
その通り。カラスイコール黒いを証明すればよい。
That's right. You must simply prove that a raven is black.
ということは、黒くない鳥イコールカラスではないを証明しても 同じ論法になるのがわかるかな？
Do you see that if you instead prove that birds that aren't black are not ravens, you would reach the same argument?
世界中のカラスでない鳥をすべて調べ、それらが黒くないことを証明すれば。
If you go throughout the world and examine all birds that are not ravens and prove that none of them are black,
それは結果的に、故に黒い鳥はカラスである、となるわけだ。
then as a result you can claim that therefore black birds are ravens.
これを対偶論法という。
This is called an argument by the contrapositive.
そなたには難しいか？
Is that too difficult for you?
ああ、まったく何言ってやがるのかさっぱりだ。
Yeah, no kidding.
Probably
I've
you're
got
fucking
no idea
idiot.
what you're saying.
バトラ様、こういう例え話はいかがでしょう。
Lord Battler, what about this example?
2つの箱があり、片方は当たりでクッキーが入っているといたします。
Ember? I'm gonna slap you with this washcloth. I'm brandishing a fucking bit of cloth at him. The examples that Beatrice used, while accurate to the paradox itself, are two different conclusions. They look the same on the surface, but the second one, at least, does not prove that all black birds are ravens. Because it explicitly states that you examine all birds that aren't black, and if none of them are ravens. But anyway, let us say that you have two boxes and one of them is a winner with a cookie inside.
もちろん、もう片方は外れで空っぽです。
Of course, the other one is a loser and is empty.
At this moment, it has a cookie inside, means you win, which implies that you do not win equals it had no cookie inside. Such a relationship exists, the latter is called the contrapositive. Then, if A then B is true, then if not B then not A is also true.
そりゃ当然だろうよ。もし選んだ方が外れだったなら、もう片方は自動的に当たりってことになる。
Well, that's obvious. If the one you guessed was the loser, then you'd automatically know that the other one was the winner.
つまり、箱を適当に選び、当たりを引こうと外れを引こうと、最初の一手で、どっちの箱にクッキーが入っているか特定できるわけだ。
In other words, if you choose the box at random, whether it's the winner or the loser, you'll be able to figure out which box has the cookie in it after your first move.
その通り。開けた箱にクッキーが入っていたなら、悪魔の証明を満たす。
That is correct. If the cookie is in the box you open, then the devil's proof is satisfied.
この箱は当たり、イコール、この箱にはクッキーが入っている。をまさに実証できるわけだ。
You can directly prove that this box is the winner because this box has a cookie in it.
しかし、開けた箱が空っぽだ
My
ったら
captioner died.
この時は逆にヘンペルのカラスを満たす。
However, if the box you open is empty, then the reverse, Himpel's Raven, is satisfied.
There you go.
Cute.
この箱にクッキーが入っていないイコールこの箱は当たりではないとなるのだから。
In other words, this box does not have a cookie in it because this box isn't the winner. Or rather, therefore, this box isn't the winner. There we go. Because also works there, but therefore,
箱が
like,
2つしかないことを
it
前
flows a little
提と
better.
している限り。
And as long as we accept the premise that there are no more than 2 boxes.
もう片方の箱が自動的に当たりであることを待遇的に示している。
Yeah. So she just like it said what I was saying earlier. Is as long as you accept the premise that the only black bird in the world is a raven, then the contrapositive proves that all ravens are black, or if the bird is black, it's a raven.
Yeah.
It just has to have that set up, that extra premise there that like there are only 2 options, this or this sort of thing.
Right.
Yeah, as long as we accept the premise that there are no more than 2 boxes, the contrapositive shows that the other box is automatically the winner.
Yeah.
ま、なんとなく理屈は分かったぜ。毒を制するには毒。へりくつにはへりくつってわけだ。
Well, I think I'm starting to see your reasoning. Only poison can stop poison, and only twisted logic can stop twisted logic.
Outler, those are human concepts, not witch concepts to begin with. Like Himmel's Raven and Devil's Proof and all those other fun ones like Occam's Razor. Those were all done by humans. You fucking weirdo.
Then what?
俺の島には19人目の人間が隠れているに違いないから、18人全員にアリバイがあっても。
How does that overturn my claim that because there's definitely a 19th person, a 19th human hidden on the island, even if all 18 people have alibis, I still won't have to accept witches?
どう切り返してく。
よかろう。わらわの手は教えよう。
Very well, I will teach you about my move.
まずそなたは18人の中に犯人はいない。イコールならば犯人は19人目としている。
First of all, you are stating that the culprit is not among the 18, therefore the culprit is a 19th person.
ならば待遇としてこうなるわけだ。
So if you use the contrapositive, it ends up like this.
つまり犯人は19人目ではない。イコールならば18人の中に犯人がいる。
In short, the culprit is not a 19th person, therefore the culprit is one of the 18.
はあ？なんだと？それはどういう意味だ？
What do you mean?
You said it pretty clearly, Battler.
そなたの指し手を逆手に取っただけだがな。
Only that I've countered your move.
難しい話ではあるまいに。
Let's try and keep things simple.
ロノウェ、説明せよ。
Rodove, explain.
そなたのさっきのクッキーの箱の例えはバトラにわかりやすいらしい。
It seems you've made things easy enough for Battler to understand with your cookie in a box analogy.
Yeah, I mean, it is his job to be a teacher, so it makes sense.
Yeah, and also Battler is just like really fucking dumb. I don't know how he didn't understand that last one.
Yeah.
Like, I get like the need to have like 2 or 3 examples to like really teach a thing properly so people understand it properly, but like that last one was like really, really fucking clear.
Yeah, that was very clear. She's basically going, alright, but if I prove that a 19th person didn't do this, you have to accept either that me, a witch, exists, or one of the 18 did it.
Yeah. That's it. Regardless of whether there's a 19th person, if I can prove that the 19th person didn't do it, then you've got to accept one of the other 2 things that you don't want to accept.
先ほどの例え話でもう一度ご説明させていただきます。
Then forgive my presumption. Allow me to explain my earlier example once more. Allow me to repeat my earlier story about 2 treasure boxes, one of which has a cookie in it. In this situation, you have an 18-person box and a 19th person box. So the cookie represents the culprit. Lord Battler, let's say you open the 18-person box. Because the cookie is not there, You have paradoxically proven that, therefore, the cookie is in the 19th person box. Fucking capture died again that fast. Damn.
Yeah, let me go ahead and refresh that. And we'll see how it goes.
Oh, alright. Back to it then. That lets us make an even more paradoxical claim. In other words, if it was shown that the first shown that the 19th person box was empty, it would prove at the same time that the cookie is in the 18th person or 18 person box. Battler's is like child level in his deductive reasoning.
Little bit.
Lord Battler played this move in order to avoid having to doubt any of the 18. But it's now been used to prepare an 18-person attack.
What the hell?
わらわが19人目の箱の中身が空っぽであることを先に証明すれば。
If I go first and prove that the inside of the 19th person box is empty,
そなたは自動的に
you will automatically have to accept that
18人の箱
the
の中
cookie
に
is in the
クッキー
18
がある
person
ことを
box.
認めなければならないということになる。そなたはそれを逆の言い方で口にしたに過ぎんのだぞ。
All I've done is say it the other way around, yes?
つまり俺の自信満々の一手は同時に諸刃の剣でもあるってわけか。
So that move I was so
Yeah,
confident
Battler.
in was actually a double-edged sword?
Yeah, Battler, that's how rhetoric works. There is no, like, inviolable, there we go, shield. Like, there's nothing, there's no perfect move, no, like, argument that you could use that has absolutely no counters or weaknesses
そな
at
た
all.
の19人目で全てを説明する一手はそれが破られた時
Like, the art of rhetoric is all about using the right moves at the right time to keep your opponent off balance so they don't think about the weaknesses of the move that you just used.
Yep.
That's right. As soon as you played that move and attempted to explain everything with a 19th person,
18人でしか説明できないことを認めざるを得ないリスクを背負っている
you'd already taken on a risk that you might be forced to accept that the culprit is one of the 18. This is what I was talking about earlier, where you need, like, so many fucking arguments and, like, bullshits that you can just spew at any point in time in response to anything. Like, you need so much to become, like, borderline invincible when it comes to this sort of thing.
Yep. And the thing is, Battler needs to accept the possibility that it is one of the 18. Because right now, that is his biggest weakness.
Yeah, like, he has to be capable of accepting it, at least hypothetically.
Yep.
So obviously we know it's... Like, if there is a mundane killer, the mundane killer is changing every fucking time, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, not in the reality of it anyway. Because you can go, yeah, anybody in these situations could feel the pressure, and given the opportunity, take it. Let's see, Hempel's Raven, so this is a countering technique. Wait, I really...
Yeah, like, I could very easily say that, like, any of the 18, just like 18 random people placed on an island, any of those 18 could potentially kill someone. Like, everyone has it in them to eventually do that, some way, somehow. But of the 18 that we have, and what I know about their characters in general, there's only really a couple of options, and none of them have survived till the end yet. So...
Yep, it's
I
true.
don't think...
At the
I
very...
don't think there's actually a mundane killer.
Yeah.
Or if there is, it is a 19th person.
To me, I think it has to be, in many of these cases, multiple killers across sometimes working together, sometimes actually working opposed.
I do not know how that would work, but yeah, just because I don't know, it doesn't mean it can't happen.
Yeah. Basically, what I mean is somebody may have done, for example, the very first killing in the supply room. But that person might have been killed by the person who did the other murders.
Yeah, the stakes. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Separating the first 6 from the stakes.
Exactly.
Okay.
And basically, similar things to that, where it's sometimes you would need accomplices, and sometimes you would actually need multiple people to be trying to kill each other. So that kind of intrigue stuff, basically.
Yeah, I get that. I just don't know if there's enough people that I think would be plausible for them to do that, to have this many loops where a bunch of people are killing each other.
Yeah, that's fair.
Because I could see, like, anyone doing, like, a crime of passion, murder on the spot sort of deal. But, like, killing 6 dudes and then, like, dragging them out to a shed and, like, mutilating their bodies. Most people aren't going to be able to do that now.
No.
Or, you know, what they did in the second loop where they fucking gutted that person and then shoved a bunch of candy down their throat until it came spilling out of their guts.
Yeah.
That one's also a little funky. I don't
Yeah.
think very many people are capable of that. Yeah, killing someone at the dinner table in a heat of passion, sure. Or even like premeditated, like killing 1 or 2 people at the dinner table. Sure, but like...
Yeah, even
6
poisoning
people
a
and
bunch
then-
of people.
Yeah.
Sure. But the staging of some of that stuff is a bit much. Wait, if I really think about it, this counter is really disadvantageous for me. This isn't a cookie we're talking about. If I imagine that the loser treasure chest actually has a bomb in it, it gets even clearer. There aren't just 2 treasure chests, but 18 plus 1 more for the 19th person. If you think of it as a total of 19 boxes, it gets even easier to picture. First off, one of the premises of the human culprit theory is that the bomb will definitely be in one of these boxes. I don't want to place the bomb in the boxes for any of the 18, so I used the devil's proof. Created the 19th person box so I could throw the bomb in there. That much was fine, but then Beto struck back. Now if the contents of the 19th person box are empty, that'll automatically mean that the bomb's in one of the other 18 boxes. I could examine what's inside all 18 of these boxes, and as long as I can show that the bomb isn't in any of them, I'll be able to safely show that the 18 are innocent. If it were possible, I'd have nothing to fear. However, in reality, that would be almost absolutely impossible. Police wouldn't come here in this typhoon. Don't have access to scientific investigations or experts or anything. Which makes me him saying that makes me question if he can plausibly push events to get some investigation done. Like, on the meta game board, because he has to be able to move pieces, presumably. Or is it all just his rhetoric?
I think he can only move himself the same way that Beatrice can only move herself, right? It's just that she, as a witch, has far more options when moving herself than he does as a mortal, like, 17-year-old.
Yeah, he doesn't have access to demons and shit.
Yeah, he doesn't have access to, like, servants that he can call on, more or less, that have the ability to contact people outside of the typhoon.
Fair enough. Don't have access to scientific investigations or experts or anything. In short, we can't prove anything decisively. It'll be impossible for me to find any proof other than simply gulping down whatever alibis each of the 18 give. That means I personally have to prove their innocence, and I have to do it perfectly. Like by staying with them the whole time, never letting them out of my sight for a second. Doing that, I could probably be sure that person's innocence, sure that the bomb isn't in their box. However, in practical terms, that'll be impossible. In other words, I'd have to expend an incredible effort just to check the contents of one box. There are 18 of them. In other words, unless I bound all 18 of them in chains and watch over them, it'll be impossible to prove that all of them have empty boxes. I mean, you could try that for one loop. That would be interesting.
Yeah, that'd be kind of funny. And see if you could actually, like, fucking manage to, like, get Goda into chains.
Yeah. Fucking Goda and Genji. Because Genji's old, but
so too.
He's got that fucking knife throwing on him, you know?
That's true, yeah. So, yeah, go ahead and, like, put your grandfather in manacles, kid.
I mean, he deserves it, but...
Oh, he definitely deserves it, but, like, go ahead and try, buddy.
Yeah. However, Beto only has to open one box, the 19th person box, and show that it's empty to prove that the bomb's in one of the other 18 boxes. Furthermore, there's no need for her to show which of the 18 boxes has the bomb. I've got 18 times more work to do to explain my pet theory than Beatrice does for hers.
世の中には悪魔の証明がそうであるよう反論に膨大な手間がかかり事実上不可能であるケースが少なくない。
When a devil's proof exists in the world, it takes a vast amount of effort to argue against it, and there are many cases in which it is impossible to do because of the situation.
しかし、ヘンペルのカラスはその問題を逆手に取り、容易に実証することを可能とする。
However, Hempel's Raven turns that problem around and makes it possible to prove things easily.
ヘンペルのカラスを使えば、様々な暴論が実証可能なのです。
By using Hempel's Raven, various reckless arguments are become possible to prove true or false. And this is also a big thing in rhetoric. It's the framing of how you say something as whether or not you're using, like, say, the devil's proof or Hempel's Raven or some other rhetoric technique. It's all in, like, how you say it, not exactly what you're saying. For example, let us say that I make the proposition, all humans except for me are foolish. Phoenix, get the fuck off my lap. I just put you down on the floor. Go, get out of here. God damn it, fat boy. Normally, I would have to examine all of humanity except myself to show that they are all foolish.
しかし、何十億人も調べるなど、現実には不可能でしょう。
However, in reality, it would be impossible to investigate billions of people.
バトラ様の18箱を開ける手間と全く同じです。
It's just the same sort of effort you'd need to open all 18 boxes.
しかしヘンペルのカラスならば、その命題は待遇的にこう変換される。
However, by using Hempel's Raven, the contrapposite of that proposition would change it into this.
つまり、私以外の人間イコール愚かであるをそなた風に言うならば。
If you, to use your phrase, spin the chessboard around on the claim that all humans except me are foolish,
チェス盤をひっくり返し。
Phoenix, get the fuck off my lap, dude. Stop jumping up here. You don't know how to sit still, man. You would have to have nothing, or yeah, have to do nothing more than prove that not foolish is me.
つまりどういうことだと思う？
And what do you think that
わらわが聡明であるという事実を知るだけで
As soon as I know the fact that I am wise,
全人類は愚かであることの何十億人分もの証明が直ちに終了してしまうわけだ
I will be able to show in an instant that every one of the billions of people in the human race is foolish. Except you can't, because that's a bad framing for this
わら
one.
わよりも愚かであることをわずか1秒もかけずに証明終了できる
In less than a second, I could finish proving that the entire human race is more foolish than me.
世界最強最速の QED
It is truly the strongest and fastest QED in the world.
Yeah, I had to look into what that meant.
QED?
Yeah.
So, I wonder if they're going to introduce a new rhetoric technique every loop. That'd be kind of interesting.
That would be. And just for everyone else, QED is Quod Erat Demonstratum, which was to be demonstrated. So basically, hey, I can show this very quickly and demonstrate it.
Yep.
これぞヘンペルのカラス
This Hempel's Raven.
なんつ暴論だよ。
What a ridiculous argument. Come on, you were the one who was saying your own argument was ridiculous, so...
Yeah, the way she phrased the that second one that she used just now is not how you would use this in real life. That is a flawed version of the Hempel's paradox. Just saying. Because, like, just because you are wise doesn't mean everyone else is less wise than you. Like, it's not, it doesn't, it's not the same kind of thing as, like, you got two boxes here and one of them has a ball in it. If you pick up the one that doesn't have the ball in it and you see that it doesn't have a ball in it, you automatically know that the other one does have a ball in it. It's not the same kind of thing there, because that's like a Boolean yes or no. Wisdom and foolishness are sliding scales. You can't.
Yeah, exactly.
Just because you were more towards the wisdom side of the scale does not mean everyone in the world is more towards the foolish side of the scale than you. Like, you have to be at the uppermost limit of the wisdom scale, but you also can't know that until you've proven it, because you have to test that. It's a quality, not a quantity, right? So it doesn't work that way. It's just a bad example of the paradox, is what I'm saying. That's all. And we already know by now that Beatrice does make mistakes in heavy quotes on purpose to keep things entertaining. So
yeah, absolutely.
She's literally just using it to mock Battler there.
Yeah, she's just using it to basically say, you're stupid, na-na-na-na-na-na.
Yeah. It is a very, very convenient move.
悪魔どころか神々も好む一手です。
Not only demons, but gods also use it.
幸福であるイコール神のしもべを命題とするとき。
When they propose that the blessed are the servants of a god.
待遇は神のしもべでない人間イコール幸福であってはいけないとなります。
The contrapositive is a human that is not a servant of the god, therefore he must not be blessed.
つまり神のしもべがその加護によって幸福であることを実証するためには、その加護を受けぬ人々が不幸であることを実証すればいいわけです。
So in order to prove that the servants of gods are blessed with the divine protection, they only have to bring ill fortune down upon those who don't receive such protection.
そして彼らは
So by bringing misfortune down upon those who don't believe in them,
自らの幸福を実証する。
they prove their blessedness.
人に幸福を与えるには莫大なコストがかかる。しかし人を不幸にするのに必要なコストははるかに安上がりだ。
An enormous cost is required to give humans happiness. However, it takes a lot less to bring humans misfortune.
つまりヘンペルのカラスを使えば神々は実に低コストで信者に加護の喜びを与えられるわけよ。
So, by using Hempel's Raven, gods are actually giving believers the joy of divine protection for cheap. Yeah, this is how you know an evil god from a good god.
Yep.
By the way, at least in fiction, is when all they do is punish the people that don't believe in them, and then just never give anything good or bad to the people that do believe in them. That's a bad god. That's what we call an evil god. And in fact, this is how they function in mythology as well. Evil gods, that is. Like gods of cataclysm and destruction and plague and all that stuff. You'll find a lot of the time that these gods get angry when they aren't worshipped, and then they throw their whatever the fuck that they are, whether it's a cataclysm or a storm or a plague or famine or whatever, at the people that they want to believe in them and kill half of them, and then like the remainder are like, oh fuck, we gotta appease the angry god. And then that's how you get blood sacrifice half the time. Whether it's human or animal, that's how you get blood sacrifice most of the time. Sucks. But a good god will actively protect and bless the people that like follow them and do nothing about the people that don't.
Yep, exactly.
Or like if you want to go like a full-on capital G proper good, then they'll bless anyone regardless of a religious affiliation, so long as that person like carries the right morals. For instance, Buddha or what Jesus is supposed to be. It's not how like the Christian church treats him this way these days, but that's what he is supposed to be. It's what he is attested to be in the Bible, at least. You know, like all that whole thing about washing the feet of a prostitute, for example. The prostitute didn't fucking worship him, or like deserve it in air quotes or whatever. She was poor and needed her feet washed, so he was like, yeah, sure, I'll fucking wash your feet.
Yeah.
Here's this huge sign of respect and intimacy for you because I am a good person and I will give this to you, regardless of like how filthy you are, in heavy air quotes, by the standards of society.
Yeah,
that's what like a truly good god does.
Yeah, it's an act of service, showing a certain level of being humble.
Yep. Basically, what I'm saying is like most gods are neutral, and some of them are evil, and very few of them are good. And at least in his mythology, Jesus is supposed to be one of the good ones, but he doesn't treat it that way by modern Christians, for the most part. That whole thing about, like, you know, you go to hell if you don't believe in Jesus sort of thing is kind of bullshit. Because if they really believed that, they would bite the bullet and then let knowledge of Jesus die out with themselves, so no one could ever learn of Jesus and therefore get access to heaven anyway just by being a good person. Because like the thing that like the church teaches is that if you hear of Jesus, if you learn of the Lord, but you don't worship the Lord, you automatically go to hell. But if you don't know the Lord, therefore you can't worship him, you still get access to heaven if you're a good person.
Yeah, or in some denominations, you end up in limbo, but you can ascend to heaven eventually.
Yeah. So the logical conclusion here for anyone trying to do the maximum amount of good in the world at all is if you learn of Jesus, you shut your fucking mouth and never speak of him again. Whether or not your religion says it's your duty to proselytize and convert others, if there is a chance that you will be able to tell someone and then them not worship God, like they don't believe you, or it's just not their cup of tea, or whatever, for whatever reason, therefore damning themselves to hell, you are the one that caused that. You should have shut your fucking mouth and didn't say anything. And just bit the bullet, go to hell for yourself, and then let the entire world never learn of Jesus and get judged on their character rather than who they worship.
Yeah.
That's what should have happened. Yeah, but they didn't fucking think about that.
But generally speaking, that's not, like, even accurate to the Bible.
Well, yeah. I'm just saying, like, I've had so many fucking arguments with Christians, like, living in Texas and growing up there. Like, I've got... You should have never opened your mouth if you're Christian. Don't speak about your God at all. In fact, your Bible tells you not to go in public and speak about God. Like, you were explicitly not supposed to do that. You were not supposed to stand on the street corner and proselytize, preach, or anything. You're supposed to shut your fucking mouth and do it in private. You're not even supposed to have churches. You're supposed to do that at your house. It's fucking... Oh, damn it. Anyway. So by using Hempel's Raven, gods are actually giving believers the joy of the divine protection for cheap. I know I already read that, but I was just doing it again to catch us back up.
You demon. It's a demon's argument.
A person came up with that,
crazy.
asshole. Like, a human being said that first. It seems we've gone off topic. Let us get back to the points. The move for my counterattack is complete.
そなたの19人目が犯人だから18人は無実で魔女も存在しないへの反撃。
And now, in response to your claim of the 19th person is the culprit, therefore the 18 are innocent and the witch doesn't exist.
ならば19人目が犯人でないことを証明できたら18人か魔女のどちらかが犯人ということで確定するぞ。
I say, therefore, if I can prove that the culprit is not some 19th person, we can be sure that the culprit is either one of the 18 or a witch.
どの確認だ。
Right?
For a while, I just stood there, shocked, completely forgetting to close my mouth. Just when I thought I'd countered one of their strong points, their counterattack had been this reckless argument that I couldn't possibly even anticipated. Is this gonna be impossible after all? To continue denying the witch on an island with no more than 18 people, and still believe in the innocence of those 18 people. That just a delusion? Am I just trying to escape reality? Yes! Not yet. Don't give up this desperate struggle yet. Who cares about whoever's Raven? You're just trying to confuse me by bringing up weird bits of trivia. They used the devil's proof. Don't feel uncertain about something you've used once. Believe in the spear you've drawn, and then forcefully gouge it in.
まだまだ序盤だぞ。この程度で長考するつもりか？
We're still in the operating part or opening part of the game. Do you plan to keep thinking on this level? My cat's at the Zoomy skin.
確かに俺は分かりやすく19人目という言い方をしたが。
Wait a sec. I want to be sure. I'll admit, I talked about a 19th person to keep it
悪
simple.
魔の証明によって18人以上人間を増やせるなら。
But if we're gonna use the devil's proof to raise the number of people above 18,
10人いるか100人いるかもわからない。不特定多数ということだ。
then we'd have no way of knowing if there were 10 people, 100 people, or an indeterminate number of
お
people.
前が想定する人数より常に1人多い。
There's always one more than you assume.
わかるか？
Get it? They countered my twisted logic with something even more twisted. So the only thing that could counter that would be even crazier twisted logic.
That's not even, like, twisted logic, you fucking weirdo. What is wrong with you, Battler?
わらわが19人目のアリバイを何らかの方法で証明したとしても、その瞬間にそなたは20人目を生み出し犯人だと主張する。
I see. Even if I somehow prove an alibi for the 19th person, as soon as I do, you will think of a 20th person and claim that they are the culprit.
これを無限に繰り返すことによって、わらわは永遠に彼らのアリバイの証明が終えられないというわけか。
By repeating this endlessly, you would make it so I kept searching for their alibis for all eternity. Yeah, the simple thing is to just like say in red text there are less than 30 people on the island. There you go. Done. I see, I see.
さながらイナゴの大群を呼び出す魔王よな。
Just like a demon king summoning a plague of locusts.
さすがは金蔵の孫よ。
I wouldn't expect anything less from Kinzo's grandchild.
召喚術の才能には恵まれていると見える。
It looks like you've been gifted with a talent in summoning. Amber, would you get the fuck off my desk at least?
18人以外の
Go do
存
your
在
your fucking Zumi somewhere
常に
else.
アリバイを証明することが不可能なんだ。
In short, it's impossible to always prove an alibi for each person X outside of the first 18.
どうだ、ベアト。
How do you like that, Beato?
ヘリクス合戦だと分かれば、俺も負けねえぜ。
Now that I know we're having a battle with twisted logic, I won't lose.
Not even twisted logic, you fucking weirdo. Like, that's just normal rhetoric.
愚かしいぞ。わらわを誰と心得る。
How foolish. Who do you think I am?
わらわこそは無限の魔女。
I am the endless witch.
そのわらわに無限にて挑むとは肩払いたいわ。
The thought that you could challenge me endlessly is just absurd.
無限を操ることはつまり無限を殺すこともできるということ。
Endless control means that I am able to kill endlessly.
わらわが19人目を切れば、そなたは20人目を呼び、
When your 19th person folds, you will summon a 20th.
20人目を切れば21人目を呼び、
And when your 20th person folds, you will summon a 21st.
21人目を切れば22人目を切れば、
And when your 21st person folds and your 22nd person folds,
23人目を呼び、34人目を呼び、6計4358兆2235億
I can't believe she actually fucking said the number.
3204人目を呼び。
I'm not going to. You
Yeah.
guys can just read it because it doesn't have any fucking commas in it or any notation at all. So like I would have to sit down and like rewrite this thing
Yeah.
on a piece of paper to like measure out what it is. I think that's in the trillions or something.
Yeah. Just say bajillion. Or
Yeah,
something.
you will summon a 23rd person, a 34th person, a 1000th person. Let's go with that.
Okay, that works.
わらわを永遠に翻弄で生きるとでも？
Hold on, let's see. Let me count the numbers here. 3, 6, 9, 12, 15. Okay, 17 digits. There's no fucking way. I don't even know what number that is.
Yeah, that's fine.
Did you think you'd have me at your mercy for all eternity?
無限交代とは笑わせる。
I laugh at infinite regress.
わらわに
Quadrillion,
人間
that's
は
what it is.
通じぬわ。
64 quadrillion and some huge amount of other digits.
Yeah.
The infinite doesn't work against me.
ほう。ならばどうやってこの俺の無限を殺すんだよ。見せてみろよ。
Well then, how will you kill my endless? Just try and show me.
わらわには真実を赤で語る力があろうが。
I have the power to speak the truth in red. Like I said.
Here it comes.
わらわが赤で語るとき、そこには一切の幻想がない。わらわがこ
When
の
I
島
speak
に
in
は
red, it
100
will
人し
contain
かいない
absolutely
と
no
一言
illusions.
赤で語れば。
If I say once in red, there are no more than 100 people on this island.
そなたにはもはや101人目を生み出すことは叶わぬのだ。
You will no longer be permitted to create a 101st person.
ほーら、バトラ。
See, Battler?
今度はどんな真実を赤で語ってみせようか。
What truth shall I tell in red this time?
どんな拠り所を叩き切ってそなたを絶望に突き落としてやろうか。
Where shall I strike for the kill and force you into hopelessness?
そら、いつもの怯えた顔を見せてみるがいい。
Show me your usual frightened face.
なに？
Got me to yawn. What?
そなた、笑うか？
Why are you laughing?
Wonder what kind of creepy look I had on my face as I laughed right then. That red sure is scary. Every time it jumps out, I'm driven into the depths of hopelessness. But have I already realized something? There's no need to be overly afraid of the red.
また抜きやがったな。殿下の宝刀だ。
You brought out your trump card again.
それで
So?
今度はベアトリーチェ様は何をどう赤で語ってくださるってんだ？
How and for what will Lady Beatrice use the red this time?
ほう、それはどういう意味か。
What do you mean by that?
急に余裕を見せよって。
Suddenly looking so relaxed.
悪いが、その真っ赤な宝刀は俺も抜いてくれるのを待ってたんだ。
Sorry, but I was waiting for you to take out that blood-red treasured sword of yours.
That is a great, like, with context, that is a fantastic line. Oh my gods.
Right?
That blood-red treasured sword. I gotta fucking write that down somewhere because, like, there's a feeling in that I want to capture for something else.
Let's see. What'll you proclaim in red this time?
言っとくが、そいつは自爆だぜ。
You aren't gonna say the culprit was one of those 18 people, are you?
その時点で、お前は魔女説を自ら捨てたも同然。
Be careful, since that means self-destruction for you, right?
まさに投了だ。
That'd be the same as throwing away your own witch theory yourself.
確かに俺にとっても。
Complete resignation. That's right. Red wasn't always a weapon that worked in Beto's favor alone. It was the other way around. If she used it the wrong way, it was dangerous enough that she could bring about her own death. If she used it carelessly, and said something that ended up denying herself, that'd be exactly the same as self-destruction.
18人の中に犯人がいると赤で言われることは受け入れたくない悲しい事実さ。
Of course, it'd be sad and difficult for me to accept if you told me in red that one of the 18 was the
た
culprit.
とえ誰が犯人であっても、俺はきっと辛い気持ちになるだろうぜ。
No matter who the culprit actually was, I'd definitely have to deal with some tough emotions.
だが、それはそれ以前に、
But
お
before
前の敗北も意味する。
that, it would mean your defeat.
人間が犯人だとお前が赤で語ることは、お前の投了宣言にも等しい。
Saying in red that the culprit is a human is equivalent to your proclamation of resignation.
お前が俺と差し違えても相打ちにしたいってんなら、それも面白い一手だろうぜ。
If you wanted us to finish each other off in a simultaneous clash, I'd say that's a pretty interesting move.
だが、この勝負は俺の勝ちで終わる。
However, this particular battle will end in my victory. Beatrice's red was her true trump card. When that person speaks in red, it's definitely the truth, and no amount of proof or counter-arguments can change that. But not until now, she's used that to severely wound me. Each time, the tiny foundation supporting my heart gets split in half. However, if she uses it carelessly, then I can also glean a little information about the truth. In the last game, I used that.
That's a typo right there. Because it said gleam. But it's supposed to be gleam, of course.
Oh, yeah.
You just autocorrected it, didn't you?
Yep, I autocorrected it, yeah. In the last game, I used that to my advantage, especially during the chapel's closed room trick. and almost completely got her boxed in at one point. But she was pretty sly herself. She learned from experience, and since then she started using discretion in the timing of her red. This feeling of tension was almost literally like a battle with real swords. It's a
Battler, I
high-level
don't
intellectual
think
battle.
that she learned from her experience so much as she was using it to teach you how to use it against her.
Yeah, bit there, yeah.
But I don't think he's smart enough to realize that yet.
No, not an intellectual battle. It really is twisted logic. This was the world's craziest and worst battle of twisted logic.
さあ、今度はお前の手番だぜ。そうさ。
Okay, now it's time to hear your plan. That's
お
right.
前のヘンペルのカラスを
To
使う。
use your Hempel's Raven,
なぜ18人以外に何人の人間がいるのかを赤で確定させる必要がある。
first you'll have to confirm in red how many humans there are other than the 18.
その上で、それらの人間について、さらに赤で犯人でないことを宣言したならば。
And after that, if you proclaim in red that none of the people in this group are the
な
culprit,
るほど。こいつは俺にとって致命傷
that's
になる
right,
だろう
that might be a fatal wound to me.
あれほど怯えていた赤をもはやみじんも怯えぬとはな。
I'm surprised that you no longer have even an atom of fear for the red, which once terrified you so much.
たくましいやつよ。
You're quite resilient. I don't know about that.
抜いてみろよ。殿下の宝刀。
Try taking it out, that treasured sword, that trump card of
バッ
yours.
サリ決まって、今度こそ俺を屈服できるかもしれねえぜ。
This time, you might be able to make me surrender with a single stroke, right?
面白い。こうでなくてはな。
Interesting. I wouldn't have it any other way.
Agitate her, challenge her, drive her into a corner to make her speak in red. Of course, her red's always wiping out my only rays of hope. Don't be afraid of that. On this island, overcome with falsehoods and illusions, the only thing I can trust is the information she speaks in red. It's my only way across the chasm of hell. Just a single tightrope. Her merciless blood-red blade is the only way I can survive. This isn't just walking on a tightrope, like literally walking on the edge of a blade. Of course I'm afraid. If my victory condition is the denial of witches, then to use her contrapositive logic, the culprit must be human. But I didn't want to search for a culprit amid the 18. That's what made me stick to a weak position, since I had to claim both that it couldn't be a witch and that it couldn't be one of the 18. Last time, I was unable to understand that, so that's where she hit me, leaving me tattered and defeated. That's okay. Let her hit me. Let her attack. No problem. Someone said it once in an old sword fighting movie, that a good fortress has one and only one intentionally weak point. The enemy would gather there, they would be lured there, and that would be where the actual battle took place. As long as I understood my weak points, and as long as she wanted to attack those weak points, it's as if I were luring her into launching an attack there. Gauge the distance between us with care, retreating step by step. Make them move forward. The more she recklessly flourished that red, the more chances I would get to strike back. Don't be afraid of the red. Keep her cornered so that she'll have no choice but to refute me with the red. No matter how oppressively she speaks in red. That's right, that red itself is the same as fresh blood leaking from her wounds.
Battler, you should have been a writer instead of a detective or investigator or whatever the fuck that you're trying to be right now.
Yeah.
まずはこの島に合計で何人いるのか赤で語ってもらおうじゃねえか。
So, what's wrong? First of all, why don't you tell me how many people are on this island total?
さもないと、お前のカラスは俺に切り込めないぜ。
If you don't, your raven can't cut me up.
破れかぶれがこうもやりにくいとは。
How surprising that you can be this desperate and yet this difficult.
捨て身というやつはいつの時代も侮れんな。
One cannot make light of someone putting their life on the line, no matter what the era.
やはり金蔵の孫か。
It's no surprise in your Kinzo's grandchild.
追い詰められれば追い詰められるほどに不敵。
The more courage you are, the bolder you become.
Renove cleared his throat.
膠着しましたね。せっかくの紅茶も冷めてしまいますよ。
It appears to be a stalemate. That black tea I worked so hard to make is getting cold.
お嬢様。
My lady.
Renove, who was supposed to be her ally, roguishly rushed her into making her next move. Beto probably thought she'd manage to smile back and appear confident, but she couldn't hide the sweat building up on her forehead. By now, she had completely lost the confident feeling that had allowed her to turn her nose up at her worthless opponent.
Hey, Battler, I'm gonna let you in on a secret here. Beatrice can appear how she can control how she appears.
Of course, she probably
This
wouldn't be
is a
cornered
place of
by
ma-
something like this. She's just being cautious. Till now, I've been inexperienced. I didn't know how to fight, and I wasn't strong enough to be her opponent. However, now that we've reached the third game, she's realized that I'm starting to become more skilled. She's grown more cautious, thinking every move over carefully. Sure, that's just fine, Beatrice. Sorry to keep you waiting. Are you happy now? Now it's starting to get interesting, huh?
バトラ
拉致が開かねえな。なら、ズバッと気持ちよく、いつものやつで行こうじゃねえか。
This isn't getting us anywhere. Then should we get to the heart of the matter and go with the usual?
ほういつものやつとな。
The usual, you say?
ならば頼もうではないか。
Then by all means.
あれを聞かぬと、やはり始まった気がせぬわ。
If I don't hear you say that, I guess I just won't feel like starting.
First move was mine.
行くぜ、ベアト。
Here I go, Beto.
副将要求。
Repeat it.
この島には18人しかいない。
On this island, there are only 18 people.
こいつを赤で言われちまったら、俺は18人の誰かを
That's a difficult one because, you know, it's like, how do you define people? Are you talking humans? Or do you include witches and demons too?
Yeah.
Are you including gods, spirits overall? Like, what's going on here?
If I hear you say this in red, I'll have no choice but to suspect one of the 18.
19人目の仕業にはもうできず。
I won't be able to say a 19th person did it, so all doors will be closed to me.
だが、俺は18人の中に犯人が絶対にいないと信じてる。
However, I believe that the culprit definitely isn't one of the 18.
あんな残酷な殺人を18人の誰にも起こせるものか。
There's no way any of those 18 could commit such brutal murders. I'm not so sure about that, Battler, but...
繰り返す。
Alright. I have a text message from my roommate again, so you know how that's gonna go.
Yeah.
Be back in a couple minutes.
Alright, we will be right back, folks. And we're back.
この島には18人し
Don't
か
look
い
at me
ない。
like that, cat. Get out of here.
I'll say it again, repeat it. On this island, there are only 18 people.
拒否する。理由は明かさない。
I refuse. I won't say why.
Whew. Avoided that. What would have been the worst thread for me. If you'd repeated that, I'd be faced with those two worst choices of accepting the witch or suspecting one of the 18. Like last time all over again. Beto hadn't proclaimed my ultimate and greatest weakness in red. I refused to repeat it even though even though there was no reason for her not to strike. even though it was a weakness she should have been drooling at. She hadn't sliced me up with red by using that move. Could have been as good as forking a rook in the king. This was a big sign of my advantage. That's right. Culprit isn't one of the 18. Won't suspect anyone. And since the culprit isn't a witch either, it means a 19th person exists on this island. And that's you. Person who, as grandfather's mistress of 30 years, has been secretly living in a hidden mansion in the forest for a long, long time. A human, Beatrice.
For as long as he's been doing this, he knows very, very little about her personality.
Mm-hmm.
And Bernkestel and Lambda have both explicitly told him to pay attention to these things.
Yep.
And he's still not doing it.
Nope. That's
I'm
right.
just like,
that's right.
buddy.
You aren't a witch or anything like it. You're just a human who's been living on this island in hiding for several decades.
千年を経た無限の魔女のわらわをただの人間呼ばわりしたか。
Did you just call me the endless witch who has lived for over 1,000 years, a human?
For a while, Beatrice continued to laugh unpleasantly and gloatingly, or maybe spitefully. Are you ready? I'll keep going. Again, repeat it.
Although, when she said, like, it won't feel right if you don't do the usual, or I just won't start if you don't do the usual, like, it gave me, like, big, like, I can't get it up unless you do the thing vibes.
Yeah, a little bit. I agree. Are you ready? I'll keep going. Again, repeat it. There are 19 people or more on this island. Beatrice fell silent once again. She probably remained extremely cautious as long as confirming the number of humans on this island might give her some large disadvantage, depending on the situation. The red has already become a foothold for my counterattacks. Now that we know this, it makes the red very risky for the witch. But if she couldn't repeat this, her Temple's Raven wouldn't be effective. To break my Devil's Proof, she would need to settle the existence and number of people outside the 18 in red. That's right, she couldn't break the existence of a 19th person unless she used red. Closed Beto in, giving her no choice but to speak in red. There really is a way to fight in this witch's game.
He's getting all this hope and everything. I'm just waiting for her to drop the other shoe on him.
Mm-hmm.
And just, like, confirm some shit that she refused to confirm earlier, just to, like, get in when he thinks he's okay and safe from that bit. Because you know she's going to. That's what I would do. Like, if my goal was to be entertained by this thing instead of to, like, actually win the argument, I would definitely just, like, keep some of these in my back pocket and then repeat it later.
Oh, absolutely. It's okay to refuse. If you can't say it in red, that means there's a total of 18 plus X people on this island. That X is a pretty massive piece to lose on your first move, right? After all, from now on, all of the tricks that were impossible for the 18 can be explained with a human X who isn't in that group. This huge piece can break open all the rooms you said were closed because everyone had an alibi. It was just like how a chess bishop can cut a thin line through enemy forces as long as there's a slight gap. It could only be effectively used on squares of the same color, but it was very good at controlling territory on the board. Looked like Beato also noticed her current plight. She couldn't just let such an important piece go, especially this close to the beginning of the game. She pulled out her red treasured sword wouldn't be that difficult to save herself from this. But Beto was completely aware that I was expecting it. She was afraid that a careless red truth might end up strangling her own neck. Because in the first place, a witch is something that ought to be denied and read. Believe, don't doubt, witches don't exist. Something like that couldn't exist in this world. It can only exist in the valleys between truths. They have a fragile existence, curled up in these cracks, frantically trying to protect themselves from the brutal winds of truth. And they can only barely exist like a mirage by surviving on falsehoods and illusions.
That tacitly accepts witches as being real, though. It's like this, like part of my problem with Battler here is that he is accepting witches as being real, but is just refusing to acknowledge this particular one is doing the murders. Which may be the point. I don't know.
Yeah, like, it's hard to say for certain. It also might be that he is drawing a division between the human world and the world of magic.
Also could be, yeah. Because, like, if he truly did not believe in witches at all, when she said that she needed him to believe, or implied that she needed him to believe for the ceremony to succeed, he would not be taking it seriously at all. He'd be like, all right, whatever.
Yeah, but obviously, he believes that the person he's speaking to is a person he's speaking to. Like, he's not actually doubting his eyes. As far as anything that happens in the game room.
Yeah.
In other words, the red, which only witches can use, is the reality that might easily deny their very being. The more they brandish their red words, the more they begin to lose bit by bit that crack in truth inside which they can adore. That's why they don't want to use red words and carelessly lose that crack in truth, which is based on fuzzy information, or illusions in other words. That's because they understand that they're gradually being cornered. Of course, that bastard will never admit it, because if she did, it'd be the same as admitting that she's something that can't exist in this world, like an imaginary number. Don't be afraid.
Imaginary numbers are real. That's not why they're called imaginary numbers. God damn it, Battler.
Yeah. Don't be afraid, stay strong. Know that she's
also, all numbers are imaginary if you want to take it that route.
Know that she's the one who's really been pierced to the bone. After all, her red treasure sword can't be used without a lot of preparation. What's wrong? I'll say it again. Repeat it. There are 19 people or more on this island.
I refuse.
At the end of Beto's worrying, she took a single deep breath and quietly announced her refusal. Thought she'd use it, but Beto refused to speak in red even though it would cost her victory in the opening part of the game.
ということは今後、俺は18人以外の架空人物 X を何人でも使い放題ってことになるぜ。
He refused, which means that from now on I can create as many fictional character X's outside of the 18 as I want.
好きにするがよい。わらわはそなたの復唱を拒否した。
Do as you wish. I refuse to repeat what you have told me.
今はそれで十分であろう。
Isn't that enough for now?
拒否の理由は
The reason for my refusal is...
いや、今はまだ明かさない。
No, I won't tell you yet.
いずれすぐにわかる。
Anyway, you'll know soon enough.
もったいぶりやがってよ。
Still acting tough, I see.
あえて使わぬ赤もまた赤らしい使い方よ。
Hmm? Choosing not to use the red is another way of using it.
そなたは赤き宝刀と呼んだな。
You called it my red treasured sword.
愉快な例えよ。
A pleasant metaphor.
わらわも使おう。
I will use it too.
宝刀は抜かぬうちが花よ。
A treasured sword is at its best when it is sheathed.
むしろ抜かぬことによって醸せる畏怖というものもある。
In fact, there are many times it can instill even more fear because it is sheathed.
そうだな。俺はお前がいつ赤でひっくり返してくるか、常に念頭に置いて戦わなければならない。
That's right, as I fight, I always have to keep in mind that whether you might spin everything around with those red words.
こいつはえれえプレッシャーだ。
It's some pretty serious pressure.
それに、復唱を拒否される方が辛い場合もある。
And there are also times when you make things pretty tough by refusing to repeat after me.
何しろ、俺の読みが正しいから拒否できないのか。
Those times I can't tell if you can't repeat because my guess was right,
ミスリードにはまって泳がされてるのか。区別がつかないからな。
or if you're just misleading me and letting me flounder about.
そういう意味ではなるほど。
You think about it that way?
抜かずの
Yeah,
宝刀
it's a sheathed, treasured sword.
なあ、同じ突き落とすなら少しでも高いところに行かせてからに限る。
So what? If I'm going to push you off a cliff anyway, best to let you climb a bit higher first.
まだ始まったばかり。
We have still barely begun.
まだまだな。
Much is left to come.
この勝負は今はわらわがリザインする。
I'll resign from this challenge.
淡き勝利に今は酔え。
Go and get drunk on your faint victory for now.
今はな。
But only for now. Thanks, game. That's really bright.
Practically speaking, the early part of the game ended with her being a sore loser. Even so, I couldn't relax my guard at all. That tension didn't fade one bit, till I was greeted by the sound of Renove's applause.
お見事です、バトラ様。
Spectacular, Lord Battler.
まずは序盤はバトラ様有利の展開でスタートというところでしょうか。
Perhaps you have started this game with an advantageous development.
さあな、この駒が俺の手でもぎ取ったものなのか、取るよう誘導されたものかはまだわからねえな。
Who knows? I still don't know whether I've taken a piece by my move, or whether she guided me into taking it.
どうせお前のことだ。
After all, knowing you,
俺が罠にはまり始めてるのを知ってて、白々しく拍手をしてるんだろ。
you probably know I'm being led into a trap, and that clapping is just you mocking me openly, right?
まさか。
How could you think that?
序盤とはいえ、お嬢様より一本を奪った手
Yeah,
腕
what he said there was Masaka is more like a that's impossible or that could not be it or what have you. Just like some variation of that.
Yeah.
Which I guess is like meaningfully the same as how could you think that, but there's a slight difference in like at least connotation.
Yeah, I might have used perish the thought.
Yeah, I think that might be better. Yeah. I agree with you on that one, I think. I am innocently celebrating your ability, which has enabled you to take one shot at my lady, even though it is only the first round.
何しろお嬢様はすぐ増長するお方。
In any event, my lady is a person who is quick to become arrogant.
たまにはこのような刺激も良い薬かと思いますよ。
I believe that a little encouragement such as this can be good medicine every once in a while.
お前んとこの執事、ほんと口悪いな。
This butler of yours sure has a vicious tongue.
であろう？
He does, doesn't he?
たまにわらわでもカチンとくるぞ。
Sometimes he takes me off as well.
それは大変に失礼いたしました。
My, how incredibly rude of me.
さあさあ、お嬢様にバトラー様。
Well then, my lady, Lord Battler.
紅茶のおかわりはいかがですかな？
How would you like some more black tea?
まだゲームは始まったばかりでございます。
The game has still barely begun.
ゲームを彩るお茶とお菓子は、どうか、この私めにお任せを。
Please allow me to prepare all the tea and snacks needed to adorn this game.
どうぞお気兼ねなく、ゲームをおすすめになってください。
I ask that you continue your game without any reservations.
そうさせてもらう。先を進めるぜ。
I will. Let's move
こ
forward.
れからが本番だ。
Now is when it really starts.
よかろう。
Very well.
時計を進めようではないか。
Let us advance the clock.
ロノウェ、紅茶を頼む。
Renove, black tea, please.
かしこまりました。クッキーは？
Certainly. How about a cookie?
いらぬ。
I
ベ
don't
ル
need
ゼブ
one.
ブにやれば喜ぼう。
Give it to Beelzebub to keep her happy.
しばし沈黙せよ。
Remain silent for now.
While listening to the sound of the demon butler pouring tea, the witch closed her eyes slightly and fell silent. Sometimes she was deeply lost in thought, but eventually a roguish glint came into her eyes.
よかろう。わらわがどうして初手にて赤で語るのを拒否したのか。今より
Very
分
well.
からせてやろうぞ。
Why don't I inform you now as to why I refused to speak in red during that first move?
何？上等じ
It
ゃ
was
ねえ
like
かよ。
3 minutes ago.
Yeah.
お手
Hey,
並み
Dreechy, what are you doing?
What? Bring it on. Show me what you've got.
やはり見逃すには惜しい大駒よ。
Yes, that piece really was big enough that I'd hate to lose it.
拙速かもしれぬが、動かせてもらおう。
It may be hasty, but allow me to make my move.
赤は使わぬが、今よりそれをわらわに代わってローザが説明する。
I won't use the red, but from here on, Rosa will explain on my behalf.
聞くがよい。
Listen. Thanks, game.
Yeah.
Fuck.
もちろん私も同意よ。ローザもそうでしょ？ローザ？
Of course I think the same way. Rosa does too, right? Rosa?
ごめん、私も同じ同意するわ。
Sorry. Me too. I think that too.
どうしたんや、ローザさん。あんたさっきからずいぶんおとなしいな。
What's wrong, Rosa? You've been really quiet for a while now.
体調でも悪いんとちゃうか？
Are you feeling sick? From the beginning, Rosa had never been one to cut in on the siblings' fights. But even so, she seemed unmotivated, and had said almost nothing during this night's conference. The whole time, she had hung her head and appeared to be thinking of something else.
あんたさっきからぼんやりしてるわよ。
You've been in a daze for a while now.
そんなので遺産が守れると思ってるの？
Do you think you can protect the inheritance like
あ
that?
んたも一児の母なんだから、もっとしっかりなさいよ。
You're also the mother of your child, so get a stronger hold on yourself.
ごめんなさい。
I'm sorry.
朝がだいぶ早かったんじゃないかね。体調が悪いなら無理をしない方がいいだろう。
Did you wake up really early in the morning? If you feel sick, you shouldn't overdo it.
客室にベッドの用意がありますよ。お休みにな
The
ってはい
beds
か
in
が
our
です
guest
か？
rooms have been prepared. How about taking a rest?
ご案内しますよ。
I will guide you.
いえ、大丈夫です。ありがとう。
No, I'm fine. Thank you.
どうしたんだ？何か心配事でもあるのか？
What is it? Is there something you're worrying about?
いえ、別に。
No, not really.
そう？さっきから
Out
ず
with
っ
it,
と
girl. God damn it.
ここにあらずという感
Is
じ
that so? It feels like your mind has been elsewhere this whole time.
It's like
そして
pulling
それは
teeth trying to get her to
今
fucking
私た
say
ちが
what's
して
on
い
her
る議
mind.
題と何か関係があるんじゃないかしら。
I wonder if that has anything to do with what we've been talking about? At those words, everyone stared at Rosa together. As if in response, Rosa's shoulders quivered. Apparently, Kiri's guess hadn't been wrong. Rosa couldn't deny it either.
いえ、
No, She swallowed whatever it was she had been trying to say and went silent again. Of course, the other siblings also began to realize that something about her appearance was different from usual.
どうしたんだ。さっきからおかしいぞ。
What is it? You've been weird for a
何か
while.
思うことでもあるのか。
Did you think of something?
わしら全員で団結しようって誓い合ったばかりやないか。
We all just swore to remain united, didn't we?
一人で悩むなんて水臭い話やで。
Don't hold back worrying by yourself.
話したってな。
We said we'd talk.
ローザ、話しなさい。
Rosa, tell us. The men pressed her one after the other. Rosa confessed resignedly and nervously. The atmosphere made it seem as though she was confessing to some modest prank, which had inadvertently brought about a serious situation.
いえ、ベアトリーチェっていうお父様の愛人って
No, this mistress of grandfather's, this Beatrice.
本当にその
I was wondering if she's still alive.
生きてるのかしらって思って。
はあ、そりゃ生きてるに決まってるでしょう。
Huh? Isn't it obvious that she's still alive?
こうして手紙を送ってくるぐらいだもの。
After all, she was able to send that letter to us.
元気かどうかは別の問題だろうけどな。
Whether she's in good health or not is a different story, though.
肖像画の美女も。今じゃきっといいお年だろうぜ。
The woman in that portrait must be getting up there in age by now.
Ember.
元気やと思う。
Damn.
金のことで悪知恵働くやつは、
Talking a little
い
shit.
くつになっても元気や。
I'd say she's healthy. People who are crafty when it comes to money stay healthy no matter how old they get. That's because they get access to better health care.
Yeah.
案外、悪巧みは最高の回春剤かもしらへんで。
Her evil plan might even be the best rejuvenating agent.
Ember, lay down, buddy, please. Fuck.
She shouldn't be alive.
今なんて
Huh? What did you just say?
God damn it.
ベアトリーチェは
Stop it.
死んでるのよ。
Stop it. Stop flashbanging me. Fuck.
Beatrice is dead.
私が殺した。
I killed her.
What the fuck are you talking about, girl?
なんだって。
What did you say?
どういうことよ、ローザ。
What do you mean, Rosa?
でも、私が殺したわけじゃ。
But it wasn't really me who killed her.
でも、私があんなところに連れ出したから、
Though I did bring her to a place like that.
やっぱり私が殺したのよ。
No, I did kill her after
あれは
all.
夢だと思い込もうとしたのよ。
I tried to make myself believe it was a dream.
やっぱりあれは夢じゃなかったのよ。
But it wasn't really a dream, was it?
だからこれは、ベアトリチェの亡霊からの手紙なのよ。
Which makes this a letter from Beatrice's ghost.
Just explain what the fuck you're talking about, girl. Ah!
It was so sudden that everyone was lost for words. Rosa kept on talking, unable to stop, holding her head as her hair flew all about.
どうか落ち着いて、ローザさん。
Calm yourself, Rosa.
わしには何がないやらさっぱりや。
I have absolutely no clue what's going on.
もう死んどる？
Already dead?
どういう意味なんや？
What do you mean?
2つの意味があると思うわ。まず1つ目は言葉通りの意味、そしてもう1つは私たちの想像が正しかったことを裏付けるもの。
I think it means two things. First, its literal meaning, and second, it backs up our earlier guess.
ということは、ローザはベアトリーチェに会ったことがあるという。
Which means Rosa has met with Beatrice, right?
そんな話、ローザの口からは一度も聞いたことがない
I
わ。
never heard Rosa
Why the
mention
fuck should we
anything
ever
like
tell
this.
you? Why the fuck would she ever tell you, Ava?
Rosa,
Like,
it's
all you
you.
did was mock her and bully her when she was young.
Rosa, when was it?
あなたは一体いつベアトリーチェに会ったのよ。
When could you possibly have met Beatrice?
昔よ。ずっとずっと昔よ。まだこの島に引っ越してきたばかりで、私は幼かった。
Long ago, long ago. We just moved over to the island and I was still young.
私は悪くないの。私が殺したわけじゃ。
It wasn't my fault. It's not like I killed her.
落ち着け。誰もお前を責めちゃいねえぜ。
Calm down. Nobody's blaming you for anything, right?
まず水でも飲め。
First, drink some water. Okay?
夏日さん、水差しを頼む。
Natsuhi, the pitcher, please.
はい。どうぞ、ローザさん。どうか落ち着いて。
Yes, here you go. Please calm yourself.
Till Rosa was able to calm her ragged breathing, no one was able to speak a word. Now, I could be a dick and cliffhanger you all.
We're going to, because I'm tired.
Okay. Then I'm going to be a dick and cliffhanger you all.
Yeah, this is going to be a cliffhanger. Sorry, guys. But I got up at like 7 o'clock today. So, in the morning, rather. And it's almost 10 now. So I'm fading fast.
Yep. So, as soon as I can save it, I will.
All right. Anyhow, thank you all for joining us. We'll be back on Monday with more Umineko. Picking up right here where we were leaving off. You'll just have to, suck it up and deal, I guess. Or get the game and play it yourself up to this point. I don't know, whichever you like.
It is on sale right now, along with the rest of the Steam sale.
Let's see. It's probably not even that expensive, is it? Because it's a visual novel, so it's not like a big thing. Let's see. Umineko. Yeah, it's like $15 for the first 4 loops.
Yep,
And then like $18 for the ones after that.
Yep.
Yeah, answer arcs. It's $18. So yeah, you could catch up to where we are for the low price of $15.
Yep. Well, we will catch you on Monday.
Yeah, anyhow, if you scroll down below the Twitch player, go to the About section if you're watching the